Never before have we had greater face a complex, rapidly changing world. Think of it a moment.
It is a world in which supersonic speeds are commonplace. It is a world that has seen the coming of the atomic bomb. It has seen the rise of the total state, the dictator, and the mass man. It is a world of new sensations, new excitements, new distractions.
So much to be learned by so many in so little time.
And I suppose you're here with no agenda, as per usual?
On the contrary, I'm here for comics.
How's your comic book collection, Brody?
Oh, it's going good, but I've been...
Out a zillion and four variant covers, because when you and I started hanging out and you started like getting me on the virtues of J. Scott, what variant we got? The awesome Witchblade one, and then we got the Ultimate Spider-Man ones, right? Like the set of them, the four.
That was the right. I managed to get my hands on that. So not only did I get my hands, because that was for Ultimate Spider-Man number 4.
Oh,
right.
Yes. That's right. Yes.
When he did the 3 cover set, that was for Ultimate Spider-Man number 4. I do have his cover of Ultimate Spider-Man number 1 as well. It's the trade dress version, because the Virgin variant of it was like $120 signed, and now it's going for like quadruple that.
Are you
on
serious?
eBay, dude? Like, when it comes to the Virgin variants, he really does make them a genuine collector's item, where like there are far fewer of those printed, because you get some publishers and whatnot they'll do like Virgin variants a dime a dozen. Right. And they certainly sell.
Absolutely.
And if it had been like maybe $60 or even $70 signed, as opposed to the usual like $45 or $50 for the trade dress version, I would have gotten it. But I'm $100, like, because it's not like it was foil either, right?
That's the hard part.
This thing, I justified the Benjamin, right? I justified the Benny for this one because it was foil. Now, he doesn't have a Virgin version of this one.
No, he does not.
But
also you can, just a side note, you can still pick this one up. I'm going to eventually. It's at a discount, 7%. Remember I showed you that, where it's like $4 off or something, and it's like, okay, thanks, Scott.
Big money savings.
But yeah, this is an interesting question, and I guess I don't actually know this about you. What's your like cutoff point for a variant cover? Like, how much are you willing to spend, let's say, for standard, like a trade dress variant, a Virgin variant, and then let's say something super limited that goes on like J. Scott's store, right? Like his Marvel Rival set or something, or his Ultimate Spider-Man. 3 different categories, because I know you would have a different answer for each.
I was going to say, there's a lot going on there.
I know.
That is a multifaceted question, requires a multifaceted answer. And within each of those categories, I could like further break it down by like, artist, what's the character? Because certain artists are going to make me more willing to spend more. Certain characters, especially by certain artists, is going to make me willing to spend more, right? So like J. Scott Campbell, if he's doing a cover with MJ on it or Emma, right? I'm going to be far more willing to spend more on that because of how much of high regard I hold his specific versions of those characters, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, his, like, unsigned trade dress versions of most of his cover variants end up being, like, $25 or $30, I want to say, on his site, unsigned, right?
But like, what aside, okay, asterisk to that one, because he also the trade dress ones also get sold like on the stands, right? Like we've run into that, and I'm also thinking
not always though, because
not always.
A lot
yes,
of times
correct. That is true.
Has
not always.
More often than not, covers that he comes
often.
out with are exclusive to his shop. It's actually shocking this year how many covers he's done that are just like in shops. Like all of his Magic covers, all of his Rogue Savage Land
covers. And then
I was like, what the hell? Because he was doing them for like the whole first arc of those books.
Right.
And so I was genuinely shocked. But most of the time, his covers aren't in shops unless the shop
that is true.
orders
Yes.
them specifically from there. You're not getting those through Diamond. Well, nobody's getting anything through Diamond
not anymore.
But, like the way that it was anyway. So a lot of times there are very few artists that I'm willing to truly pay a premium for.
Yeah.
Like say
like
how much I'd pay for most of his individually, not counting if I get like a bundle multi-pack or whatever. $45-$50 for a signed trade dress variant. I'm willing to do that for his. Most other artists I'm not. Most other artists,
well, yeah,
$20,
of course.
$25 maybe. So maybe about half of that. Now if I'd be willing to pay that extra premium to have something like that signed in person by the artist, but that's different because then I know that's going directly to the artist and things like that at like a convention or whatever, like those Supergirl covers I showed off a few weeks back from Denver Fan Expo or Dallas Fan Expo.
So cool.
It really just does depend on, is it standard trade dress? Is it signed? Is it virgin and signed? And then on top of that, like, okay, is it foil? What kind of foil are we talking? Is it just a standard, like, is it just shiny all around? Okay, that's cool, and that can work really well for certain covers but not others. Is it
spot?
Stuff like it's a spot foil, you know, like this? Is it stuff where they're using multiple different types? And this is something that I'm becoming more familiar with because of my work at the Rippaverse.
Right.
Are they using multiple different types of special applications on it? Because some of our more
that's
recent,
what the Witchblade one has, right? That has different applications. Yeah.
So like some of our more recent foil cover variants that we have at the Rippaverse, it'll have like a soft foil sheen to the bulk of, like, say the background, but then we'll use a different treatment for the spot foil on the character and on the logo, right? And
I like those.
That's more expensive, but it looks really clean when it's done well. And so understanding that, I'm like, okay, I'm willing to pay a premium for that if it's, say, a character that I like well enough, or an artist that I like well enough. So it really comes down to a combination of artist and character. Because certain ones, like, and also even if it's so at default, I'd be willing to pay more for one, say with Emma or MJ,
of course,
than I would normally for, like, say a Jean. But if J. Scott Campbell did a
Jean
Phoenix cover that was spot foil with her flames in foil and the logo,
don't even get me started.
Well, that's what I'm saying though. Like, right?
I know, I want it.
If he did that, then I'm like, okay, that's sick, right? That's badass. I'm willing to then shell out more than I normally would for a cover of that
absolutely. Yeah, no, definitely. Then here's a better question then. Instead of getting into the nitty-gritty, let's say you got your perfect, like a J. Scott drawing Emma in her new outfit, and it's on a good Uncanny. She's coming into Uncanny for an arc or something.
Oh,
right?
So I don't even have to add to the sales of Exceptional?
Don't have to add to the sales of Exceptional. That you heard. That's exactly it. I was making sure.
$500.
There we go. There we go. That's no proper. Just the fact that it's not exceptional. But yeah, perfect art set, perfect character set, foil spot. It's gonna look great. What do you think would be like your max that you would pay, like? Yeah, standard or even secondhand. I guess it doesn't matter. Those are one and the same. Just how much would you pay? Would you be willing to pay?
So standard from his site.
Yeah.
Let's say we'll put it in a perfect scenario then. This is a virgin variant. It is Emma in her current, like, new Exceptional X-Men outfit that
we don't ever get to see.
No visibility whatsoever, ever. She's wearing that. She's got some, like, let's say she's even, like, starting to turn diamond.
Ooh.
Right? And so we do some spot foil on that. There's some spot foil diamond effects on the logo, go all out, I would pay $200 for that. Signed.
Nice. Signed. Yes, signed. That's the important distinguisher there is the sign. What if it wasn't
200
signed?
signed. If it wasn't signed, but all of those other things, 150.
I'd say that's about right.
Because with that combination of stuff,
exactly,
I'd still be willing to shell out a lot more than I normally would for just about any comic.
No, I definitely agree with you there. I agree with you pretty much on every point. 25 is probably like the standard, unless it's somebody I particularly love, like a Peach or whatever. But like my most expensive comic purchase so far has been an $80 copy of Ultimate Spider-Man #1, the new one, for the black suit variant, because I had all the other ones, and then
I had to pay, I think, $35 for my just like cover A of that.
It got really expensive really, really fast. And so I admit I definitely, so this was us getting back into comics. Like I don't know the entire lay of the land. I see that the book sells out. I know that it's going to be popular. I just go, I need my copy now, because it's only going to go up in like value. So I was just like, who has it? And it was like $80, and I said, fine, just give it to me. And this is what hurts, Andrew, and this is what hurts for everybody out there who collects comics, is like it's still up. So Midtown has it. Like they have a black suit variant, and it sells for like $80, right? Like standard price. So I saw that and I went, okay, cool. I didn't spend too much. That fucking cover continues to go on sale with all of the stuff, like the variant sale we just enjoyed. It was on sale there, and it's always off for like $30 off, so it goes down to $50, and I'm always just like, but at least it's not that big of a difference. But yes, guys, the reason we are talking about covers today is don't worry, I'm gonna link this in very expertly. So if you guys haven't seen the J. Scott Campbell announced earlier, so you might have seen, if you're like us and you go through the solicits every month, you might have seen that for August, so in last month's solicits, a lot of the books had J. Scott Campbell variants. Now, at the time of the solicits release, they didn't specify anything. They didn't say, oh, he's doing a whole set. It was just sort of like for example, me and Andrew were looking through and we just went, there's another one. Why is he, like, what is he doing? And we did the math, and it came out to 26 variant covers coming out from J. Scott in the month of August. Well, he finally came out and said, yep, this is what I'm doing. And instead of it being something like I'm just reprinting old work or blah, 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 brand new character, like profile covers across all of these books of all of these characters. I don't know how many we're going to buy. Like, I might get out of it with a little less than you, but I still know it's about to be a very harsh
It's
August
about to be brutal, man. It's going to be rough.
It's going to be really, really, really bad. But it's pretty prescient that Andrew was really hitting on the fact that J. Scott is one of his favorite artists, one of my growing favorite artists, because if you guys might have noticed, our thumbnail tonight is not from a relevant comic book. It's not from a new comic book. In fact, the art itself is produced
from a comic book from 2003.
2003 by an artist who is sadly no longer with us. And that is because, guys, you might know, if you've watched this show, Michael Turner is somebody that Andrew would pay $200 for a cover with. This is one of those, he's one of those artists, Andrew's top favorite artist of all time. Supergirl, obviously Andrew's second favorite DC hero, probably his biggest superhero waifu. If you've watched this show for a long time, you may have known, or you may have heard us talk regularly about a little book called Superman Batman that, like Andrew said, 2003, had a really good arc called The Return of Supergirl by Michael Turner.
2005, I'd missed.
Oh, 2000. Whatever. Time is an illusion. I'm saying 2003. We're changing the history books. But
the year left my mouth, and I'm like, I feel like that's wrong. I need to double check myself.
See,
you guys can always expect intellectual honesty from us, right?
100%. We'll always
we know how to check our sources.
We will always check ourselves here, but I will admit to everybody out there, the reason I didn't check it is because I did the wrong thing, and I said, my best man over here, this is his, like, he knows this. I'm gonna, like, if he said it, of course that's what it is.
And unfortunately, you trusted me with the one thing I'm bad with, and that's numbers.
hey, you got the Norfolka single to number 7 on the Billboard charts, okay? That's numbers. I don't think it relates, but it's numbers. Yeah.
It doesn't, but we'll take it.
In case you guys didn't know that was just a little fun Easter egg I wanted to throw out there. Norfolka, still open over at the RIPPAVERSE. They have a single, as we talked to you guys about last night, by Dan Vasc and Eric July. Is it still 7, or is it over? You guys hit 7 on the Billboard charts, which is the Billboard overarching, like, all nationwide music charts here in the US. So that is a big deal. Taking in, and that's including like digital sales from everything, radio play. It's pretty bonkers. They're doing fantastic. But the reason we decide we've featured Michael Turner's Supergirl there, the reason we're talking Superman Batman is because, as Clone Geek said in the last incarnation of the stream, which for some reason, guys, we came up like Andrew and I hit live and then it just went down. We didn't touch anything.
We have no idea what happened.
So we're sorry about that little hiccup, but everything is all good. But as Clone Geek was saying in the last chat, it was a very, very slow week this week. What did we have, Andrew? Like 3 books, maybe? And I
had 3 books that were not like Elseworlds crossovers. So I had Amazing Spider-Man was 8. Which I still haven't read.
Me neither.
Because I don't need the negativity in my life.
I honestly probably won't until 2 weeks from now when we talk about 9. Like
I did get, so this is the cover I wound up grabbing.
I'm so surprised you got that one. You know who that artist is? That's a Lee Brumejo
it's what's his name that makes Peter's suit always super clothy and bugs the crap out of me. But everything else on this cover looks so good. Like Felicia looks amazing.
Well, the cover or the suit is better there. Like Lee drew it on that cover, like more of a suit, right? Like less of like I just went out for the first time. I actually saw that cover and I was like, ooh, Andrew, I think Andrew would like this. And I was going to show you like the preview, but I went, it's
at my
Lee.
Shop when I got there.
Really?
It was the only one there. And so I grabbed it and I was like, all right, like, because I didn't.
That's so depressing. That's so depressing.
I looked at cover. Well, no, I mean, like, it was the only copy left of this cover.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant it was the only copy of Amazing left.
No,
I was like, oh my God, Hellgate did this?
Oh, no, there were like 3 or 4 other covers.
Okay, good.
None of which I really liked. And I don't have this book on my pull list. So it's one of those things where, like, we're reading it and talking about it fairly regularly, not every single time it comes out, but like regularly enough where it's like, all right, I'm gonna keep up with it.
Yeah.
But I'm not stressed about it enough to where I'm gonna put it on my pull list. So I had that. I had Ultimate Wolverine, which I still need to read.
Same.
The only book from this week that I read was that All New Venom.
Same.
8, which was great because I knew, like, all right, this is the book honestly I could probably trust Ultimate Wolverine to be solid, but it's not like Ultimate Spider-Man where I know it's just going to be an absolute banger every single time. So I picked up that. All New Venom is the only one that I read, but beyond that, the only other books that I got were Godzilla versus Thor. Thor was this month, and last month or last week or whatever it was versus Avengers. And then
there's the reason I did that, like, pause.
Justice League versus Kong.
That's why I did the pause, because I was like, wait, oh, that's right. Both of them came out this week.
And I actually haven't read issue 1 yet for that. I'm actually considering waiting for the whole set.
I think
doing it in one hit, because that's what I wound up doing, because I got all of the individuals for the first one, but then I just got the deluxe hardcover of the trade, and I just read that in one sitting.
I think I told this. I wanted to do that same thing. I think I've told you this story, Andrew. Last year, so every year I go once a year to visit the Philippines. And when I go, I load up my iPad with a bunch of comics, whatever, for the plane ride, because it's like 13 hours. Last year, one of the things I loaded up was Justice League versus Godzilla versus Kong. It had just wrapped up, and I went, all right, I know Andrew's been saying some good stuff about it. People in general have been saying some cool stuff. It's probably going to be campy fun. Let's get it. Like, all right, I'll finally do it. Mm-hmm. I downloaded it. It's like 6 issues, right? So I got 6 issues. Got to the end of the 5th one, which is where Kong the ring is like about to like land on his finger, and it goes to be continued. And I went, oh, and then I hit next, and the cover was right, but my Pakistani guy messed up, and it was the cover for 6 and
No!
5 again. So I was like, I'm stuck. Like, it is 8 hours until I can get to an internet connection to like get the next part of this. I'm going to scream.
Dude,
But
I would not have been able to like wait a month in between issues with that book, because like
I don't think so either.
I read it after I had finished all of my work for the day, and I was like, I'm gonna start this before dinner, right?
Yeah.
You can imagine how that went. I just read the whole thing in a single sitting and didn't eat until really late because I was just like, I was hooked. It was fun. It was campy. It was
It's
dumb.
so fun.
It was action packed. It has all the cool stuff you would actually hope for if you're a comic book fan and you love these DC superheroes at their best, which means at their most hopeful, their most optimistic, and then throwing in freaking Godzilla universe kaiju.
It's pretty
Absolute
fantastic.
cinema.
Now,
cinema.
I don't know about you, and yes, it definitely is absolute cinema. But I don't know about you, man. Again, you and I haven't read the first 2 issues yet, but I will admit the cover for this one made me wince a little bit. Because, here, I'll pull it up because I have it right here to show everybody. But in this issue, we get Kaiju Killer, like the Suicide Squad is here, and we get Kaiju Killer Croc, which I think, like, on paper, I'm not against Kaiju Killer Croc, but I think because it's Killer Croc with the Suicide Squad, this just feels like really forced to me, right? Like, especially because even if we're going to be really generous here, Andrew, even if you and I want to be really generous, like, sorry guys, like the Suicide Squad didn't take it just didn't. No incarnation of them really took. People only really remember Harley. So at this point, if you're trying to push them still, it just feels like exceedingly desperate. Like, please, like, for the love of God, love them this time. What do you need? We'll send you the copy. We'll send you all the like foil copies. Just please this time, like the Suicide Squad. So that's just like my tinge, because I'm just like, Suicide Squad, go away. But I'm sure it's probably going to be just as good. It's by the same team, right? Or by the same artist at least, or writer. I mean,
it's by the same writer. And to be honest, like when they announced a follow-up, I was like, you don't need to do that, but I'm gonna read it.
That's the thing. It's like, for example,
I think the first one sold pretty well too.
Which
is probably why they're doing the follow-up. It's just like with all the Godzilla right now is kind of the hotness. He's back in style, which is why both DC and Marvel are capitalizing on it. And so you've got DC utilizing the MonsterVerse versions, and then you've got Marvel utilizing the old.
I didn't even realize that. I mean, yes, that's obvious now, but like I did not put 2 and 2 together. In my head,
the comics they used to have the licensing for.
Yeah, in my head, I just went like it's Godzilla season, right? Like I wasn't distinguishing, but that's like, oh, duh. Warner Brothers owns Legendary. Of course, they're going to go with the Legendary MonsterVerse version, and then like you said, Marvel's got their relationship with Toho, and I actually think that's kind of neat now. There's nothing to really add to that. Like, oh, that's kind of neat. I like that. Especially for someone like you who likes both versions of them, right? Like you are a big MonsterVerse Goji and the classic like 1954 Goji, which is the one that Marvel's
I grew up watching those.
Yeah, so you got to be having a heck of a time with the offerings we're getting now.
I'm having a blast. The fact that I'm getting so much Godzilla content right now in 2025, year of our Lord 2025.
The year of our Lord.
It's pretty incredible.
I'm not going to bring it up because it's super complicated and it'll take us away. But you saw there's a new Figu Arts, like SH Figu Arts of the not -1 Shin Godzilla. That's like this. I sent it to you. If you guys want to go look it up, it is nuts and it just looks so good. It's a good time to be a Godzilla fan for sure. But we're not the Godzilla of it all. We just definitely went down that tangent. But as Andrew said. Not only was there not really a lot this week, we haven't really hit the books, but okay, that's not fair. We didn't hit the books because it was a short week, and because it was a short week, we decided, hey, even if we wanted to talk about the releases this week, Ultimate Wolverine, like let's say if we were to do our normal show, we probably would have listed, Amazing Spider-Man, All New Venom, and Ultimate Wolverine. They're like for Venom, it was a good issue. not really a lot to talk, like, to write home about, right? Like, it's definitely
Yeah, we'd talk about it for like 15, maybe 20 minutes, and then we'd probably run through the other two very quickly.
That's what I was getting at. It's because Amazing, there's probably not going to be a lot to do there, especially if we're looking at Hellgate. And then in Ultimate Wolverine, solid book, but ever since, like, it was really only that first issue that we had a lot to talk about with, where Gambit and Nightcrawler and all them showed up. Since then, we've talked about the Phoenix reveal, but we haven't even followed up on that.
But they haven't. We haven't gotten back to that. They haven't touched on that. Like, they teased that, and they were like, "Okay, now we're going over here." It was like, "Well, wait, hold up!"
Like, super hard too. Like just almost like you picked up a completely different book. Like, it's kind of weird. Maybe this issue brings us back, but I definitely know exactly what you're talking about. But guys, because it would have been like trying to get blood from a stone this week, trying to talk about this week's books, we decided, in honor of the fact that the compact edition of the Superman... Okay, I wanted to say, like, first two volumes. It's a little weird. Next week, we see the release of the first volume of the Superman Batman DC Compact Edition. That is labeled as volume 1, but it's pulling in volumes 1 and 2 of the actual book, which are the Public Enemies arc and the Return of Supergirl arc, which, if you guys, again, have heard us talk, it's sort of a... If the Witchblade cover that Andrew was showing off is the mascot cover for this show, this book is probably the mascot book, because you go into Public Enemies with incredible Ed McGuinness art, who, that exactly like rocks for me. Love all of that stuff.
If you like that super stylized, pseudo cartoony, like just idealized versions of classic, like, muscly superheroes, that's the book. That's the book. And as I was telling Andrew, it's I like it a lot because it sort of is a good, just, you can drop anybody into that arc and it touches on everything in the DC universe, from President Luthor to Amanda Waller to the Justice League to freaking Captain Atom, and you're not going to be lost. Like, if you made that into a movie, it'd be a really good, like, Avengers level type of movie. But it's got that arc, and then it's got the Return of Supergirl, which obviously, and one of Andrew's, I don't know, would you say favorite? I don't know, because there's Terminal Velocity. You can't really top Terminal Velocity. But if Return of Supergirl isn't going to be number 1 because of Terminal Velocity, let's be honest.
That's what I'm getting at.
It's my second favorite comic book art, just in comics. It's my second favorite arc, period.
Well, yeah, there we go. Like, it's got your girl, she comes back, it has your favorite artist, it has Jeff Loeb at his peak, because, guys, we'll get into it, but Jeff Loeb used to be incredible. Like, he used to be
like the guy.
Dude, I was
reading... Which is why he wrote so much stuff that's considered, like, Hallmark,
like, legendary
DC, iconic storylines.
The guy helped launch fucking Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes, for all of his flaws. Like, the man knows what he's doing. It's just, we've talked about it. Things happened. We'll get into it more. But Jeff at his peak, I was reading this book and I was just like, oh my, like, he nails the Superman Batman dynamic in a way that, if you read, like, I wish more quote unquote normies would read this book, because it gets into what each character is, who each character is. It even, like, acknowledges, like, their stereotypes and then breaks them apart in the way that it's written. And so,
and that was what was so beautiful. Like, from what I'm understanding, because you've talked it up so many times on the show, and I've yet to start it because I need to still read the first volume. But World's Finest Right Now by Wade and Mora. Before that was Jeff Loeb's Superman Batman.
No, there was actually, you will forget this, because I forget it
in terms of its, like, quality.
Oh yeah,
stand out. What I mean,
yeah.
This is because there's been more, because in New 52 you had Batman Superman, and they've done more of those team ups since. But what I mean is, in terms of quality and in terms of, like, you take this book or in any particular arc, and it's a perfect cross section of these characters. Like what you were just saying, it breaks down who these characters are to their most basic, most crucial facets of the character in, like, a page, without it being expositional.
Or even like a blur, like a panel or two, right?
Yeah,
like it's
crazy,
just
perfect. Like, you know what? Before we even, I gotta pull it out and read it.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Pull that out.
You have, I think, honestly, we may have even pulled this up on the screen before.
Is it the Batman talking about Superman in the Bay?
Yep.
Read it. I think we have, but read it away, my friend.
It's so perfect. Let me get it here.
Go back
because it's when the Zeppelin is crashing. Yep, here it is.
Yeah, when the Zeppelin's crash. Clark, I have a job for you.
Yep. So Batman has just ran into Kara for the first time on a rooftop in Gotham. She flies up because she's not in control of her powers. This is all new to her. She has no idea what she's doing. She's absolutely freaking out. This is fish out of water, if ever there was one. She starts floating up and she crashes into one of those Zeppelins. That I love that they had those in this book because that reminds me of like the old 90s
animated series.
And the animated series, right? That was, they were pulling all the heartstrings there. She flies up, one of those catches on fire, right? It ignites and it starts crashing. It's going to crash into the city. Batman gets on comms and says, Superman, there's a job for you.
There's a job for you.
And in the next page turn is this beautiful, like, partial 2-page spread of Superman just being an absolute unit and grabbing hold of this crashing Zeppelin and saving the day. And Batman is like saying, "Hey, GPS on my position at yada yada," and Superman.
Clark's not even there. He's not even there. He's in Metropolis while Clark is in Gotham.
And you see this while he's saying it, as he's speaking, as Batman's speaking on comms. There it is. You see that blue blur, and Clark's just saying on it, and then we get Batman's inner thoughts, and in a single moment, he shows us again why he sets the standard for so many. There are those who think of him as outdated, the Boy Scout, whipped by his selflessness. They do not, cannot see him for what he is, a hero.
A hero. And that, my friends, is
perfect cross-section.
That, to me, is almost the thesis of these two arcs that Jeff Loeb hits here, is the heroism of both of them, the core of who that man is, and you get to see why these two admire each other. Right? Like, there's no going like, yeah, Superman's a Boy Scout, he's dumb. It's Superman's a Boy Scout, and God, I wish like I had that I had that strength, right? Like, it is the perfect way to like boost up another character without like denigrating another character. But yes, guys, because there's not really that much to talk about tonight, we will be giving you a rundown of these first two arcs. It should be a lot of fun. Obviously, Andrew and I have a lot to talk about with both of them. So buckle up. We'll be back to new comics next week, probably. Oh no, we definitely will be. We looked at the release thing. There's gonna be a lot to talk about next week. But yeah, this again, compact comic for what we're about to talk about is coming out next week. Recommend you pick it up. We're gonna tell you why you should. And with that, I guess we'll say hello to everybody who's in the chat before we get started, because I know I've been putting that off. So we'll start with Zero. What is going on? He says, all right, I'm here. So are we going to talk about Gwen's cosmic retcon? I don't really want to. I don't really want to, and I also don't really. Here's the problem. There's not a lot to talk about with it right now.
There's not enough information to really go on.
Yeah.
Plus, it's 616, and outside of Gale's Uncanny X-Men and All New Venom, I don't really give a crap about 616 right now.
I really don't care anymore. Like, there's not anything going on. For those of you who don't know what Zero was talking about, we got the final issue of the current volume of Spider-Gwen Ghost Spider today. It ends with Gwen using a cosmic cube to sort of reset her life, and now she's canon to the 616, doesn't have her symbiote suit anymore, and her dad is alive, which means Captain George Stacy is alive in the 616, and that's the problem.
Makes sense.
That's where we left off. Like, the issue ends with Gwen just being like, "Morning, Dad," and then it's like, "A new day to be continued." So we don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
It could, I'm not going to say any of it's going to be good, but there's like two possible outcomes, right? One is the absolute bad one, which is George is alive again, and fuck everything that ever happens in Spider-Man. It does not matter. Or they do something where it's like, oh, this is like George Stacy dash like John, or like John Stacy, or like they just change him slightly. So he's just a different guy. And then we go, okay, whatever. Because, I mean, with Gwen being there, you already have a problem, right? So there are two Gwen Stacys?
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? So it is dumb. There's not a lot to talk about, unfortunately, Zero. If there was, we would. I think the only thing to take away is that you and I are going to be buying the first issue of the relaunch for the 616. So we'll know what's happening with Spider-Gwen.
Yeah, because freaking Campbell's.
Thank you, Campbell.
Man.
Yeah, see, Punk is here as well. Hey, foil variant. Yep, you got it. You're just like us, Punk. Daredevil 23 was the only comic that I bought yesterday. Oh, Canada. That's not even a Canadian thing, my friend. There was just nothing to read this week. You and I, like Andrew and I, went hunting for a book this week, right? Like there was actually a book where we were like, we need these covers. Like, is it in your shop? No. Is it in my? Like we were going for it.
Yeah.
It was like it's a compilation book of the free comic book day stories that we all already read like a year ago. So there's not even anything to talk about in that. Like it's just very, very, very slow week.
Yeah, and so I didn't wind up picking up Marvel Zero because I was like,
I didn't either. I didn't either.
I don't need to reread these stories. I don't care for the cover A, which is the only one that my shop had. So I'm not going to spend the $6.99 on this.
No, it definitely wasn't worth it.
Instead, I took that $6.99 and I said, you know what? I'm finally going to pick up the trade to.
Oh, you got it. That looks great.
Because
is that also doing like the? I know it's a different publisher, but is that also going like the Top Cow route where their trades are super cheap?
It's only $15.
What? For how many?
For 6 issues.
It's not 10 like Witchblade, but that's still pretty bonkers. Because what is it? It's like a 25 standard now for the like a one trade.
It's usually DCs are more often. Sometimes they're $19.99. More often than not, they're $24.99.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, $15 for this. I have all the individual issues. The cover A's for all of them. They're in my image box, in my Top Cow box.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But I just they're all still sealed, and I haven't had the time. I barely have the time to read the ones
I know the one that we're talking about.
So I usually have to prioritize those, and so I just said, you know what, I'll grab the trade either on sale or when there's a super slow week, and I'll get caught up that way on reading. And here we are in a super slow week, so I grabbed that instead.
I went into my comic shop looking for our covers, didn't find either of them. Talked to you about a couple, like you want them, and you're like, I'll look for them on my own. I almost bought, so you and I talked about this, The Art of Top Cow, the hardcover. We talked about this months ago. We tried to go look for it, and we were like, where is it? Like, it's gone. Like, nobody's selling it, huh? I guess whatever. It finally landed in shops today. It's only $60, and that thing is like the size of my Marvel DC murder weapons, right? Like, it's fat. And I almost bought it, but I'm like, I have some like bills I should pay, so I'll get it next time. But like to everybody's point, like even I only picked up one book and one cover this week, and it was this one. And it was supposed to go to you. But I was like, okay, he doesn't want it. I can't stop looking at it. I gotta get it.
I actually my shop had it, and I flipped through it, and I was like, I do like that cover.
The book itself, I'm sure,
I don't
love
the cover, and I flipped through the book, and I was like, I don't give a crap about any of this. I was like, the cover's cool, but it was what, a $5.99 book?
I forgot. It's not. It's $7.99. Definitely, unless you wanted.
So between that and the Marvel Zero combined, because I actually had both of those books on my checklist of what I was intending.
Right, like
every
going to go
week,
look.
I was like, okay, these are the books that I'm planning on grabbing.
You and I talk like Tuesday night, and we go on like League of Comic Geeks, and we're like, what are we looking for?
It's like these are the books I'm going to grab. Cool. These are the ones I'm budgeting out for. Awesome. I flipped through those, and I'm like, nah, I'm good. And so I was able to take that $7.99 and $6.99 non-purchase and apply that towards what I know is
a quality thing.
100% a quality purchase in terms of storytelling, and it's Jason Fabok art too. So it's like I prefer superhero.
It's John's,
comics.
Right? John's writes that one too.
Yeah, John's writes it. So it's like you're not going to get much better than that, right?
You're
and
really
honestly,
not.
that the Ghost Machine universe over there just has ridiculous all-star cast of writers and artists. You got Tomasi, you got Johns, you got Fabok, you got Hitch,
you got Frank, right? Didn't Gary Frank go with them?
Yeah, Gary Frank's over. He's the one writing.
That's Exodus, right?
No,
or drawing Exodus. Sorry, not Exodus. Geiger.
Yeah, he's doing Geiger.
I don't know why I said Exodus. Yeah, Geiger. No, you've basically got the DC Rebirth All Stars. That's what that line is. I know.
Yeah.
He's not here yet, or if he is, he hasn't chatted yet. But regular viewer of the show, Tehillim, he loves all of that Ghost Machine stuff. I'm sure you've seen it, Andrew, but every time we have a show, he's like, guys, cover the Ghost Machine stuff. And we have to go like, we're not caught up. We're going to get there.
Yeah, we're not. Like, we both have all 6 issues of that first arc, and they took off like almost a year.
Yeah.
They're about to start up. I think it's like in the fall, or maybe
really?
It's August.
A new number 1.
When they not number 1, but when they start issue 7.
They're going to continue
it up again. Yeah.
I thought they were going to do like the thing where it's like Geiger and then like Geiger Overdrive, and that's a new volume, right? And then like Geiger Final Battle or something, and then it's like, okay, cool. What order am I reading these in?
Right. Yeah. No, they're just continuing it, from my understanding, at least.
That's good.
It was just like they took a break from it, and it like I was like, I know I'm gonna want to read that because the team on both the writing and the art side is just stellar.
Yeah.
But I'm not caught up, and so getting the trade made all the sense in the world.
Oh, 1,000%. Maybe that'll be the next special we have to do. But just so everybody knows, and mostly for you, Andrew, I want you to laugh at this. So, yeah, Marvel Zero, like I said, it's a compilation of all the Free Comic Book Day stories that came out from last year's Free Comic Book Day. Not even this one, like the most recent one. Or no, wait, it is from the recent one, but it's in like April or May. So we're already like 2 or 3 months out from all of these stories coming out. 4 characters on this cover: Kamala, Sue, Miles, Peter. Those are all that's everybody who gets a preview in this, because that's everybody who got a Free Comic Book Day story. Here's what they tell you, Andrew, and this is just like, why do you release it so late? What does it matter? Fantastic Four, not really even anything. It's just a short story with Ramos. Like, it doesn't set up anything except for, oh, hey, Ramos is coming to do the art, which we already know. Mm-hmm. It starts like next week. What are we doing here? Then we get, this is like, okay, this is a short story of Scott training the uncanny X-Men, like, or the all new, or the giant sized new X-Men, right? When they got to go to Krakoa, drawn by our boy Iban, looks incredible. It is great. Like, it is Scott, dropping it on the table, showing him why he's the leader. Like, he's great, but it's all in service of the Kamala story they're doing now, where she's going through time. And it's like, oh, not only is that dumb, we're already like, the next issue of like the next giant size is the end. So we're already done with this arc. Like, this is not special anymore. Then this is just a Chip Zdarsky story. He always just does these. It doesn't really matter. But then we get a Spider-Man story that is just him fighting a random like Mr. Negative goon.
And that's one of Mr. Negative's demon goons.
And that's it. And all it is check out number 1. It's coming out, and
it's more John Romita Jr. art.
That's it. That's what I was just about to say. That's what they're selling right here. Is they're like
I don't care.
John on Spider-Man, which right? And why didn't you do Pepe? This is where you put Pepe, where you have Free Comic Book Day,
and you tease like this, whatever. Like, even though I do not have any interest in a space arc Spider-Man, if you do it with Pepe, I'm at least gonna be like, ooh, pretty picture, ooh, pretty picture, ooh, pretty picture, right? Because it's Pepe, and Pepe is incredible.
He's so good.
He's amazing. The dynamism that he does with every panel is out of this world.
And just to like emphasize what Andrew's saying, we've all been looking at Pepe Larraz's art in all the shows when we've been doing Amazing Spider-Man. And he's great. Every time Andrew and I just go, the dynamicism, the art, why is he stuck on this book? So admittedly, of John Romita Jr.'s art, this is not a bad piece. Like, it's not great, like, it's not incredible, but like, I'm not offended by it. It's pretty pretty.
That is a good John Romita Jr. Spider-Man piece.
But
right?
then
if you are not a John Romita Jr. fan, like, I don't hate his work. It's just not like, if he's not the guy I want on Spider-Man, because there are more dynamic artists
Like, yeah,
who I'd rather have.
I mean, I've told you, I like him for that JMS run, but that was it. Like, what he's been on it for like 40 years now. Move on, like anybody else.
Yeah, exactly.
But like, yeah, good Romita piece. Then Andrew says that thing about the dynamicism. Think of all the Pepe moments. Think of that awesome panel where Spidey is like swinging upside down. Like, we're looking at him upside down and he's technically swinging up. Like, beautiful. The dynamicism in this shot, Andrew, are 2 little white lines indicating that Spider-Man has leapt forward off of the building. Romita, please, just go away. Like we're done here.
and not just 2 little white lines. This is something that I picked up from working so closely with guys like Kane and White and Igor over at and Marcos over at the Rippaverse.
Yeah.
As well as the other artists that we work with on that last splash page. That white line on the right side, he didn't need to draw that going beyond his foot.
This one?
That created an unnecessary tangent there that you don't need, and it actually looks kind of weird. All you need is it for it touching the foot to get the idea across.
I see that.
It's an extraneous line.
Wow, I didn't even think. So this is one of those things. There's like a phrase that goes around. You might not have noticed it, but your brain did. And I definitely think like, yeah, obviously I was complaining about it, but I was just laughing at how stupid it was. Andrew had this is why you think it's stupid. And yeah, I think you definitely nailed it right there. But so, okay, cool. New Amazing with Romita art. Again, no mention of Hobgoblin, no mention of Hellgate, nothing. Then we go to a preview story for Miles, and it's about him and Billy, or it's about Billy finding the card to go to the Ultimate Universe, which we're already started this. Like, we've already...
Yeah, like we saw that in the first 2 pages of Incursion, which was awful.
Which is awful, and we're getting more...
I don't need to look at it again.
Dude, we're sadly going to have to. There's 3 more issues. And then there is, like, this is cool. It's a preview for, like, the symbiote line. And, you know, you get this all-new Venom shot, Eddie and Carnage. And it's like, oh, we're all intertwined. But this one's probably the least egregious, because it's not even like, oh, come read our book.
Is there another symbiote Spider-Man book coming, or is that in reference to the whole Spider-Verse versus Venomverse thing?
Oh yeah, no, that's
why they're tying those together.
Yeah.
Okay, because I was about to say, symbiote Spider-Man. Are we going to get another potentially worthwhile Spider-Man book to read?
The problem is, I've heard that book is really good.
Like, as long as it's not Greg Land on the art again.
That's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say.
Because he was on the art in the symbiote Spider-Man book from like whatever it was 4 years ago or 5 years ago.
By the late great Peter David, and I was so excited because I'm like, Peter David on Spider. Oh my god! Like,
the story itself was pretty solid.
But the
art is.
I've heard that, Andrew. I can't make it. I've tried to read that trade like 7 times, and I make it like halfway through the first issue, and I'm just like, then I'm like, I gotta go yell at Andrew. And then it's like 3 a.m. So I'm like, Andrew's asleep. I just don't want to like do anything with this right now. So like, I never get past it because Greg Land. But that's it. That's what you're paying $6 for. It's like things that we already know are happening that are long, like in motion. So it's just, yeah, you didn't miss anything on skipping Marvel Zero, but that was also the long about way of saying, nothing going on this week, guys. So that's why you're about to get some Superman, Batman. We've got Matt here saying, what's up? He said, yes, I'm sure it was to something relevant. I could go back and I'll look, but I'll do it after the show. Anyway, Matt, always a pleasure to have you. Punk says, I'm going to buy JSC's Black Cat swimsuit pick once he releases more of them. I don't know how to break this to you, buddy. He's not going to. Though, if you're talking about the Rivals covers, those were limited.
Talking about the Rivals character covers or the Marvel swimsuit special ones, it's not happening.
Yeah, because those
unless after fulfillment they find out that they have, because we'll do this at the Rippaverse.
Yeah, you've done this.
We allot a specific amount for the print run. We specifically print a little bit extra to try and account for potential damages from shipping, and that's from like shipping from the printer to us, right? So that we make sure like we're not having to go back to the printer and say, hey, we need to print another 50 copies because these were damaged and we didn't try and have any forethought and take that into account. there have been times where Campbell has put like, hey, there's a very small amount left of these because of the overruns and after taking into account damages and things like that, or things with defects, the chances of him putting those back up anytime soon are nil.
Well, they'd have to be like complete new reprints, right? Hold on, guys. I'm getting something to show everybody, but I'm listening and I'm talking still. But I'm looking through a long box real quick.
Oh, no worries, no worries. But yeah, I'm actually a little grumpy because I was super excited for the Marvel Swimsuit Special by J. Scott Campbell, his specific covers through his shop, and
we were like, I was like, Andrew wants them so bad. I'm sitting down at like 8:30 a.m. Like, I'm gonna make sure you get these, buddy.
Well, I'm an MVP on his site.
Oh, so that's right.
Or VIP, whatever he calls it. So like, I get his newsletter, and I'm a frequent buyer, and so I was like waiting and waiting and waiting, and then at 11, I refreshed the page. Cool. There's covers 8. Was it A, B, and C, or was it A, B, C, and D? Whatever it was.
Yeah.
I was like, cool. Add to cart. Cool. Get to cart. I was gonna choose the option of like splitting it up into like 3 or 4 payments.
Yeah.
Right. Because I had literally
plan.
just ordered more from him
I know.
like a month ago. I was like, all right, like I'll do like the $25 every couple of weeks on this one because I just dropped whatever it was on the last set.
And this is Scott, so we got to do it.
Yeah. So I'm going to get them. And so I do that. I get through because there's the verification thing, right? It was like, okay, it's double checking. Yes, you are approved for this, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Get to the point where it's like, finally, I can actually hit the checkout. I can hit the pay thing. This item is no longer available. Crap. So I immediately go back to get like, okay, so what were the ones that I cared about most?
Right.
MJ.
Like, got to get them individual.
Cat, right. All right. So then I try and get that. Get through the process again. Item is not available. Then I circle back and like, can I at least get MJ? Same thing. Nothing. And so I was stuck. Like at that point, I did have the option of getting like an unsigned MJ, but I was so pissed off that I was like, screw it.
He was pretty.
I was like, I'm not even gonna bother.
If you read like his words on paper, you'd be like, why is Mav typing from like behind your keyboard? That's how like animated and like pissed he was. He was like Mav levels of like, what the hell? Like, screw off, like Jay. And I was like, it was bad.
I was pretty ticked.
And then they did a weird thing where it was like, if the 4 bundle goes out, then it's like you can get A and D or B and D or C and A, and it was like 3 or 4 combinations were missing, and it's like, why are you? I know what you're doing, right? Like you're like, oh, I'll bundle an unpopular with a popular one.
Exactly. Like the permutations that they offered were very clearly such that it's like, okay, if you want what's clearly going to be the 2 coolest ones, you're going to have to get
all
the
4 of them. Yeah.
Right? Because otherwise, the only one that was offered individually was cover A.
And that was the MJ, that was the MJ one. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the MJ one. And so I've seen him doing that more frequently, and it's super frustrating because I'm happy to get the whole 4 set.
Right.
But if I can't get the whole 4 set, more often than not, there's only 2 that I genuinely want, and those never seem to be bundled together.
Because
like with the Rivals ones. What was this last set? It was Emma. It was Magic. It was it Squirrel Girl? Or was she part of the first set? I can't remember.
She was part of the regular Rivals set. I'm gonna look it up real quick while you do that.
Whatever it was, like I would have preferred Emma and a different character, but she wasn't offered in a bundle.
Oh yeah, so the first one was Psylocke, Luna, Invisible Woman, Squirrel Girl, and then the second one was Magic, Widow, Mantis, Emma.
Yeah, so I would have preferred to get Emma and Widow together.
Right.
But
nope.
and to be fair, I like Magic, but I liked the Widow cover more.
The Widow cover is cooler here. I can show everybody.
And so I was like, that would have been my preference. At least I didn't get stuck with having to get the Mantis cover, because then I would have been really annoyed. But I was like, oh, dang it. I really like that cover of Natasha. That looks really great. I like magic. Again, I mean, badass blonde with, you know,
with
cool
giant sword,
black armor, and a big old sword. Like, what's not to like? But still, like, my preference, I prefer giving customers choice.
Always.
And so when you remove that choice or limit that choice, I get a little frustrated. And so
rightfully so.
At the end of the day, like, I can't remember if Trace, who's in my Discord, big fan of mine, and Mary's, and, you know, and just kind of this general circle of ours, and he's a huge Magic fan.
I don't think he got it.
I can't remember if he was able to get his hands on that one. Honestly, like, if he Trace, I don't know if you're watching, like, hit me up, DM me, or text me. Like, if you didn't get your hands on this one, I'll just send it to you. Because, like, I like it, but I really only cared about getting Emma. That's really it. Pretty much. And, like, if there was it would have been the same thing. Like, if I could only get Emma bundled with, like, Jubilee, I'd have done the same thing for you.
I appreciate it. And Trace would too. The only thing I would add is, like, I'm so torn on your choice, because, like, I really do like that red, like the Widow. The red on it is just so stunning. But and this is so, like, 12-year-old. The flame effects on the Magic one just make me go, like, yeah, that's so sick.
It's a great looking cover. Absolutely.
But just if we had the preferences, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But yeah, unfortunately, Punk, if you missed out on it that first round, you can either not get it, or you can pay like $500, because that's what it's.
Yeah, you're probably SOL, to be honest.
Clone Geek. Oh, hey, Clone Geek finally made the jump over. Clone Geek says ASM isn't selling that well, and it's more or less filler. You're right on the latter part.
It's selling well because of all of the artist variants,
and that is what I was getting up to find, is because right here, I had to buy a fucking copy of Amazing Spider-Man. I yelled about it last time. I'm not happy about it, but I had to, because they went.
They're not proud of it.
They went, oh, you have, like, it's got the right cover. And I was just talking with Andrew about this. It's like, they keep doing this, and it's like, okay, I know that if I'm buying it only for the cover, but it technically counts as a sale for you. So take my $5, you bastards. So unfortunately, ASM does still sell well.
It's messed up.
But it is, like, more or less filler, and just know that it's not selling specifically because people want to read that book. It just gets millions of variant covers, especially if there's, you know, the timeless ones. Andrew just bought the Timeless Warbird one, and that's an amazing book, and that technically counts. All right, this is a perfect lead-in. Punk says, I don't remember the Superman Batman Compact comics. Well, that is because it is not out yet.
They haven't done one.
Comes out next week. It's right about to get here. But before next week hits, we are going to take you through these, first 13 issues of this series from...
Yeah, we're going to sell you all on picking up this series, this compact. And to be clear, these compact books are thick. This is a whole arc. Like, this is the Court of Owls one right here. This is the Batman Hush one. Yeah, he's got the Superman. Is that the Authority?
No, it's
Birthright. Okay,
yeah, the
that's right.
one.
They did Birthright and All Star Superman, or the Superman ones.
Yeah,
so
but
far,
like,
right?
this thing is.
But it's thick.
Fat.
$10. These are $10. They're the size of a manga.
Double the size of my phone.
Right.
Like,
which means they're compact. They're very easily slid into a bag. You take them with you. Like, these are for rereads and reading, like, on the go. Yeah, you can read them at home as well, but the convenience of them is what it's all about. And so I am psyched to add a 7th format that I own the Return of Supergirl on.
Yeah.
Well, because I have it digitally.
I was gonna wait for this, but we're here. So let's do this. Before we get into it, I'm gonna highlight you. Andrew, show everybody how much we love this arc. How much do you love the Return of Supergirl arc?
I have this arc in 6 different formats, 5 of which I have on hand, 1 of which is in another short box in storage. But I have the single issues signed by the colorist right here, which is Michael Turner's colorist, Peter. Beautiful covers, every single one of them. All of these are iconic images.
Peter Steigerwald.
Yeah, Peter Steigerwald. He colored all of his stuff since.
Oh, honestly, is he like Adam. Is it like Jim Lee and Sinclair?
He was Michael Turner's Alex Sinclair. Absolutely, that's exactly what he was. And here's the super iconic one, which you might recognize from the thumbnail for tonight's episode. And so I've got it there. I had it pulled out when I was reading it earlier. I have the soft cover trade right here, which was actually fun fact. In college,
is the band foil? Is that cover? What? That's cool.
They stopped doing that.
That's fucking cool.
The first printings of these trades, whether it was the soft cover or the hard cover, the band was foil.
Dude, I had no idea. That's awesome. That's sad that they don't do that. Yeah.
It is, yes, super sad. Like at my shop has a bunch. They don't have Return of Supergirl, ironically enough, but they have almost every other arc from Superman, Batman, like the trades, this style. Before they started like combining them into like those two arc collections. And so they have a bunch of them. None of them are the foil ones. And I was like, I got the foil ones.
I got this. I got this.
I picked this up in college. As like my return to comics after I'd taken a few years off. And this was the first thing that I picked up. Yeah. So there's a little bit of history there. I've also got the hardcover version of it as well.
And it's the first print, everyone. Look at that one.
And is
that one too. On the hardcover, it looks like the band actually goes on the spine.
It does.
On the softcover one, it looked like it ended.
Yeah. Does. And I have the standard issues without them being foil. I have them digitally through Comixology. And then lastly, I'm not going to take it down because that would require me moving my Pyra and Mithra stuff. But this red book that you guys see behind Pyra here, that's behind my Xenoblade 2 art book. That is the Artist Gallery edition of Michael Turner's Superman, Batman, Return of Supergirl arc. What it is, it's strictly his pencils. All of it.
Oof.
The entire thing.
They don't do those anymore, man.
They don't. And then the back of it is every single individual art piece he did for DC.
Really?
So it's concepts, it's covers, it's splash pages.
Dude, that's fucking cool.
That's the crown jewel of my comic book collection. And that's counting the fact that I have I have this cover, but the sketch version of it signed and graded.
Which, if you guys don't know this, maybe I just talked to you about it, but like variant covers, we can get them super easily now. Back then, they made like maybe one variant cover for an entire arc or like run, and those
were a lot harder.
Well, you couldn't like casually pick it up, right? They were always like behind the counter. They were always the $20 or whatever. So like to have a 2003 variant cover of anything is pretty bonkers. Like my crown jewel of that is I have I think it's actually Ed. It's an Ed McGuinness variant cover for Civil War 1 with just, it's not even Civil War related. It's just like Hulk and Spider-Man. But I was like, I remember seeing it all the time when I was a kid, and then I was at a con, and it was in like a $3 box. So I was like, hell yeah, like I'm just getting that.
$3, heck yeah.
But also, you're also, well, not neglecting, but you also have like 5 different statues of the Supergirl piece of her with her arms out in the thumbnail that we were just looking at.
The most iconic one, I'll just grab it.
I just don't know how heavy those ones are.
This is also one of the crown jewels of my statue collection.
Yes.
This was given to me as a birthday present.
It's so good.
It is basically a 1-to-1 replica of that cover we just showed off. That's also for the thumbnail.
What was this called? This was called like the artist showcase like line or something like that, right?
What the heck was it called?
Or like DC Premiere?
It was the DC Designer Series.
That's what it was. The designer. That's what it was. Yeah. So
DC Designer Series. So I also have an art journal one of Supergirl that's from he did a cover.
I didn't know that.
He did a cover that was the DC animated Justice League Unlimited.
Oh, right. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about now. Yes.
Yeah, I've got that one as well.
Where she's like sort of like, it almost looks like she's blowing a kiss, but she's not like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. I like that cover a lot because I like that Supergirl a lot.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I grew up with that Supergirl.
Yeah, that was the one when we were that was Superman the Animated Series Supergirl. So all of that to say, guys, is clearly we love this arc. Obviously, but unfortunately, I can't speak as much to my Public Enemy's love, mostly because while I have all of that stuff, maybe like 2 trades less of it collected. I think I have it in like 3 or 4 different forms. It's all packed away. It's all packed away back in San Diego. I unfortunately can't grab anything out, but I think Andrew did do a fantastic job of setting the stage and letting you guys know that's how good this is. Like, we really want to sell you on this because they are foundational to us. They are just the toppest quality that you're going to get from a lot of these characters. There's a great Trinity moment in here that we would never get in modern DC anymore. So we really wanted to show the credentials there to just really reinforce that we're going to be honest with you, as we always are. And the fact that we're going to be honest and we're going to be so beaming is really just a testament to how good this series is. How
this was like top tier early 2000s comics.
Well, like, so what we're about to get into, guys, is the first 13 issues, because it's 6 issues for the Public Enemies arc, a 1-issue interlude, and then a 6-issue arc for the Return of Supergirl. 13 issues in a row. Like, what? Like, what am I trying to say? Like, Andrew, can you imagine that kind of run now? Right? Like maybe Gail Simone's Ultimate is going, but
that's about it.
But like
those 2, and even Uncanny X-Men had like 1 issue where it was like that was fine.
It was like, the mall issue.
Yeah, it was the mall issue where it was like it had a cool moment or 2, but overall the issue was like this is clearly a setup issue, and there's there's groundwork that's being laid for later on, and that's fine. We're like, let's let her cook. That's okay.
Of course.
We weren't like tripping about. We weren't like all of a sudden, this book is trash. Blah blah blah. We're just like, okay, so this was
slowed down. It hit Psylocke speed.
Oh yeah, like we shifted down. We did some downshifting with that issue, but then she ratcheted it back up again.
Oh yeah,
okay, well fine.
And then we broke the clutch. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's somebody didn't know what they were doing with the manual, right? But beyond those 2 books, like there are very few books that are that consistent these days. You'll have plenty of books. We talk about it all the time on the show, and I know we got to get going on this arc.
I know,
but we talk about it all the time on the show, where like you can find genuinely not just good but great comics from even DC and Marvel today. You just have to wade through some meh and some bleh, right? Like, but they can be found, and you can find some that are like mostly great, and then you have a few gems that are just basically all great. Like Ultimate Spider-Man by Hickman has been all great. Uncanny X-Men by Simone, as much as I want to shoot myself in the face for saying it, has basically been all great. You know, all new Venom has been like mostly great, and if it's not great, it's good.
It's good, yeah. Like I'm trying to think, like the only like not great issues are really just the exposition heavy, like the move the plot ones, which not bad. It's just like, okay, it's a weekly installment, right? So it's like, okay, that's what we got to do this week. Not exciting, but then we get to, she stabs Flash in the gut or whatever. Like it's still really, really good.
Exactly.
But like this to even emphasize it even more for this book is that not only did we get 13 issues in a row and more, but these 13 specifically, but they're sort of like I was trying to almost say at the beginning, is that they are so like, they're just good entry points into the DC universe. They're good. They touch on everything, but they bring you in. They don't make you feel isolated. The way I was trying to describe it to Andrew before we started, because I was like, please tell me there's a word. And he's like, I think it's just that feeling that we have to describe. And think about something like Earth's Mightiest Heroes, right? Which is the Avengers cartoon. It benefited from the, like, it wouldn't exist without all 70 years of Marvel history, right? Because they pull on,
right,
Atlantis Attacks and Secret Invasion and all of this stuff. But because they're sort of doing their own like timeline of it, they're able to sort of streamline the story in a way that more makes sense than it might in the comics. Very much less convoluted, right? Like Secret Invasion in Earth's Mightiest Heroes, they all start fighting. They end up going up against the Masters of Evil. At the very end, they beat like I think it's like Madam Viper or Hydra, whatever she is in that show.
Yeah.
And after they knock her out, she turns into a Skrull, and they go, "Whoa, wait a minute! Like, what is that?" And then in the post like show epilogue, Captain America walks into his quarters, turns on his computer, and he changes, and he's a Skrull, and he starts talking to like the Supreme Intelligence. In the comics, it was, oh, here's Elektra's body, but then also Hank Pym was different during this time. And then, oh yeah, we said this was normal Tony, but this was actually like Skrull Tony. It gets convoluted because that's just comics. We know that, that's how we accept it. But things like Earth's Mightiest Heroes still is able to capture all of the magic of these arcs and the storytelling, but streamline it, bring it, make it more presentable, or more palpable. That's probably the best way to put it, to the average viewer or the newcomer. And I think these two arcs are just that level of just good. I wish I had a better descriptor for it, but like, if you wanted to do a Supergirl movie, ideally yes, never look at Tom King's work for inspiration, but you could have just gone here, and you could have gone beat for beat, and it would have been perfect. At any time you could do it.
Supergirl has never been better than she was in this era of DC. And that includes the late, great Peter David.
I actually agree with that, because
who had an incredible run in terms of just overall storytelling.
He had bad cards, though.
He did about as good as anybody could possibly do with the cards dealt. Right?
Matrix Supergirl. Yeah, let's go off the deep end.
Bonded with an angel and ectoplasm. Oh, like, wow, like, who signed off on this idea? But he told good stories.
He did.
But just underneath the story was like, but what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Right. And that's part of that is why, like, Jeff Loeb had that idea of, and anybody that picks up the trade, and I doubt they'll have it in the compact because it doesn't look like it's a thing that they do. But there's commentary and a letters page in the trade collected volume of this arc that's Jeff Loeb talking about, like, actually bringing the story to life and what that looked like, what that took, what the process was, what it was like conceptualizing, actually bringing real Supergirl back into the DC universe.
Real
actual Supergirl, not like an alien ectoplasm bonded with an angel or some clone or something from another universe, right? Which is why we have Power Girl and things like that. It's like, no, Prime or whatever universe,
we're in now. God,
Earth
I know.
Zero or Earth Prime or whatever.
Earth Prime, Zero Prime. We talked about this. Yeah,
DC doesn't even know anymore, right? Just Supergirl with the most simplistic possible background. She's Clark's cousin from Krypton. She was sent on ahead of him, but her ship crashed and got thrown off course.
That's what I was actually going to highlight here, is that, to your point, the streamlining, even like this, Loeb gives us the perfect Supergirl origin. Like, you can't get better than this. And I was specifically going to talk about that element because in her original story, there are two different, pre-crisis, there are two different origins for her, or at least for her ship, right? Like, one is it launches and it gets hit by the like explosion of Krypton and it goes off course. And so it just like spirals, and then it eventually detects Cal's like pod and goes, oh, that way. And then that's how she lands. Obviously, when Cal is, Superman still.
He's an adult, yeah.
The other one was slightly like that, but it's Kara gets off of Krypton, and then she hits like a time wormhole. And then she pops out immediately, and then it's like, oh, it's been 3 seconds since Krypton blew up, but now it's, 30 years in the future or whatever. And like, you got closer with that one, but it's still like, unnecessary to do the time warping thing. Whereas here, we actually get, we'll get into it, but it turns out that she was in the ship. It was ready to go when Krypton blew up. But right when it's about to launch, Krypton blows. And so the ship gets like smashed into all the debris and becomes a meteor. Or gets impacted in an asteroid meteor. And so that gets it thrown off course. That makes a lot of sense, right? Like, again, what we're about to get into for Supergirl in a little bit, like, you could just drop that into any point in any DC adaptation, and it's a perfect introduction for her. But before we get into the Supergirl of it all, which is where I'll probably let Andrew take the reins, we do have
take us on Public Enemies.
Yes, we do have Public Enemies, which, to what we were just saying, I will say that if that's a perfect Supergirl origin story, what we get here is a perfect, like, superhero team up, make the heroes fight each other sort of thing without getting too convoluted, without digging too much into it. As I'm speaking, I just realized probably one of the best ways to sum up these 13 issues is what Grant Morrison said. So in 2011, Grant Morrison, you've probably all seen that quote where, a kid can read a comic book and he'll go, Superman can fly. The Batmobile has, tires. Cool. But you start talking to an adult and they start getting into the nitty-gritties of things. How does Superman propel himself? Who, refills Batman's batarangs? Nobody does. It's made up. Just accept it. Like, we don't have to. The more you dig into this,
unless you're
the
Chuck
dumber
Dixon,
it gets.
who will he'll come out with an idea where it's like, oh wow, I didn't ever think of it that way.
Right.
Chuck Dixon's like a logistics guy. Like, that was one of the reasons why his run on Batman specifically stuck out, because before that, most people hadn't. Because just to your point, most people never thought about that deeper stuff because we didn't care. We were like, it's comics, it's superheroes. I don't
we
I
can
don't
get it.
care.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Like, I can put that level of, like, I can separate this out as fiction and fantasy. There's that level of disbelief that's perfectly fine. But then you get somebody like Chuck Dixon who's like, I get that, but I'm also kind of a logistics guy. So I'm going to give you what you didn't think you actually needed or wanted. And so I'm going to add in all of these things where it's like, it's not a make or break, but it's kind of like
well,
it's
but
actually kind of cool.
Well, here's the difference in those sort of approaches, right? Is when Chuck does it, normally, since he normally deals with more like grounded superheroes, right? Like your Batmans, your Horsemans.
Very much so.
He's not getting into like, oh, here's Alfred doing the insurance for the Batmobile every week, right?
Yeah, not stuff like that.
He will say like, oh, the tires didn't pop because I gave it, double titanium lined rims or whatever, right? Like, I have bat wheels on it. That's why they didn't pop. He'll get into it like that. Yeah. Or he'll be like, the batarang curved like that because I gave it, I put two like holes in it to make it like curve Chuck will do that, which is, that's cool. That's not really taking away from anything. That's still
no.
So
it's adding flavor.
It's adding
not
exactly
like adding unnecessary exposition.
Because what it is, guys, that what Andrew's talking about here, if you're not over explaining things, people, even if they're not like, let's say like actively intelligent or whatever, as human beings, one of the magic things in our brains is that it will help us understand as we need to understand it, right? So if Andrew and I right now were to go watch a Superman movie and we saw Superman flying, both of us might have different ways we got to it, but our brains would both go like, that is a guy flying. Here is just whatever gymnastics I have to do internally to make you go like, yeah, like you've seen a guy like move in the water, or you've seen a guy jump. Now just sort of like put that in motion, and your brain will fill in that gap and make you go, in that undefinedness, your brain helps you out. And that's what sells it to you specifically. Again, Andrew and I had different connections getting there, but we both turn around and we go like, that guy was flying. Like, that was cool. What I'm talking about, or not like what I'm talking about, the other end of it rather, is, I don't know if you've ever seen this, Andrew, but I don't even remember where it's from, but it was canon up until I think New 52. Superman. So somebody was like, how does Superman, if Superman goes to catch a plane, realistically, if Superman's stops it and like does that impact, the plane should theoretically crumble. Right? Because that's physics.
Right, because point of impact on a smaller surface against a larger object with a larger surface, right? You're playing with physics there. You're going to he should be punching straight through, or he's going to palm straight through that plane's nose, right?
Funny enough, if you guys remember last week where we highlighted DCX Sonic 4, he does that to the egg machine bot. He just so sometime in like the 2000s when everybody started getting like embarrassed of superhero stuff, like that's how we got the leather X-Men suits, right? Somebody, I forget who it was. It's not a Jeff Johns and it's not a Mark Waid, but it is somebody who's like prominent. I'll try to remember. I'll at least try to tell you, Andrew, after the show. But they invented like Superman has an unconscious, like as part of his Kryptonian biology, a like physics nullifying field, so that if he touches something, like the field negates all of the physics, so he can manipulate it as he wants. And it's like, okay, you've answered that question. But now you've opened up 700 million, and now you've put in my brain, like since you put in that like checklist or that item, now my brain has to try and register it through that, and it just goes, that's actually stupid. Like, now how does that work? Because you established it too hard, your brain can't make that connection. So I don't even remember where we were going with that one. Where were we going with that one? I know we were setting up Public Enemies. We were setting up Supergirl.
I'll be honest.
Yeah, I think
we just kind of rabbit trailed there.
I think we kind of just rabbit trailed there into believability and all that stuff. But yes, so as I was saying,
it's because we were talking about Grant Morrison and like how he describes.
That's
like,
right.
A child will view Superman in such a way, an adult will view them in a slightly different way. Like they'll add it with yes and
rather than like
being an adult.
But yes, that's what we were talking about. And to bring it back, that is the key to Public Enemies and Return of Supergirl, is that Loeb does not overcomplicate everything here. He hits just what you need.
It's a very simplistic story.
Really, it's really simplistic, but the way, like, we'll just get into it because like it's simplistic, but it's also very much kind of not, at least in my read. So luckily, guys, this one will be probably the shorter of our coverage because it is very much a very standard superhero versus superhero sort of story. So the premise to Public Enemies, which, again, one of the reasons I didn't want to skip this arc in particular was really just for this first issue, because we open up with a pretty, like, 8 pages or so of Superman and Batman, monologuing.
It's a contrasting set of pages. It's contrasting storytelling where and Loeb does a really great job of this throughout the series. He does it a lot to different degrees depending on the arc. But in Public Enemies, it's probably at its best because that's what the highlight is, right? Because in the Return of Supergirl arc, the focus is ultimately Supergirl, and they try to not take away from that. But he looks at it through the lenses of Clark and through Bruce. And so you get really interesting dichotomies there. But in Public Enemies, it's just Bruce and Clark are the focus, and he's giving you these really cool snapshots of their lives and how they're viewing the world, how they're approaching their duty, their jobs, through really good monologues, internal monologues.
Very good monologues.
Not some like I'm gonna fall asleep expositional internal monologue.
No, like Arrow, right? Like the city has failed. It's bleeding. It's none of that.
He's not over explaining stuff. He's writing thought-provoking things and things that actually sound like this character would actually say that.
Like right here, we honestly could just sit here and I could read off all of these and I would be like, this is great. But I think right here, 3 pages in, this sort of sets that tone where Clark, he's thinking to himself, my parents taught me to side with justice. I came from another planet with powers and abilities far beyond those of other men. I'm known as a hero, an inspiration, a champion. It's been a good life. And then you go to Bruce and he goes, my parents' killer was never brought to justice. I cloak myself in the very shadows the gunman used to hide his face from me. I'm known as an urban myth, a frightening creature, the boogeyman. It is not a life I would wish on anyone. Like, that's such a... Start Batman v Superman off like that. Like, right, I got goosebumps off of that, like just reading it. Yeah, it's so good.
That's super poignant and thoughtful.
And then while we're here, just to sort of highlight what Andrew was saying about the art, like Ed McGuinness here, he is super, super clean. It's very much, it's like a clean version of like the 90s art. Yeah, there's no extraneous lines. Everything is like perfectly defined, and it's cartoony and soft and round, but also kind of realistic at the same time. I don't know if I have the right terms for it, but it is it's good. It's stylized and it's really, really good. Like yes, Turner does like amazing in the next art, and it's kind of hard to ignore Turner's art. But like, don't forget that in here, Ed is doing an amazing job with Public Enemies.
Ed McGuinness's art very much, not necessarily in the realism aspect, but in the idealized aspect, draws this very almost Olympian Greek sculpted out of ivory style, right? Where they do look, they're perfectly defined.
They're like statuesque.
Yeah, and it works so well. It feels very classic superhero. It feels like, you look back at more of those like maybe like late golden age or some silver age comics, right? In the way that characters' upper bodies were shaped, and you're like, this is like peak version of that.
It's like right before we hit the image revolution, and instead of being like stylized big chest, we got the Liefeld big chest, which was just like, oh, you've got pecs on your nipples. All right, cool. So yeah, it again, like that's why Turner and McGuinness here, you put two of these great artists on these arcs, like everybody's gonna like this art. Everybody's gonna be like, oh, this is what like comics can do. So whether they meant it or like this was their aim or not, I don't know. It was 2003. Good. What did I care about? Or 2005. I was 15. I was about to get my license and start crashing cars. I wasn't reading behind the scenes interviews with Marvel, but it's one of the things that helps sell both of these. So in Public Enemies, we start out, it's very simple. We start out with Superman patrolling the city. He notices a disturbance at Star Labs. He flies down, he finds it is Metallo just going on a rampage. He puts Metallo down. He goes to find Bruce because he learned some information. And this is where they finally start teaming up together. And, oh, whoops, I went to the wrong thing. There's also another great exchange here. Why is it this one? Why? That is not what I was looking at. There we go. This is the right one. So yes, after Metallo, Superman goes, what? Why was Metallo at Star Labs? And he goes to find Bruce. I love this little exchange here where Bruce he's in a grave. He's doing his little, detective thing, getting evidence. And he just goes, you. And it's Superman. And he goes, I hate it when he just appears like that. And Superman goes like, I have to admit it. I love being able to do that to him. Like, again, friends. I really hate any sort of version of Batman that makes him like Pattinson broody, right? Because like, yes, he's stoic and he's dark, but he's still human. He wants to, see the better in people. He has Robins, so he wants, sociality. So from there, we whoa, I'm in the wrong windows. So from there, Metallo shows up, starts thrashing the place, shoots Clark with a kryptonite bullet. That so long story short, they fight Metallo. Batman saves Bruce from Metallo, and we eventually learn that the reason Metallo was in Star Labs or whatever was going on is because somebody, presumably President Luthor, as we'll get into, planted information in the Star Labs system that said Metallo was actually Joe. It wasn't Joe Chill didn't kill the Waynes. It was Metallo, which this at the time was something plausible. We hadn't really gone into the big Joe Chill thing like we have in recent years. And Metallo does have a history of being on hard times, before he goes and he gets his surgery. So at the time in 2005, this was a real whoa. Again, this was like the first time we ever had like a revelation about the Wayne's parents. So it wasn't overdone like it is now. So in the moment, you're like, oh my gosh, like what is this going to be? And at the same time, we discover that there is a giant meteor of a giant
a
piece of
giant
Krypton
kryptonite meteor
just
on the way,
rocketing straight towards Earth.
That's a bad day for
it's
anybody
bigger than Pluto.
Is
Saturn.
Yeah, that's a bad day for anyone who originated from Krypton.
For anybody. You know. Oh my God,
or
dude!
Who shares their weakness, and I'm pretty sure it's in
it's in Return of Supergirl, where they talk about it.
No, it's in here it is. It's in Search for Kryptonite. Actually, this one is also first printing with the foil band. This one was actually written by Michael Green, but this one deals with the fallout of what happened after that meteor crashed, and kryptonite suddenly went from being a very rare substance on Earth to being
everywhere,
pretty darn common. All of a sudden, Earth was uninhabitable for Superman and the rest of his Kryptonian kind of family, right? So like Kara and Krypto and
Power
Connor,
Girl and Connor.
Yeah, exactly. And so anybody who had a kryptonite weakness, it was a bad time. And so this story, Batman says it in an internal monologue that we're going to make the Earth safe for Superman again.
But,
which is a really interesting line.
It is a really interesting line. And now I feel bad because I was going to make a really stupid joke that feels like it's undercutting the fact that that is a really poignant line and we should talk about it. But I was going to say like, well, enough about Superman Unlimited. Let's get back to Superman Batman. Because this is literally, like, I just realized it. That's the exact same plot that we're going through right now. Except it's, we're like using the kryptonite instead of it just being like
was done
around.
Really, really well. Yeah.
So, but that aside, with that, when Luthor sees the meteor coming, as in his capacity as president, as he is right now in canon, he says, Justice League, you need time to go, stop, or I just tripped myself up. He goes, Justice League, that Krypton, like that big piece of Krypton's coming. It's clearly Superman's fault. Go arrest him. And, Batman as well, if he's around with him. Mostly he cares about Superman, but then Batman gets sort of swept up in his wake. So we end this issue, or rather, we go, okay, who is the Justice League here? Because we've got Captain Atom, Major Force, and silhouettes. They're pretty easy to make out if you know who they are. I mean, one of them literally has the Green Lantern ring lighting up. So you're like, you know who it is. But off of this, we go to, well, first of all, I really loved, or it's not here, or this is a setup to something I love later, but they, with Clark having been shot by the kryptonite bullet by Metallo, Bruce tries to get him to the Batcave. They get to a secret entrance and Alfred is there and says, stop. And he's like, Alfred, it's me, lets him through. And Batman's like, you have a butler with a gun protecting all of this? And he's just like, not even like Mr. Freeze's like freeze ray. And Batman is just sort of like, not now, like move on.
I don't need any of that. I've got Alfred.
Yeah, I've got Alfred. And so eventually they all get patched up. Batman and Superman start fighting because Batman discovers the information about Metallo maybe killing his parents, and Superman's like, that's what I was coming to tell you about. What do you want? We then get a very weird interlude where a Superman who looks like the Kingdom Come Superman shows up to their present time. He's not the exact same one. He's from a slightly different future. Don't worry, it's not really applicable to these 13 issues. He really just shows up for a moment here to brawl with Superman, come back, and he's like, you're going to try and stop that meteor, but it's a bad, don't do it. You're going to destroy the world. And then our Superman wins him out before he just eventually fades out into nothingness. And from there, we see Luthor starting to sort of take advantage of the situation. He goes and addresses the nation and says, there's a giant piece of Krypton coming. It is coming because of Superman. I'm offering a reward of $100 million to anybody who can bring me Superman, which from there, it is off to the races where we get a huge bevy of DC characters. But to what Andrew and I were saying about how Loeb writes, we don't focus on anyone too long. Nothing. They don't get used in too confusing of a capacity. It's really boom,
it's very
boom,
simplistic.
Boom. Yeah, simplistic.
This person's role. And we move on.
And we move on. So we get Silver Banshee attacks Superman, Mr. Freeze, and who is it? Oh yeah, Mr. Freeze, Captain Cold, Icicle, Killer Frost. all of these, Mongol starts coming out of the woodwork. Solomon Grundy comes out of the woodwork. Everybody's just trying to go for Superman and Batman. Eventually, we learn that Grundy and Mongol are not really, or most of the villains that are here are not under their own control. They're actually being mind controlled by, where is he? Where is that page? All right, did I pass it already? Oh, no, right there. Yeah, Gorilla Grodd. Gorilla Grodd is manipulating a bunch of these villains. They take him down, knock him out. Again, we just get an amazing splash page. Sort of to what Andrew was saying, look at like the costumes he chooses, McGinnis chooses. These are very much your more leaning Silver Age, especially like look at Giganta. That's not, especially he's the hair.
Hard into the Silver Age.
He's going like Alex Ross levels. I'm only going to draw a Silver Age at this point.
Yeah.
So off of that,
I don't think Alex Ross is aware that any age exists after that one.
He drew a Harley like last week. He drew a Harley Quinn, first time ever, and I was like, "Holy crap! What are we doing here? The world is broken." But from there, the villains are all down. So all the bounty hunters essentially are down. But the Justice League is here. So we get our reveal: Major Force, Captain Atom, John Stewart, Starfire, Power Girl, Katana, Black Lightning. Kind of a weird setup.
It's a really weird setup, but it's actually a genuine. Like,
I kind of like it a lot.
If they were, so I'm not a fan of the collection of characters here. However, I will say, if there is a scenario where you could get all of these characters specifically to work very well in tandem, this would be a damn dangerous team.
It would be a dangerous team,
It'd be super powerful.
And then I'm going to just skip ahead a little bit to look for that part. But there's a part where Captain Atom talks about, like, I specifically picked all of these people, like, for a reason. Where it's like, I balanced the team as best as I could. Saddled with Major Force, I had John Stewart, the Green Lantern, to watch him. For all of Starfire's passions, Black Lightning was level-headed. And I gambled that Katana and Power Girl's loyalty to Batman and Superman would prove an asset. Perhaps, if necessary, to keep me in check. And it did. Like, that strategy of that dynamic that he's doing, like, I would read a mini, right? Like a Justice League strike or whatever you want to talk about it. Because I think I'm with you. Outside of Power Girl, I really do not even like any of the characters that are on this
I love
Justice
Starfire,
League.
But she's a Titan.
I like her. Yeah, I like her.
She's a Titan. She doesn't belong in the Justice League for me.
Even her recruitment here feels weird. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Justice League. Oh gosh, when they were doing Justice League Dark, he had Justice League. What was the one that she was on?
Oh,
that I can't remember right now. You know what I'm talking about, right?
It wasn't a team. It was a book. They were just Justice League Odyssey is what it was.
It was Odyssey. That's
where my brain was, because they're not called Odyssey. That's the book. They're just Justice League.
Had a specific team.
But they always called it like the Odyssey team. So yeah. We're on the same page. Yeah, she's on that one with I forget who.
It was a weird amalgamation, but
well, do you remember?
Like the story was good.
Do you remember?
It was Jeff Johns writing. Or Scott Snyder.
It was Snyder. The oh gosh, who was it? Well, like Starfire always kind of gets put in these really interesting dynamics. I mean, Red Hood and the Outlaws was, Starfire and Red Hood and Arsenal. On paper, not a lot in common between those three. And look at how that dynamic worked out. And then you also had there was another one with Starfire, and I had it a second ago.
She was on Teen Titans in Rebirth when Damian was leading the team, and it was was whatever. Starfire's been a Titan for decades. What are we doing here?
That was just that anything with Damian and Teen Titans just hasn't really worked. I don't know why that is. It shouldn't not work, but for some reason nobody can really land on it. But
it doesn't work because the amalgamation of the team that they decide to go with always ends up bringing in people who are like, dude, these people are veterans. These people have been like
they fought in Crisis,
Titans for a very long time. Like they don't need to be unless they're like the mentors. Yeah. In which case, okay, because Jeff Johns pulled that off perfectly well, right? In his it's right over here. In his early Titans. 2000s run.
Yeah.
right? Where you had Vic and Corey and Raven specifically as kind of like the mentor figures, especially Corey and Vic.
Yeah.
But they don't they feel like they should be the mentors in the Rebirth Teen Titans,
but they're like
they're
treated
not
on the
like they are.
But then they are. You know what I mean? Like that's the problem is they go like
okay, they can't decide. They can't make up their minds.
Yep.
Like, do you want them to be the mentors and the veterans here or not?
So like the book will open with all of them in the field being commanded by like Damien, and you go, okay, cool. So they're all on the same level. That's where we're starting this. And then you go to like they're coming back into the tower, and Starfire's like, team, like that was a terrible performance. We need more training. And it's like, wait, so you're in charge? Then why did all that? What? Like, what are you talking about? But then it's like, oh, I'm not in charge. I'm just trying to, you know, encourage them. And it's like, what are we doing? Just who's on the team? Who is on the team at this point?
Who's on the team? What are their roles? Yeah, there were some good stories in Rebirth Teen Titans. I'm not going to go on a tangent on it because we've done enough of those.
I know.
But there were some genuinely good stories, but the usage of veteran Teen Titans characters like Vic and like Corey felt super weird. And even I'm not even a Beast Boy fan. I don't actually like Beast Boy. He's my least favorite charhe's
and I still bought his fucking Fortnite skin
in that classic new Teen Titans lineup, right? Yeah, he's my least favorite of all of those, and it's like even he's still been in this role for a very long time. He should know what he's doing, and when you put him in with all these like scrubs, and you don't actually treat them like they're veterans, it's super weird. It takes me out of it.
Exactly. It takes us out of it because it goes against like what we literally saw in the page before. But to the Starfire at all, I just remembered what it was. What I was trying to say is that, interestingly enough, when you put Starfire in like a different dynamic, or like she's probably one of the more fun characters in all of comics to just throw into any team, because the Red Hood, Red Hood and the Outlaws, the Titans, Teen Titans, whatever. In 52, I don't know if you remember, that one of the big subplots, or one of the big plots of that book was her, Adam Strange and Animal Man getting stranded, like, and I think maybe Beast Boy or Cyborg was there, I can't remember, but they got like stranded out in deep space after a Zeta beam goes wrong, and so it was only those three for like 4 months, and it was a really like, okay, I remember being like, what, 15, 16, 17 when that was coming out, and being like, I don't care about it. Starfire, okay, I know her from the show. Animal Man, Adam Strange, like, what the fuck is this? And then by the end of it, I was like, no, Starfire, save them! Right? So, like, Starfire is great to throw into anywhere. But she is, even here, she feels like the most weird one, because this is clearly like a government agency, or like a government Justice League. And, okay, Major Force, Captain Atom, they're military men. Power Girl, she's a little bit more, like, she's more, high strung, right, than everybody else, and also she's a Superman ally who they would more actively like recruit because she's an adult. And then you have Katana and Black Lightning, who are, you know, they're outsiders. They're willing to get their hands dirty. I can see them going into a military team. Same with John, because he's a ex-Marine, or he is a Marine. What do you care? Is it ex-Marine if you just normally got out? Is that what it is?
No, I think
I know. Marines, I don't want to be wrong about this.
Well, I'm speaking kind of from a place of ignorance outside. I do have
we put that
former family that's been in that, and no friends who have. So like,
same here.
I want to say if I'm remembering correctly, and that's with that caveat, I think they have the mentality of once a Marine, always a Marine. There's no such thing as an ex-Marine.
Yeah.
Like there's like former Army or ex-Army, and I could be even misremembering that. But like specifically like with the Marines or the SEALs, like any of
like
those
the hardcore ones, the Rangers,
like intense, or like your Rangers or your Green Berets, things like that, where it's like, no, once you're there, you're there.
Yeah.
So you might not be active duty anymore, but that's still what you are, right?
Yeah.
With the caveat,
we're both
willing to be incorrect,
which is hey, at least we're being honest, everybody. We both do not know. I presented that as like is this it? We're not sure. Let us know in the comments in the chat if you're a Marine, or if you know a Marine, or if you want to do a Google search for us, that would help. But then so then Starfire is there, and that's just like carefree Teen Titan Starfire all of a sudden. Like who fought against her planet's government because she didn't like slavery. Like, I don't know. Why is she signing up so fast? So I don't even think there was even an explanation. I think Jeff Loeb just did it. I don't think they reference it at all ever again. Like, there's no Titans issue where Starfire's like, sorry, I missed that mission. I was out in Washington or whatever. So from there, we keep going. We get just more brawls, more of just Ed McGuinness's super idealized, like, superhero art.
Ron Campbell's Rivals covers right now, just so you know.
Huh? Oh, we are. Man, why did it keep going? I keep hitting the wrong button. Thank you. Okay, yes. Back to McGuinness having everybody
I'm not going to complain about seeing Campbell's Emma, but, like, for purposes of what we're trying to convey to the audience, it might be confusing.
Hey, look at that. We've got Jonas. He says, hey, you're reviewing a comic I actually own. Yes, we are. I'm glad you do own this one. A gentleman and a
scholar.
Yes, that means you have taste. I mean, you're watching us, so of course you have that. But yeah, not a lot to talk about this week, so we thought we'd entertain everybody by selling you guys on the compact edition release of this arc that is coming out next week. But yeah, Jonas, what's up, man? Always a pleasure to see you. Just here, I think this is a good splash to sort of show how McGuinness, like, look at, like, what am I trying to say here? The way he draws, like, his superheroes in action, he really plays into the superhero-ness of it. Like, you've got Batman doing a flip with his, like, cape, going over his arms. You've got Superman actually, like, breathing his ice breath and freezing Green Lantern, not just, like, there, but also, like, his flight trail, right? Like, this shot in the corner of him fighting Captain Atom where he's, like, almost doing the Jesus pose, like the Zack Snyder thing. Very, very idealized superhero fighting. So I could just gush on that forever. I'll try not to do it as much, but we eventually we go back to President Luthor so Superman and Batman, they really easily take care of that Justice League. They steal away Katana and Power Girl to sort of talk to them and be like, what is going on? I know you're sort of like a sleeper agent. You're more loyal to us than him. In the meantime, Luthor is, everybody is sort of realizing, like, maybe Superman isn't the villain. Maybe all of we can't stop him. He's sort of losing control on the situation. And we get Amanda Waller. So he's like, you know what? I got to take this into my own hands, blah, blah, blah. And how do I say this? So obviously you guys can see here, Amanda Waller, the Wall herself, Suicide Squad director. She is here. She is serving as the president's, like, meta-human liaison, which is kind of what she's always done before she goes in and runs Task Force X. But I really, really liked, like, this to me is my idealized version of Amanda Waller, right? Like,
where she looks like a freaking brick house.
Yeah, because, like, to me, the character of Amanda Waller is so take no shit that, like, she might, like, not even not know, like, she knows she's, like, stocky and fat and maybe, like, not the most attractive person in the world. But she's like,
I definitely hated the Amanda Waller in the CW.
Yes,
I thought
that was bad.
The worst version of the Amanda Waller. Like, she was, and this is, I want to clarify something.
Yeah.
I like Zoe Saldana a lot. I think she's very pretty.
Absolutely.
I think she's a talented actress. I think she's been cast in some really great roles. I think she's a fantastic Gamora. However, Amanda Waller should not look like Zoe Saldana. And in the CW, she kind of did. In terms of, like, body type is what I mean.
I mean, she was thin and she was hot. Just like they did that in the New 52. They made Amanda Waller, like, thin and hot. She kind of looked like Silencer, and it was like,
I do think that for all of that movie's flaws, of which there are many, David Ayer's Suicide Squad movie, I think the casting of Waller was done very well.
I really like Viola Davis. Yeah,
Viola Davis is just, like, a top tier actress. Like, you're not gonna get a bad, like, you could not like the character, you could not like the movie she's in. Whatever is wrong with that movie and whatever the weakest link is, she's not it.
Yeah.
It's not her. The problem isn't her. Whatever the movie is, it's very likely not her fault because she's that good of an actress.
Did you see
she was great in that movie.
The Suicide Squad? Did you see that one?
James Gunn's one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate it.
Okay. Yeah, no.
I like Ayers more, even though it's a bad movie. but I have fun with it. Whereas Guns feels like he's jerking himself off to all the gore porn that he puts on it.
I can see that.
To me, it's like you can get away with a very violent film when it comes to Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
You can, and make it like goofy and campy and funny. It doesn't feel that way for me when I watched that movie. It just kind of felt, I was just kind of uncomfortable. And I'm not one who shies away from gore. Like, I play the Ninja Gaiden games and the Resident Evil games. Those are gory games, right? I don't have a problem with violence and gore in entertainment, but it has to be done well. And that movie just felt like, hey, I'm sitting here and I'm slowing down this scene of this person blowing the brains and intestines out of these people on the screen for no other reason than that's what I get off to. And it was like, Gunn, I love your Guardians films. This ain't it. I hate this movie. I really hated that movie.
So I actually have the opposite read. Like, I fucking hate David Ayer's. Like, to me, that's not just a bad
bad movie.
DC movie. Like, it not just like a bad DC movie or like bad. Like, it is a masterclass in how not to make a movie. Like, it is just from head to toe. Aside from like the casting, everything in that movie just pisses me off.
I don't disagree with any of that.
In Guns, I at least find some enjoyment in certain parts. Like, I'm with you. Like, of all of his films, I think The Suicide Squad is probably his most like, I'm James Gunny, right? And it's like, dude, chill out, like, stop. And I get that, but still, like, the scene where like Peacemaker and Idris Elba like go through the camp and they're all like, it's that one shot of them like taking out all the soldiers. That's more entertaining than anything I saw in David Ayer's. But all of that aside, the reason I brought up the Suicide Squad is actually because Viola Davis does reprise her role as Waller in Guns. It's in like the very end, and he plays it up. So what, if for those who haven't seen it, the movie ends with you know, the Suicide Squad is going to go fight Starro and save that Corto Maltese. She's saying like, no, that's not your mission. If you don't come back, I'm going to blow your like brain bombs. There's a moment where they're all like, all right, fine. And they're like defiantly walking. And she's like screaming really, like she's like losing her mind at them. She's like, suicide, like she's like spitting. Gunn is obviously like playing this up to be like, look at how ridiculous she is. But to me,
I think it's meant to be like, look how ridiculous and stupid the government can be, is I think what he was poking at there.
Which, like, I get that, yeah, but I read it different. Like, if that's what you were going for, I think you're, like, again, Gunn, stop trying too hard. But if we just take that moment out, right, yeah, but if we just take that moment of Waller, like, yelling, that, to me, is, like, still a, like, Davis is still a perfect Waller. Like, I can see Waller at her most, like, losing her mind like that. It like, because again, yeah, she's like screaming and she's angry, but she's not like belligerent. She's not just like, right? Like, she's like, I'm telling you an order. Like,
yeah,
I'm like, that is like, yeah, Davis, you're a great Amanda Waller. But all of that to say is like, to me, yeah, and to both of us, Waller isn't like, her not being hot is part of it, right? Like, that's part of her.
Yeah, she's not supposed, look, if you want a hot black female character in comics, you have options.
You have so many options.
Over in I won't even bother like listing out a bunch. I'll just drop one for each. In Marvel, you have Aurora. Aurora is one of my all-time favorite, not just X-Men, but Marvel characters in general. I love Aurora Monroe. Storm is amazing. In DC, you got Vixen.
It's so funny you say that, because like they tried and it didn't take with the CW and then they just gave up, which is like, guys, that's not how you do, like, just try again. Vixen's a good character. You just missed with that.
Not just she's a good character, but she's not a hard character to get right. There's not rocket science involved. It's very simplistic. Like, and you can explore fun things like the whole totem stuff with like where she draws upon the power and the energy of each of these different animals and whatnot. Like, there's cool storytelling stuff you can do with that. But like, otherwise, Vixen is a fairly simplistic character, and she's cool. She's really cool. And that's one of the reasons why there are a lot of people who kind of look down upon Brad Meltzer's run on Justice League in the early 2000s for various reasons. A lot of it I find tends to come down to those people have one particular DC hero that's like their favorite. Like I actually had a boss when I was working at GameStop who he was a massive DC Comics fan, but his favorite character was Green Arrow, and he hates Brad Meltzer's run for other
what
reason
it does to
than the fact
Green
that
Arrow.
it's Red Arrow on the Justice League.
Oh, that's what he's getting.
That's what he gets pissed off about, and it's like,
that's not even really that valid. Like, because okay, while you're saying that, I was gonna go like, I would qualify as one of those people. Like, I actually really do not like Brad Meltzer's run, and then you were like, oh, but then everybody has like a specific thing, and I was like, oh, not me, because you're gonna say like, oh, they didn't like how that character was treated, and I'm like, I just think it's all badly written. But to go, I hate this because that's not like the character I wanted in this. It's like, okay, deduct a point, but then grow up or whatever. Like,
yeah.
But yeah, Vixen would work if you want to do that. But to the Amanda Waller of it all, yeah. So this is where Luthor starts going kind of off the rails. He gives this really deep kiss to Amanda Waller, or she's like, what is going on? What are you doing? He just kind of like shuts her up with a kiss, and it doesn't. I see a lot of people posting this.
It's kind of a strange moment. It gets posted out of context a lot, but it is kind of like out of context, definitely a weird moment.
Out of context, it's a weird moment. In context, I actually don't think it is that much because this is Lex. When his ego gets, pushed, he starts, losing his grip on things. He starts acting really manic. And as we discover in a couple pages, these injections that he's giving himself are it's a mixture of kryptonite and Venom's Bane or Bane's Venom serum, which makes you crazy. So like at this point, I like this because to me it sells how fucking out he is, right?
He's off the rails.
Like,
he's
exactly.
a little unhinged.
That's what sells it to me. And so like it is weird, and I think that's the point. But yes, so Luthor, takes Amanda Waller back. Everybody goes, what's going on? They have one final fight with Major Force and Captain Atom. Captain Atom saves the world from Major Force, who was going to blow up and let all the energy out. We then get the JSA gets in on it, and we have Captain Marvel and Hawkman coming out to fight Bruce and Clark. We get some pretty cool moments again. I forgot about this, but I kind of wish they would bring it back, Andrew. This Claw of Horus weapon, I totally forgot that Hawkman even has it. It really is just like a big power glove, but it's cool. Like, look at it.
and because it's magic, it actually is effective against soups.
Yes. And to that point, I guess I want to mention this too. We've been skipping over it, but throughout all of this fight, you see a lot of Batman and Superman being strategists, right? Like, okay, throw him this way, I'll do that, da-da-da-da-da. In this moment, we get, Captain Marvel is kicking Clark's butt, Hawkman is kicking Batman's butt. They decide to castle, which is a chess term, which means you just swap your pieces. Yep. And they do that, and as Clark is taking Hawkman up, and he's like, all right, I'm going to take you out of this fight, Hawkman goes, do you think you're the only one who knows what castling is? And then he puts on the magic glove, and oh, I got him. And then Batman is left to...
That's cool. That's a cool, like... Hawkman fans like got to eat good there for a page because like he's a character people forget often. He's been around for a minute. Like he's been around in a reincarnation cycle for millennia, and so it would be unbelievable, like in the narrative sense, as a reader,
to not come equipped.
Yeah, for him to not be equipped, for him to be unprepared, for him to not understand strategy. And so this was a genuinely cool moment of like even if you're a major Superman fan and you don't give two rips or shakes of a rat's tail about Hawkman, you're like, Jeff Loeb was actually thinking about the characters here, right, in their full context.
And that's, to your point, I think it is good that we see, Superman and Batman get knocked around, because otherwise it's like, oh, they're perfect. Why am I, what's the threat
we don't
here?
need that. What's the point of heroes without stakes?
Exactly. And we get them both right here, where we get, Hawkman puts down Superman, Batman gets put down by Captain Marvel, and we end the issue with them, like, arrested. So, boom, Luthor is successful as far as we know. Then we get this is a fun issue to me. It's a sort of a strange issue. It is basically the Bat families and the Super families rushing the White House because they're like, Luthor, we know you've captured Superman and Batman. Give them back. And it's fun because you see all of their like interfamily dynamics without their patriarch, Superman or Batman. And then you just the like little back and forth and mind games, like Robin plays with Luthor and Luthor plays back, and like but just good character like interaction moments. Plus, last appearance I think we've ever seen of Sir El, like legitimately.
Yeah, that was like just about the last time we saw Sir El, and that was I remember when the not Flash film was coming out. There were people who were like, "Oh, are they having Sir El as the
for Kara?" Yeah,
they used her design, or at least part of her design, for that, but they were also trying to pass it off as Kara. But yeah, like if you want a Supergirl that looks like that,
right here,
Sir El. Yeah,
but like we haven't after this guy's after like a year or two after this book starts, we get Infinite Crisis, and she's not there, and she doesn't come back and then she's not in the New 52, and she's not in Rebirth, and she's not in all in like.
Yeah, we haven't seen her since.
She's just been gone.
Because I don't even think in Final Crisis, when we had that moment where we have all the Supermen from all these different
she's
parts
not there.
Of the multiverse, like she's not there.
So like this is one of those Judas Traveler type new Jimmy Watch entry, right? Like just slipped through the cracks of comic book history. But the more important part of this issue is that even though Luthor, outsmarts Nightwing and Robin, which again, that makes sense because this is, even though Nightwing and Robin are smart, and this is the Tim Robin, this is Luthor. He's the smart, maybe equal to Batman, depending on how nerdy we want to get with this argument, which we will not do because it'll just take us 3 more hours. So little scene with
when
the
we got one
with the old Superman, doesn't really matter there, but eventually we get Hawkman. He appears. It looks like he's here to help rescue Batman and Superman. And Natasha Irons, Steel at the time, is like, "Oh, thank you for the help." And she's like, "Oh, can you go get Superboy and Sor-El out of this like super impenetrable chamber?" And he drops his mace and starts like lockpicking it. And she goes, "What? Hawkman doesn't do that." And he goes, "I'm not Hawkman." And then we see Luthor. He gets a visit from Captain Marvel, and he's like, "Good, you've got him. Like, report. Hello, like, report to me." And Captain Marvel's not saying anything because it was Superman and Batman who actually bested Hawkman and Captain Marvel and stole their outfits, which is just, it's so perfect. So that they could get in and like confront Luthor without all of that security coming around them. It's so good. And then we also get another one of those great Batman moments.
That was Bruce's idea.
Oh, 1,000% it was Bruce's idea. But then like,
and that's not to call.
No, not at all. No.
But Bruce is going to, if he's being written to character, he's going to take the most immediately confrontational, most stealthy approach possible.
Yes, to make it like what he wants to get there so that he's like unimpeded. I can just operate whatever I need to do.
She's the member of the Justice League that's most susceptible, aside from I guess Green Arrow, that's most susceptible to like normal means of killing somebody.
Yeah.
So he wants to mitigate and minimize that stuff as much as possible. Okay, so the fewer security guards, they're going to be shooting at me.
Or that I have to punch and like break their arms or whatever. Like, yeah, the path of least resistance, if you will.
Exactly.
But I before, like, I know I don't want to get all into the boxes again, but this is the other one I really wanted to highlight because this is where you see Clark and Bruce at like their most intense. And, they know Luthor has lied about them. He's got the world on a collision course with this meteor. And we get Superman. He, in his monologue, for years, Luthor and I have fought. My dad taught me that when the fox is in that chicken house, you have to kill it unless you plan on losing more chickens. Holding him like this, he's so small, so frail. He would snap like it was nothing. And then Batman comes in. It was not that long ago I found myself in the same position with the Joker. Jim Gordon talked me down. And that's Killing Joke. But I am not Jim Gordon. And whatever evil the Joker has brought to Gotham City, it is dwarfed by what Luthor does to this entire planet. Worse, what he does to Clark. And then, so Batman tells Luthor, Superman, like, I will not stop you. There are ways we could make it look like an accident. Or better yet, as if he disappeared without a trace. And Luthor goes, you're bluffing. And Batman just, I'm not. And he believes it because it's like, holy shit, like, this is Batman. He would do it. At that moment, they realize, like, okay, our ally in Japan has something for us. And again, this is a shock to the reader as well. We go, huh? What are they talking about? So Superman and Batman leave. Luthor finally gets into his, like, classic sort of battle suit, right? This is what I was getting at with, it touches all these good parts of the DC lore, but we're not sitting here going like, this is his classic Silver Age suit that he had in storage. It's just, he built this suit. This is the one he built right now. And we're just going to roll with it.
Which we also see in the Supergirl run that starts not too long after this.
Comes like right after this. So this is the sort of big reveal or the big climax of the series is that, God, did I hit it right? I did hit it right this time. We get Superman and Batman. They go to Japan because they're working with the new toy maker who was the grandson of like the original one. And he makes them a giant composite mech because they're like, we need something to go into space and destroy a meteor. And he's a 14-year-old Asian kid. And he goes, this is what I built.
I'm gonna make you Ultraman.
Yeah, pretty much. And then there's this great part where Batman's like, will it work? And Toy Master's like, does Power Girl have big? And then Superman, let's get going. Like, he's like, cuts him off.
And they actually play off of that. That was a fun kind of like little occasional bit that Jeff Lubb did because, or actually,
it's in this arc.
To his credit,
where is it?
Who was it that I said it was? Gosh, why am I blanking right now on the writer for Michael Green?
Yes.
So in The Search for Kryptonite, the one that I was talking about earlier, Toyman actually saves the day in here, but his price is that he wants to go on a date with Power Girl. And so they still play into the joke, they play into the bit there, and it's really it's very well done. It's very well done. And like you can picture yourself as a teenage kid and being like, I'd save the world for a date with Power.
Yes, man. Well, that's exactly what happens here. Like, I moved over it really quick, but before they get to the like Katana, Batman, Power Girl, Superman, they're like, all right, we're gonna go talk to the Toy Master, and Batman, explains to them everything hinges on the boy completing his work before Luthor finds out. But the kid makes it clear. That's what Katana goes. But the kid made it clear he only wants to talk to Superman. He's also 13 years old. Find a way to distract him. And then Power Girl's like, what's everyone looking at me for? How am I supposed to? Oh, yeah. Like,
yep.
It's pretty good. So, off of that.
Sorry, Power Girl.
Yeah. Sorry, Pete. Hey, if you got it, flaunt it. But basically,
there it is.
Off of this, we get Captain Atom says, you know what? I screwed up. I want to make things right. I'm going to pilot the ship because if I go pilot the ship, it's pretty much a suicide mission and you two are actual heroes and I'm not. In the meantime, Clark just goes whole hog against Lex. You're just getting your big classic, just knocked down, dragged down, talking about like, where does this end? Honestly, a climactic battle, if not for the fact that this is comic books and we're going to have to see Lex for the next forever and forever. But so the brawl goes on. Everything keeps happening. Luthor is losing his mind. He's like getting really desperate. He's trying to taunt Batman with the info about Metallo. And eventually it just, Superman saves the day. The Captain Atom stops the kryptonite meteor. Superman stops Luthor, but he ends up getting away. And from there, so this is just, I only want to talk about this for 1 second. So we get one weird in-between issue right here before we get into the return of Supergirl, which is about, it fills in a gap here that shows Robin and Superboy went to go talk to Toyman to get him to work with them. And so that mysterious phone call that they got that took him away from Luthor, that was them going like, hey, we got him. It's ready. Come get it. So that's all this issue is. But I do want to laugh because if you guys notice, this art style very different from Ed McGuinness, very different from Michael Turner, very more anime-y. For those of you who might remember the Dreamwave, the company Dreamwave and their Transformers comics, this was drawn by that same guy, Pat Lee, the very same Pat Lee who like bankrupted the company, ran off with all the money, all of that stuff. So I remember being a kid and reading this issue. Yeah, that Pat Lee.
Could you switch it to, because this is a really good page. Could you switch it to the full 1-page form?
Are we not? Oh, I'm not in that. Whoops. Yeah. There we go.
You're in 2-page spread format.
1 page.
Like that's really good art right there. That's understanding and a really good use of blacks and shadow. That's a tricky thing to nail down. Not all artists know how to, even genuinely good artists, they'll leave that up to the inker. They might make some guesswork with some light hatching, but a lot of times they'll leave that to the inker. However, you have your artists every now and then that understand how to make use of heavy blacks, like him, like somebody like Jack Herbert, who does the Great War of Separation at the Rippaverse. He's also done a number of DC comics. He's done a lot. He's drawn a lot of stuff, and those kind of guys that understand how to make use of heavy blacks and lighting and ambient lighting, they're an asset.
Oh yeah, no, I mean,
very valuable.
Pat Lee is a very, very good artist. Like, yes, the style change is kind of jarring, especially because it goes from like Western to Asian. But if you guys remember, like if you've ever seen any of that Transformers comic art where they have all of the super intricate like Cybertron lines on them, right? That was him. And so like he's really, really good. He's also he's kind of like Ethan Van Sciver, except nobody's holding him accountable. They were like, "Oh, you're the greatest. Can you make these books?" And he went, "Yep. Bye." And that was like kind of the end of we ever heard of it. Yeah. So again, you can see here, like he even throws in like a mecha robot for like no reason, just because that's what he likes to draw. And you can see it's very, very good, but
he does it well.
He does it well. But to bring this section to a close, I know we went on some tangents and whatnot, but that's Public Enemies. It is, like I said, it beautifully illustrated, super clean.
Oh yeah.
I highly recommend, even if you're not in it for the story or the art or anything, if you want Batman and Superman, if you want to know how they're like written, who they really are as like people, Loeb hits the nail on the head here. Like it continues.
Perfect cross sections of the characters.
Perfect cross sections of the character. Perfect cross section of the DCU. So yeah, like to me, one of the reason I love this particular arc so much is all the character, or like the Superman Batman of it all, but it really is that like you get to see all the DC universe. You see Luthor, you see the Justice League, you see the JSA, you see Toyman, like you get that. Everything is there. It does feel like an event, even though it's not a crossover event. And thankfully, this does continue into the next arc, because while we focused on the Earth-based stuff here, Loeb takes us to like an entire section of the DCU that we had no mention of in this arc. Like, well, I guess technically old Superman sits on Metron's chair, but what does that really count as? Because off of this weird anime-y issue, which even, again, guys, at the time, I was like, what? This feels so weird.
Yeah, it was a huge change in visual tone.
It was really rough to read originally. Obviously, we've grown and it's better now. But yeah, I remember just like, what happened? Where's my Batman and my Superman? But if only I could have told that young man to just wait one more month, because we would have been back and we would have
Peak. We would have Peak.
Now we begin, guys. Here we go. 7 issues into the series down. Wait. Yeah, that's right. I'm really bad at math as well. Don't worry. We finally get to the return of Supergirl. Michael Turner. I'm obviously not as big a fan of you, but I would almost argue his like mainstream magnum opus in terms of art. Like this is where you have all the marvels. Obviously things like Fathom, Witchblade, Aspen, all incredible.
Yeah, well, like,
just not made.
He had launched he had already launched Fathom, and prior to that, he had been on Witchblade. Obviously, he was instrumental in making Witchblade what it was. Like, Silvestri could have also made Witchblade what it was, but he was busy getting ready for and working on Darkness. So it's like, and not many other guys, if any, at the time could have like matched that. And so Turner managed to do that with Witchblade. Then he did Fathom, and then after that he did Soulfire, and then DC snatched him up here for Supergirl, Return of Supergirl. Michael Turner had never drawn classic superheroes prior to this. No, he hadn't. So in what I was talking about earlier, and that's why I was mentioning the foreword and the interview pages at the front of the Return of Supergirl trade. It's several pages, so I think it's 3 pages. Dude. 3 pages of him talking about all of that.
Quick pause there. That's crazy, because this is the trade, or like the most recent trade version they did. And that's what we're reading tonight. None of that shit is here. This is the only thing we get in terms of that is Turner's study.
Some of that the studies and the concept stuff is in the back here. But the foreword by Jeff Lubb about how he pitched this story.
None of that
to DiDio and to Turner, and then tells the story of how like Mike didn't know capes from kryptonite. He didn't know about any of this stuff, right? And Jeff Lubb tells a story of how when Turner decided he was on board, he just kind of immersed himself in the lore of Supergirl and dove into it, and then started bringing ideas and things to Jeff Lubb of like, okay, but if you're wanting to do this with the character, like you also probably have to take into account this, and this over here. And Jeff Lubb was like, you didn't know about any of this stuff like 5 minutes ago, right? So that to me, that's an artist showing a genuine passion.
Positive, like there's anti Sophie Campbell, and then there's positive Sophie Campbell, and Michael is a positive Sophie Campbell.
Exactly. And he was showing that like he had genuine investment and passion for this project that he was deciding to be a part of, and choosing to be a part of, and like that was super cool to read as a teenager, and it's even cooler now, and I appreciate it even more now
because you work at like a place.
I'm part of a comic book company. I'm a small cog in the wheel, and I understand how much passion goes behind these things from people who actually care about what they're doing on the writing or on the art side, and I place immense value on that.
100%.
And it is very heartwarming to know that my favorite artist in comics of all time had that same approach and mentality when he approached bringing to life the return of one of my all-time favorite comic book characters.
1000%. Couldn't have said it better myself. The one thing I will say is shut the hell up. The Rippaverse is only like 20 people. Even being a small cog on that wheel means you are like essential to that wheel operating. But yes, guys, what we're looking at here, this is the cover to, what is this, 8, right? Like issue 8 it should be, I think. Yeah. Issue 8. Issue 8, this will be the, I'm only highlighting this specific cover to put it in your minds. This is the cover that they are using for the compact edition. Look out for this one. Your orange brown.
Also half of this cover.
And half of that one.
Or a third, technically.
No, they're not. Well, I guess maybe if you count the like black part, the bars on the band. Well, the band, it's not just the band. You got to count the black bars on the band too. Yeah. You know what I'm doing. But
I know.
All right.
You're being pedantic.
So we are here. We are finally at the Michael Turner Supergirl of it all. Andrew, how do you want to do this? I know this is your favorite arc. Do you want to run through this, and I will just adjust the pages as needed? Do you want me to run through it and you stop us whenever you want to talk about something? How do you want to handle this?
We could probably do it back and forth. So I'm actually I'll kick it off.
Let's do it.
So following the events of Public Enemies, Superman is kind of put on a pseudo house arrest and lockdown because of the stuff that went down with Luthor. And while Luthor is no longer in a position of power in the US due to the events, and he's still out there somewhere. And so a combination of that and the fact that there's so much more kryptonite now available on the on the planet, on Earth. Superman is
and
under
also,
kind of a...
They don't really build on this in this arc, but Loeb and Turner reintroduced the multicolored kryptonite here. Like,
yes,
we had green and we had red, but red was synthetic. And then here we get natural red, yellow.
Yeah,
like it all comes back here.
Yeah, they bring back natural red, natural yellow, silver, black. Like they bring the whole bitch, right?
The whole spectrum. Whoa.
Right? The whole spectrum. And so yeah, they do that. But so Superman's under kind of a pseudo house arrest, and Batman is investigating this crash because, as was being told in Public Enemies, there's this kryptonite meteor coming down and barreling towards Earth. This thing's huge, and it's bringing with it a lot of kryptonite, and that's part of the reason why Superman is under house arrest, because there's this overabundance of kryptonite that's about to be on the planet in which he resides. This is actually where the pitch for the return of Supergirl stemmed from.
Oh, really?
By Loeb, where he said he pitched the idea, hey, so we have this big chunk of Krypton coming towards Earth. What if there was something inside that meteor?
Turner said that to Loeb, or Loeb?
No, Loeb.
Okay,
said it.
Okay.
What if there was someone inside that meteor? And that's what kickstarted the return of Supergirl. And that's something he talks about. He talks about that in the letters page, in the foreword. And so Batman is investigating this. This crash lands in Gotham Harbor, right? And we get some of the coolest freaking looking Batman pages ever drawn.
I mean, does this one not remind you of like remember in the 90s when they used to be like scuba assault Batman or like snow attack Spider-Man? Like this feels like that. Yes.
I'm looking at this, I'm like, this is a toy, and this is a toy that sells out everywhere.
In a good way. Like this feels like a toy in a good way.
KB Toys is sold out. Toys R Us is sold out. Your Walmart's sold out. Your mom's sold out. Like everybody's sold out of this toy. Nobody's got this toy anymore because it's sold out everywhere. And yeah, it just looks incredible.
And next month they're gonna release a fucking SH Figure Arts of it. That's gonna be $150.
Yeah, $150. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it'll be detailed as hell too. But so yeah, Batman's investigating this at the same time that he's doing this. He's on a comm link, talking with Clark because Clark is concerned. Obviously, as Clark always is, Clark's always concerned about the greater world around him. He's talking about how, he's worried about the effects of something like a giant kryptonite meteor crashing into the Earth and things like that. And Batman's like, stay off this comm channel. Like, you're supposed to be under house arrest. You're in a timeout. Like, shut up. Go away.
To like link it, I know this is still low, but to sort of like link it thematically, this also opens with like them being friends, right? Like, the first line of dialogue is Batman, no, Clark, you don't even know what I'm going to ask. Yes, I do. And the answer is still no. Well, then there must be something. Like Clark's like, yeah, you knew. Okay. Like they're being buddy. There's even this great line that I know you probably laughed at upon a reread, especially because of what you and I have been gushing about lately. But where was it? Where does he say it? Oh,
is it to go play with your dog?
Yeah. Where does he say that? Because I feel like I might have skipped there might be a page missing from this because, because they get an argument.
Because there is a moment where he says, "Stay off this comm link and go play with your dog."
Yeah,
or vice versa.
But then that comes. I think this might be missing. This trade might be missing a page. I have the original ones. Let me pull that up real quick.
I know I have it here somewhere.
Who can do it faster? This is like John Henry versus the Railroad.
Oh no, it's on that 2-page spread where he's on the
weird. What the fuck?
It's on the next page.
No, Andrew, look.
Oh, there's no dialogue.
There's nothing there.
Blows. There's a bunch of captions.
There is.
And dialogue bubbles missing there.
Hold on, I can bring it up. I have it over here.
Second page.
Where is it? There's an entire thing.
There it is.
Wow.
All that dialogue was missing there.
From the trade that they just published in like 2020. That's shit.
Wild.
We've called out some errors in our time.
I'm told that those kinds of errors never happen to anybody other than the Rippaverse. Just want to go on record.
Never.
I have been told by very reliable sources that is literally only the Rippaverse that has ever had any type of typo or error in any comic in the history of comics.
You and I already did that. Like, oh, look, there's some weird lines here. Oh, look at that typo. But now I feel like either the frequency of the errors has increased, or maybe just our awareness, because I'm just like, oh yeah, now that the Eric thing is there, I'm always like, aha, see, Marvel does it, DC does it, Marvel does it. Marvel did it 3 times in this issue, but Marvel does it.
Yeah, it's silly, but yeah. So he there he tells Clark, get off this comm link and play with your dog, right?
He's like oh yeah, because what Superman says is like, my fate is in the hands of Plastic Man. I can't tell you how that instills me with confidence. And Batman goes, we have the JLA, the JSA, the Titans, the Outsiders, all working overtime. So do us a favor and go play with your dog. And then that's what gets into what I was going to highlight, because it's this part here where, let me go.
Is it the cat barbecuing?
Well, just when Clark goes like, don't bring the dog into this. Every time you get annoyed, you bring the dog into this. And it's like, yeah. And I was like, I don't know. I like that little exchange with them. But
yeah,
from there,
Batman comes across something in Gotham Harbor, and it is clearly not a piece of the meteor. He comes across what looks to be some sort of pod or starship. And inside that, he finds nothing. And that's because the inhabitant of that starship had already left and managed to get her way into his freaking
the bat plane or the bat boat, right? Whatever it is.
Yeah, it's like a combination of bat boat and plane.
I would call it a bat wing, but he calls it specifically a bat boat. And this was just like one of those moments I had. I was like, that doesn't sit right with me. Shut up, Batman. Yeah. Like, you're wrong, Batman.
Batman, you're wrong. Be quiet. Yeah, exactly. To say that to his face.
I know, right? Yeah.
And so, yeah, like this is obviously Kara. This is Kara Zor-El. She gets into the bat boat, we'll call it, I guess, because that's what they call it in the book. Okay, Jeff Lubb. That's what she gets into, and Batman realizes something's wrong. He gets a notice that, like, hey, something's like messing with the freaking the gear, and so he latches onto it with his light speed grapple hook that we saw in DC and Sonic. From
the Speed Force grappling hook.
Yeah, Speed Force grapple hook, right? The Bat Grapple has the Speed Force charged into it. That's how it moves so fast. And we get, oh my gosh. When I read, because I did read, like I said, this arc, the trade for this arc was the first comic book that I'd picked up in a few years.
Yeah.
And so I read the foreword first. I read the introduction and the words by Jeff Lubb. And when he says Michael Turner drew probably the coolest looking image you have ever seen,
it's this one
of Batman in your life, this is the one he was talking about. And it's him just coming up out of the water in the Gotham Harbor. And you're like,
amidst the flames of his blowing up ship, like,
right,
completely in his tactical gear still. Yeah.
He looks so freaking cool, because you've got Turner's lines, but then you also have Peter Steigerwald's colors, and he understands color well enough that he's like, I'm going to utilize the ambient lighting on the stuff that you don't see, which is the explosion.
Yes,
that Batman is looking at, but that's still going to have an effect on the lighting in this panel, and he is taking that into account, and it looks so amazing.
Like the way even though this is early 2000s, like digital coloring, guys, which can be weird, even
it's hit and miss.
That's not, and that's not on the artist. Like, technically, that's just like the technology limits.
Yeah, that's just they're playing with the cards they've dealt.
Right.
They're trying to learn the new tech.
What Peter does here, he's able to like layer opaque levels of yellow on Batman so that it feels like it's not just like a fire in front of him, but it's like actively like boom, like things are going off, even if he's not like
the clouds of flame and smoke are billowing, and so that's playing a specific way with the lighting that is playing off of his tack gear. That's a genuinely strong understanding of color and light.
It's really, really good. I almost used this as a thumbnail like option for us, but I was like, there's no Supergirl, I can't use it.
Yeah, you had to be very clear, chat, like Mav,
it was
had
hard.
Like 6 or 7 different options for the thumbnail for tonight's stream, and all of them were
They
great
were really
they're all
hard.
Michael Turner pieces, and they were all great like snapshots from this book. But I ultimately like my vote was cast, or I'll pull a Doc Ock. The die is cast.
The die is cast.
You know, I made the call that I wanted the piece that was the cover for issue 13, which is what was used for this statue, because that's Turner's most iconic image of Supergirl. It's my second favorite of his for Supergirl, but it's his most iconic.
What's the first one for Supergirl then? We'll get to it, or you're pulling it out? Okay. That is a great one.
I want this as a poster.
You should get that as like a Mondo level poster. Like get a blacklight thing on that.
I want a giant 24x36 poster of this. And this is specifically when I was talking about a Michael Turner cover that you would pay
the money for,
$200+ for.
That one.
This is the one that I was talking about. Specifically this one.
Okay, so that is it's one of my favorites. Like, it's so colorful. It's stunning. This is an own me thing, but I think it's the combination of like the colors and then like the energy lookingness of her hair and just the way it all looks. Mm-hmm. I don't know why, but I see this image and I always just think of like Energy Matrix Supergirl. I know that's not who it is, but it's just like all the energy behind her. I go, oh, Energy Matrix, and then I go, oh, I know it's not you, and then I just move on.
And maybe that's because like we spent so much time in that place within the continuity that it's probably it's hard to get out of your brain with that.
Especially because that was the last Supergirl we had right before this.
Yeah, I don't fault you for that at all.
But then I go, oh yeah, Michael Turner, duh, I know where that is. That's Superman, Batman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, and so Batman comes out of the water. We cut to where this young, blonde, very bright, sapphire blue-eyed female is trying to make her way through the streets of Gotham City. She's lost. She doesn't know what's going on. She very much does not speak English. She comes across a group of I wouldn't even call them thugs. I think they were just guys who were
just like dock workers. They're just guys hanging out.
They were just kind of like your typical either dock workers. I don't even necessarily want to say typical because I wouldn't necessarily want to throw like all people who work on the docks as being jackasses.
Well, actually,
but these guys specifically act like jackasses towards her.
Well, hold on. I would push. I'm actually going to slightly push back against that because these guys do act like jerks, but they also don't get like overtly crude like you would expect from like, you know, if you were like, let's say you've played Arkham City, like when you're Catwoman and you're fighting like the thugs and the things they would say, right? So like, I would even say these aren't average dock workers because I've actually, in my family, I have a lot of people who maybe not dock specifically, but like offload things off a boat, work things like, they're pretty like crass, crude people. So this is actually, to me, it's like...
Sure, like the whole cuss like a sailor type of similar
and like they would say... Even here, he just goes like the one guy says like, yeah, I'll be happy to take her home. And then he just goes like, I'll bet you're one of those Swedish stewardesses. I know that like for my cousin, one of the first 3 words out of his mouth would be like, fuck. And I'm like, so to me, this actually stood out as like, these are actually more normal of people, right? Like these are just workers. And yeah, the guy is a little rough and a little crude, but he's not like, oh yeah, baby. Like I'm going to like take her. Like he's been a dumb jockey bro guy. We all probably know one of these guys who, yeah,
he's not even necessarily being malicious about it.
Right, exactly.
Like this is how he's used to it.
He's pumping his chest out. Talk. Right, exactly.
Yeah, he's puffing his chest out. It's locker room talk. This is how he's used to just chatting with his guys while he's, you know, doing the heavy physical labor
what, like 10 p.m., 11 p.m. Like it's nighttime clearly. Like
into probably like 3 a.m, right? Like these guys work stupid, ridiculous hours, and so they're used to they interact with each other in a specific way. And yeah, I guess to your point, he's probably just like this is the mindset he's in because he's doing his thing. And he, even though actually she doesn't even know what he's saying, she doesn't understand what he's saying. She just sees somebody who is standing in her way.
Well, he starts like reaching out for her, and she's like, nope, like do not touch me.
Correct. And so she perceives that as a threat, and she basically breaks his fingers before blitzing out of there. And that's when we eventually start to see Batman giving chase. We see little displays of her Kryptonian biology and physiology, and her being, immune to bullet fire, her being immune to, or at least highly resistant to impact damage. So, like, you see a car crashing into her,
ching.
and then we get that really cool image of her turning around and seeing Batman standing right there. That's such a great, gosh, that's a great Batman shot right there. And I love specifically how Turner draws the capes.
Yes.
Because
that's what I was
is
something
highlight. I'm not going to name names, but there are a lot of very talented artists out there who can draw a really great superhero pose, but then other parts about the piece kind of feel static.
Very, very stiff. Like hard stiff.
You still have to have some sort of dynamicism, some movement going on here, right? And Turner had a wonderful understanding, despite the very short window of time that he was actually in the industry.
Dude,
it's
like,
honestly
it was what, this and then like the couple Civil War covers and then gone? Or like back to, not gone, not like what he passed, but then back to his indie stuff. Or I guess he did pass.
Well, like he passed in 2008.
Yeah, so that
he passed in 2008.
Yeah, wow.
And he was he started doing Witchblade it was the late 90s.
Yeah.
So I mean, he was doing it a decade. Barely. Give or take a year or two. And he managed to obtain and understand, because you think of some of the most iconic covers in Marvel, especially like the Civil War era, right? They're all Turner covers. Yeah. All the most iconic covers you could think of, whether it's that X-Men one where you got Emma front and center, which makes me super happy. You've got the one where you have, Iron Spider Peter, which is an incredibly iconic piece, right?
That's my favorite, like, Turner one where
shield.
where he's standing over the shield with his Iron Spider legs out. Like,
I love that piece so much.
One of my favorite suits drawn. Like, it's so good.
It looks incredible, right? And he gained this understanding in a very short period of time, despite everything he had going against him. And this right here shows that he understood still adding dynamicism and movement in some form or fashion into an otherwise static panel. Because if you think about it, all you really have to work with is the wind. The wind is blowing Kara's hair.
Well, I was going
to say, it's blowing Bruce's cape.
Well, that's to your point. There's only two things that can affect up here. Like, there's no flags, there's no flowers or trees or like bushes or foliage. It's just iron wrought and like spikes and the gargoyle. So only thing that can move here are Kara's hair and Bruce's cape. And
he took advantage of both of those things.
He does. He absolutely does. Like, the fact that Kara's hair goes so messy, like, yes, she's frazzled, but it also sells like wind whipping, like it's going all over. She doesn't know what's going on. Like, it's fantastic. I'm sure you've noticed this, but I've always liked in this piece where Bruce, like, his cape isn't resting, like, what do you call it? Like, it's not mirrored. You know what I mean? One part of his cowl like goes over his shoulders like it does, but then the other one's like, I just got here, right? Like I was just moving, and it's still draped over just his like neckline, and I'm like, again, it's less it shows them like they're alive, for lack of a better term.
It also gives a different energy than how you would view, say, Superman's cape.
Oh, yeah.
Because Superman's cape is meant to display this kind of majesty
and go up,
and this larger than life energy, right? And how it's displayed here, Batman's cape is kind of just going with the wind. It's doing whatever the wind is going to do, and he's just standing there kind of stalwart, right? And it's a cool contrast in energy compared to what we would typically see out of the image with Superman and his cape.
1,000%, 1,000%. Like, and we'll see
good visual storytelling.
We'll see a lot of Superman's cape as we go through this arc, because obviously Kara wears it, Supes wears it, all that fun stuff.
Yeah.
But then,
and so after this, we get the scene where, after Bruce tries to stop Kara, she floats up, she goes into the Zeppelin, And you know, that's where we get that scene that I was reciting earlier, where Clark saves Gotham from the crashing blimp, the crashing Zeppelin. And it's such a beautiful scene. The flames there look so incredible.
So cool.
They look so good. They're taking up half of that page.
Like Superman coming out of like a whirlwind of fire, right? Like, oh, it's so cool. And also,
we're like,
what
he
really
ignores the danger because it's not a danger to him, and he doesn't perceive it as a danger to him.
He ignores it, but it's also like what I was about to say is like, remember everyone, he's like right before this moment, he's like chilling at home. He's like locked at home. He's on house arrest. He's probably in his like Gotham U like sweater or whatever, and then he just goes like Clark goes, Bruce, I need you. Boom! Yeah. Here we are, like ready to, you know, save the day. And then he just goes like, all right, anything else you want me to do before you send me back to my room? Like, it's nothing for him.
It's such a great exchange.
It is.
And then, you know, Bruce gets the idea in his head that this might be someone who could be susceptible to kryptonite. So he guesses correctly, and guess is probably an oversimplification. It's Bruce.
It's so Batman. Yeah.
He worked it out. It wasn't a guess. It was more than that for sure. We cut back to, and this, like, we don't see a single part of the front of Bruce, but like that
everything is communicated here.
Super epic image of Batman, just with the cloak draping
like
down
super long. Yeah.
Like that. Like, this evokes to me, and this I think probably plays into the fact that Turner was learning off of guys like Silvestri and McFarlane.
Oh yeah.
When it comes to handling long flowing cloaks and things like that, because you look at McFarlane with Spawn's cape, right? Like,
yep.
That thing's alive, right? It does crazy things.
It is completely independent of whatever Spawn is doing. Like,
yeah,
that's part of the charm of the art, but don't ever try to make it in real life. Like, you'll never get it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So he's taking notes from that, right? And he's applying that here, and it looks just so awesome. And so we get this scene where Bruce is back in the Batcave, and he has this female, this blonde on this kind of not operating table, but like he's trying to figure out what is going on with this chick, right? And she breaks out of her bonds, she breaks out of her restraints, but he says, I brought along an insurance policy.
Well, that's what I love about the visuals here from Turner, is that like Kara's freaking out. Like, as readers too, like we go, oh,
you look there, and if you understand the power of a Kryptonian on Earth under the yellow sun, you freak the hell out.
Well, but also she's being actively bombarded by Red Sun. Like, that's part of what Bruce is like setting her up with, right? So that he can scan her, so that she doesn't freak out. And she still breaks out.
And she still breaks out,
which is like, meant
to be a note on how powerful she is.
Right. And so I love it because, you know, she yells at him, then she starts like flying, and clearly there's chaos. He just doesn't even move. He's just like, yep, I know it's coming, because
boom! No, that's a great note. We see that stoicism and that lack of worry and concern in Bruce.
That's what it is too. The lack of worry and concern, more than the stoicism. That's what it is.
It's not because he thinks he's a badass. It's because he knows he has Clark with
him. He's got Clark right there. Yeah, he's got the contingency.
All right, he's got the contingency plan. And this is where we get a back and forth. And this is something super interesting. I don't know if the trade that you have there does it in the back, but the trades that I have,
there's no key,
have pages in the back that actually replay those pages, but with the translated versions of the bubbles.
Yeah.
And so
I read those a long time ago. I know they exist, but
so
they're not here.
You get the actual back and forth in translated English of what they're saying in Kryptonian. And at the end of it, then you get that reveal. Because in here, like when you're just reading the single issues in 2005, right, you're just seeing a bunch of Kryptonian symbols in these bubbles. And then you turn the page, and then Clark, you know, he's thrown his cloak over Kara to cover her because he's a gentleman.
Yeah.
And, you know, he says, this is Kara Zor-El, my cousin from Krypton. And then you end the first issue with that. And that is about the most perfect ending to the first issue you could possibly do for this.
And again, this is not just the end of the first issue of this story. This was Kara, like, we're back. Like, Kara had been technically gone for like 5 years at 2000, 2001, when David's run ended. ended, that Linda, like, Danvers, like, she, like, dissipated into energy or whatever, so she, like, wasn't around.
It was
weird. It's so weird, guys. Like, even for us, like, it's weird. And so, yeah, we didn't have a Supergirl, and so this is how we end with that first shot of, like, she's speaking Kryptonian, you've got Cal right next to her, she's wearing the cape. It's great. Like, what more to say about that? Like what more?
It's a very iconic image. And before we move on, and I'm going to let you, I'll actually pass the baton on over to you for the next section.
All right.
As we continue to fly through this. But before that, I will say this image is taken out of context from a lot of stupid people who don't read comics online. And I've seen weird takes from both possible sides of it, and it's always like some weird like romantic or sexual bent of it, and they're ignoring the fact of everything that came before it, in that this is a young woman who has just crash landed on this planet. It's not her home. She doesn't know where she is. She doesn't speak the language here. She is literally naked and afraid, right, of what's happening. And Clark's first instinct, aside from stopping her from murdering everything around her, because she could if she wanted to, is he covers her with his cloak.
I mean, to be fair, that's Clark. He'll cover that. He's just modesty. That he'll do that for anyone.
Yes, but yeah, that's exactly the point. Is that this piece is meant to be? It's not meant to highlight the fact that Kara isn't wearing anything. It's meant to highlight the gentleman status and the chivalry of Clark.
And here's the thing, guys.
And how good of a heart he has.
Taking that panel out of context and like laughing about it, I get it. Like, if I didn't know anything, I would go like, what the heck? Like, what is that? And yeah, it's funny to laugh at for a second. And I brought it up on the show before, back in like 2008 when this was coming out. This page became a meme. And on the 4chan comic board, we would take this and edit it into various, couples or whatever to, get a laugh out of people. Like, one of them would be like Kyle Rayner and be like, this is my girlfriend, Alex. And it would be like a fridge, right? It was things like that. So like, it can be laughed at, but the problem, right? Just a little off color.
That's rude.
And it's like, you can laugh at these things, but what Andrew and I get annoyed at is that they take that read and they don't want to interrogate anymore. And they just go, that is true. That is what it has to be. And now you get this page posted a lot and it's like, haha, that is funny out of context. And then you try to give context and nobody cares. They go, this is creepy. Comics are gross. So it is very, very annoying. I will not deny that at all. I think we all know that.
Yeah.
All right. But then with the reveal of Kara, we get another incredible Turner cover as we're going to get throughout the rest of this. I even kind of like I don't know what the hell she's supposed to be wearing, but I kind of like it. Like this weird like hip cut thing.
It's a very early 2000s comic book outfit.
Yeah, very much so.
Female character.
Yeah, very much so.
It was all about, let's have something that's very form-fitting. It hugs the female form. But they did do a good job, I will say, of like, this is still Kara and she's young, technically. Like, in literal years, she is actually much older than Clark by a decade. But physically, because of her being in stasis,
being in the pod,
she's more like 2 decades younger. And so like they walked that line, I think, pretty safely and well.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like they were like, this is still. Here's the thing. When you're doing comic books, especially superhero comic books, and you're trying to garner a specific audience, if you are writing something and drawing something that you want to make it available to a not kid but younger audience, and when I say younger, I mean like your preteen and early teen and up, right? Like you want like a 12 and 13 can tell, hey, you pay no bills. Dog barking.
He's going
his
to
rent up in here.
He's going to now.
His rent is he looks after my sister. That's what it is. So, what was I going to say? So you have, it's a really tricky line to walk, but if you do it well, it works out very well, where you want something to be able to work and be appropriate for your 12 and 13, maybe 14-year-old, right? And up.
But then you also still want to make it appealing to look at to your regular audience.
Well, because you think about it, like, look, comic books are a primarily male reader demographic, right? 100%. So you want, this is why you have not only attractive female characters, but you also have male characters where it's like, wow, that's aspirational, right?
Right. Yes, the aspirational
where it's like
idea of it.
You see that and you're like, I want to hit the gym, or I want to go on a run, or whatever, right?
Right.
You're good. And so that's important because it balances both things, and part of it's also encouragement, like say in the case of Peter Parker, where he's a bit of a nerd, but it's not like Peter Parker is ugly. That's a misnomer. Anybody who says that Peter Parker's always supposed to have been like ugly or just genuinely unattractive, and that's why they hate the Amazing Spider-Man films with Andrew Garfield, they're stupid and retarded and wrong, and they don't actually understand the character. Peter has never been described as an ugly or unattractive person. He just, like, in the 60s when he was first introduced, the style of dress, the manner of dress there was just awkward and weird. Anytime after the 60s, he's always been actually a very handsome looking guy, especially like if you watch the 90s animated series, right? Peter's built like a freaking brick house, right? He looks like he's the jock. You would think he was the jock of the story, right? All that is to say, like, they do a good job in this story of presenting Kara in a way, like, if you're a teenage boy, you'd be like, wow, she's really pretty, right? But it's not weird. And that's an important line to walk. And it doesn't, it's like the teenager is like, wow, yeah, this appeals to the teenage boy, but it's also not like super inappropriate either. Because that's an important, again, if you're trying to appeal to a certain audience and make it appropriate for a certain audience, that's an important line to understand how to walk, and they do a great job in this story of being able to do that. Kara, like, I was a teenager when I picked up this book, right? And I was like, wow, I really love how this artist did Kara Zor-El, right? And it wasn't weird. It wasn't, I guess, overly sexualized or anything like that. Like, there are plenty of characters you can do that with, like Catwoman and Felicia Hardy, right? Like your Black Cats and things like that. And there are other characters you can do that with as well. Supergirl isn't one of them. Supergirl is one where you want to balance innocence and appeal with, in order to hit that kind of Goldilocks sweet spot of an audience, because you want to be able to tell the story for a not super young audience, not like 5 and 6 year olds, but this isn't, you're not trying to do Teen Titans Go here, but you want parents who are, parents of a 12 or 13 or 14-year-old to look at this book and not worry, right? I don't know, maybe unless they're Quakers, right? Maybe a Quaker will see that and they're like, oh no, I see the shape of a breasticle. I'm going to clutch my pearls. All right, well, like, I can't help you. But,
heavens forbid.
Right, normal people, even more like relatively conservative people, right, would be like, all right, like, I got a 13 or 14-year-old. There's physical, there's anatomy happening here, but we're not like showcasing everything under the sun. There's nothing to worry about here, right?
Yes, it is just a person. That is what we are looking at here. She's also got Sonic the Hedgehog shoes. I just noticed that while looking at this page. But
cinema.
Absolutely. She's got the soaps with the grind rail. How do I get in on that?
What's going to have to be here on the show is Absolute Comics.
Absolute Comics. Well, now DC's going to get on our butts and sue us.
Oh gosh, yeah.
I know. So from there,
I don't do quite well enough. I do well enough at the Rippaverse, but not like
we'll do the thing where it's like Warner Brothers or like Marvel owes you money for your Ultimate likeness for Spider-Man, and then we'll just be like, give that money to DC, and then everybody's good, everybody's kosher. But after the formal reintroduction of Kara, we get Clark and Bruce just trying to sort of figure out who she is, right? So
Mm-hmm.
they take her to the Fortress of Solitude. They give her sort of free reign in there, but they're also, doing experiments, trying to investigate the ship, just sort of, it's a dual sort of role for both of them because they're both trying to like be fathers to Kara, but also superhero, like the heroes, right? Like,
yeah,
Batman, especially throughout all of this, is like, I am super suspicious. Like, Batman's kind of right. He's like, somebody shows up, you were the last Kryptonian, somebody shows up, and now you have a relative, and she's so nice, and she's so pretty. Like, what do you think? Like, Clark, what are you thinking? Like, this is clearly a trap. And then Clark is like, but we have to believe in the goodness of, like, the universe, the world. Like, again, that battle of their...
Again, that perfect cross-section. And Jeff Lubb does a great job of the internal monologue between the two of, like, what their internal thoughts are, of, like, how each one's approaching this situation with Kara. It's so good. He understands the two characters and the important differences between them.
And, like, I love that he has both Clark and Bruce acknowledge that, like, their, the weakness in their approach, right? Like, Bruce is like, I know I'm being too paranoid and I hate it, but this is what you have to do to be safe. And Clark admits, like, yeah,
these are the cards that I'm dealt with.
Right. And then Clark's like, I know I should be smarter about this, but I want to believe. And
the chance that I'm not alone in this universe, right?
Is like too tempting for him. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, again, just excellent character work from Loeb. We then get our boy, Kara goes, oh, even he doesn't like me. And we find out Crypto's around. And we just, again, cross section of the, like, Batman and DC and Superman lore. That's what you're getting from all of these arcs. It's incredible. And so, yeah, there's a lot of time in this issue of just Kara recounting her origin story, talking to Bruce about it. And then we get a really hard cut from the Fortress of Solitude to Apocalypse. And we see the female Furies. They're all training. And so if you guys remember Big Barda, she was the leader of the Furies. After she defected, they're currently looking for, like, the new alpha female for the Furies. They try to get
Big Barda is incredible in this book.
She does show up later. I actually really, really love when her entire role in this book. Like, she's the sort, like, I wouldn't say comic relief, but she does bring levity, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's fun. But with the search for the new Big Barda going really poorly, Darkseid says, forget anybody on Apocalypse. I just learned that there's a girl, like, what does he call it? Yeah. The girl who fell to Earth. Go get her for me. Like, unlimited power. We're going to use that. So we cut back. We're back on Earth. Clark is showing the world to Kara. They're sort of just hanging out. And out of nowhere, Clark gets attacked. And Kara starts getting roped. And they're kind of getting their butts kicked, like, really, 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 really hard. The entire time, Clark's like, what is happening? They know my secret identity. We're in trouble. And we learn that it is actually the Amazons. So Artemis, Lila, the Harbinger, who I really liked her ever since Crisis, and she unfortunately dies in the series. But Lila shows Harbinger, Artemis, and Wonder Woman. And I love this page. Like, this is a great Turner page.
Turner's Wonder Woman showcases the perfect balance of femininity and power. And that can be a tricky balance to strike with Wonder Woman because she is an Amazon, right? She should look like more muscular and beastly than your average female, right? But she's still supposed to be beautiful.
And he kind of nails it.
He hits that Goldilocks zone. Right, where his Diana is,
he really does.
I'll be honest, like he nails. This is not my favorite Wonder Woman outfit. My favorite Wonder Woman outfit is actually her Rebirth one that they wound up using in Wonder Woman 1984, which is an absolutely abysmal, awful, horrible, useless film that should never have been made, but they did her outfit perfectly in that for me. Like, that's my favorite iteration of her outfit. However,
it's good.
He does this classic one with kind of like the star-spangled, bottom there.
Yeah, the bottom.
Perfectly.
I think there's a lot to do with, like, the eye makeup. I don't know. We could go into Turner's art and critique it or not critique it, but like go in for it forever. We don't want to keep you here that much longer.
It's true.
So from there, do you want to take the Amazon issue? Or you want me to keep going?
Keep going.
Yeah, we're not even in the good stuff yet. I'll throw it back to you when we get to the good stuff.
It's all good stuff. What are you talking about?
That is true. How dare! As soon as I said it, I was like, oh crap, I screwed up.
Blasphemy.
So again, awesome opening. I just wanted to highlight this shot from Turner that really shows, he knows different faces, different expressions. Batman and Clark are both very, strong-jawed guys, but clearly like Clark's a little softer looking and Batman's way more sharp. It's pretty good. Kara's eyes are bigger because she's younger, and Wonder Woman's are more like narrow and ready to go. So what we learn is that in the interim,
this 2-page spread is so good.
So good. Artemis versus Supergirl. Supergirl has been taken by the Amazons, or not taken / Clark let him go, blah, blah, blah. Basically, the Amazons go, we heard there's a new superpowered like girl around. She has no idea what's going on. We're going to take her, let us take her in and train her. Like, she needs training. So that's what we see here.
Otherwise, she's a loose cannon, a wildfire waiting to happen.
Like, just can go off at any minute. And we see that while she's doing good in training, Clark is still a little overprotective because the second she gets, knocked down, he almost, breaks Artemis's neck. Like, he's
I was going to say, it would have taken no effort for him to snap her neck and honestly probably pop her noggin off of her neck.
Dude, yeah, he could have done the thing where you just squeeze the neck and just pop, both of them pop out just with force.
Yeah.
So this is sort of what makes up the most of this issue is the debate between Clark and Diana about sort of what's good for Kara. And it's very, again, going back to that parental thing, it's sort of he's your dad, your dad wants to protect you and you to be safe, but there's the real world. And Diana's we need to accept the real, this is a thing that's here. We can't hide her from it. And of course, Bruce the entire time is sitting in the corner don't trust her. Don't trust her.
Yeah.
Trust her.
But Leb also layers in because you're correct. You have two different kind of parental approaches going on there between Clark's and Diana's. But then he also layers in where I'll go back to having a comic book that's supposed to be for a specific audience. He layers in the teenager audience and teenager aspect here in that perspective where Kara says hey, do I have a say in what's happening here? Y'all are talking about me while I'm here, I'm not here.
Well, I actually like that because so what it is Wonder Woman and Clark are arguing and she goes Clark's who else is better suited to look for after you? That's what we're deciding. And she's how about me? And Wonder Woman goes, Kara, why don't you go off with your friends until dinner? Getting rid of me so the adults can talk? Something like that. And I was just hell yeah, Wonder Woman. She's yeah, that is what it is. Go.
That's it. And the thing is, what's beautifully done about this is that no one of those perspectives is necessarily wrong.
No, it's just that's the hard part about life and parenting, right?
That's the tricky thing, right? There are genuinely legitimate reasons for each one of those perspectives to be the correct one. And genuine ones.
And there
not
and
oh, this is my truth or this is how I feel. No, in real world application, there are reasons to say, that Clark's got a point here, or Diana's got a point here, or having personal agency and autonomy is an important thing. Kara's got a point here, and there's a blend of all those things happening, and you have this kind of convulsion of all of these things happening at once, and it's that's really on the surface when you just flip them through the page, it doesn't seem like it's that deep, but when you're an adult and you look at it in hindsight of well, how was I thinking when I was a teenager? Oh yeah, I was thinking Kara probably would here.
Right.
Oh well, now I'm an adult. Oh wow,
I'm thinking like Clark. I'm thinking
now
Diana.
I'm thinking like
Bruce.
Clark or Diana. Wow, there's a lot more layers to this than what I would have initially given it credit for. Right?
No, 100%. Loeb's got it. Again, he's great until a year from now when his son dies, and then it kind of heart goes out to him. It's really bad, but objectively, his writing went real something broke in him, and that's understandable. We get it. But it's
his heart broke, and it broke a lot more in him, unfortunately,
which is
tragically as a result.
Yeah, I can't get mad. There's nothing to really criticize. Just it is. That's kind of what Andrew's getting at.
It's just it's then at that point, like you need to step away
just like
and
step
just
back
take
a
care of
little
yourself.
bit. Yeah,
Take
like
care of your
come on,
take
man.
care of your heart, take care of your mind, take care of your soul.
You
know.
But unfortunately, or not unfortunately, fortunately, he's still in his prime here, and so we get a really good connection moment between Kara and Harbinger. Harbinger gets, if you guys don't know her powers, she's able to see the future, but sort of very vaguely. She, worked with the monitor to help him like predict what multiverses would, cause troubles, whatever, yada yada. She gets a vision that basically says Kara's gonna bring death and destruction, and she sees in the image Superman holding a young blonde woman draped in his cape. And this is probably the one weirdest part, I would say, Andrew, and maybe I'm missing something here, but right off of this moment, we go into, am I not? Oh no, I it is going good. Right off of that, like right after Lila getting her vision, we get into everybody is rushing to like an opening boom tube. Like they know this is already like in motion. You know what I mean? Because like, yeah, in this first panel, her presence will bring death and destruction. For who, Diana? Harbinger's visions of the future, while accurate, are not yet specific. I've had the army at the ready except for the novices like Kara. Then call them Diana now. And it's like they're rushing to the boom tube. Just one little
this is probably maybe giving a little bit of benefit of the doubt and
even so I can't even like I can't make that, so I'm like farming it. I'm like, show me, open my eyes.
So where my brain went when I read this for the first time, and where I'm at least still landing right now, unless somebody gives me an argument that convinces me otherwise, is that Clark has super hearing, right? So he is hearing the beginnings of the boom tube before anybody else could possibly formulate the fact that something is happening that's in a relation to Apocalypse, that's in relation to boom tube technology, right? And so he's pretty familiar with it. He knows what it is. He knows what it sounds like. His super hearing picks it up first before everybody else. And the second he starts to hear in the far reaches, the distance, whatever, a hint of that, he knows, hey, cool it, you psycho. He's still barking like he pays rent around here. Of course. It's what is it? It's almost quarter after 10. All right. Well, one of the dogs down the hall is probably barking and saying something about his mother. So like he's, at least in my mind, the way I rationalize it is he's hearing the early stages of this boom tube event happening, right? And so he's like, oh shoot, something is going down. He doesn't know exactly what, but he knows what a boom tube sounds like, and he knows what that would be in relation to, at least tangentially, right? He knows that that's going to be in relation to Apocalypse in some form or fashion.
Right, of course.
He doesn't know if it means the freaking demons are coming. He doesn't know if it's going to be the Furies. He doesn't know if it's going to be Darkseid himself. But at
the very least, it's somebody with a boom tube technology, which is
and
cause for concern.
That's not readily available technology. You have people on Apocalypse, and then you have like Scott and Barda
and Lex.
Right,
that's what he said. Yeah, Lex has it, or had it in the last arc. He had it because he uses it. Yeah. I can believe that. I just think maybe Michael and Loeb needed to put like one panel or something of Clark going like, huh? Like it just feels too quick.
Fair.
Yeah,
that's fair.
And again, that's what I was saying. It's
maybe
like,
there needed to be an additional transitional panel there. That is entirely fair.
Something like that. Or even in that first panel, instead of showing them running to the beach, you have them all talking and like Bruce and Diana are saying something, and you like Clark is like, huh? Like he's looking over his shoulder, and you hear it. So it doesn't detract from it. I was just like, maybe I'm missing something. But from there, boom tube opens. Apocalypse has sent an army of Doomsdays to
Batman with a battle axe,
which is so cool. and I love that Diana even like calls it out, or Clark calls it out. He's like, Batman with a battle axe seems weird, but then you got to remember, like, before he was Batman, before all the gadgets, Bruce is a world-class fighter. Like, he knows what he's doing. Of course he's going to know how to use an axe.
He's one of like the 3 or 4 most highly trained fighters on the planet.
It's only like Lady Shiva, and I would maybe make an argument for Kane, but I don't know how deviated there like Batman and Cassandra are like nowadays.
I would say your top 3 for me at least. You got Bruce, Cassandra Kane, Batgirl, and Lady Shiva.
Those are the top 3. Those are the top 3. I don't know what like ranking I want to put them in. Those are definitely the top 3.
Where they fall is there's probably some like gray area.
Yeah,
there,
we could probably have another nerd battle about
it. If you are not somebody with like incredible superpowers, you don't want to be fighting any one of them. That's the long and short.
We also skipped over it really quickly because it was just a minor bit. But he even faces Batman fights Lady Shiva in Public Enemies. Like they have a full on like hand-to-hand combat. It's pretty great. But the Doomsday's attack, the team realizes that they're not full Doomsday. They're sort of like proto Doomsday
like
clones.
Copies.
Yeah.
They're like putties from
that's actually pretty perfect of an analogy because they're all as strong and they're all as great, but they don't have like the adaptability. They don't have the pure strength or the autonomy. Yeah. I also noticed I like this, Andrew. Again, you and I aren't the biggest Doomsday fans, but I know you and I have acknowledged the coolness of his like constantly adapting. I like that. I forget who mentions it. It might be Batman, but he's like, the last time Doomsday was here, he was talking. What's going on here? Like, this isn't right. He doesn't regress. And I was like, that's cool. Like, good canon, Jeff. So
you're thinking, you're using your noodle.
So then eventually the fight keeps raging and Superman says, they realize they're not alive, and he goes back up. And he pulls a Scott Summers. He pulls a Scott Summers and he just pulls up and just wipes the place. Just completely melts them all. And yes, so off of that,
I do like that we see that like kind of drains him a bit, and he's like, "Oh,
I don't." Well, he says, "I don't think I could do that twice." I do like that. I'm like, you just let out all of like the solar battery, right?
You put stakes, and that's the thing. That's an important when you're writing a character who has such incredible powers as Superman. You have to find clever ways to have stakes. And this was, to be fair, probably a fairly easy route to do it, but you didn't shirk on it, and you said this is a good slot for this.
Well,
where I could say like this drained him, like whatever energy he was absorbing from the yellow sun for X amount of time. Like here, he burned through a lot of it. Like he needs a minute.
Well, it's kind of like what we said in Public Enemies with the Hawkman Captain Marvel fight. You've got to show your heroes taking a hit, otherwise I go, oh, he just wiped out all those Doomsdays. What are we worried about Apocalypse for? Like, okay, just go. Like, you're Superman 1 million then. Like, if you could do that and not like be phased. So,
and that comes down to being serious about taking your power scaling seriously.
Which is again part of that perfect cross section here is that Loeb is playing with the power scaling, but he's doing it in like normal ways. He's not blowing anybody out. Superman's still powerful. He's still powerful enough to wipe out an army of Doomsdays, but it still drains him. He's still like, oh my God, like I can't fight after that. Like I have to take a breather. Yeah. So
I need a minute, guys.
Yeah, like just let me breathe. So but off of that, just another great Turner Batman cape moment. Again, you see the cape here for Superman where it's shredded. It's moving in the wind as if like the battle has like it's all destroyed, like it's over. I was fighting really hard. Like that's what the tattering shows, right? And then you go to you go to Batman and he is like it's draped on him. It's almost like death-like, phantasmal, vampire-y. And that works for what he's doing, which is he finds there is actually one casualty on the Amazon side from that attack. It wasn't Kara, it was Lila. And so with that, they go, well, if this is Lila, where's Kara? And we learn that Lila left her orb open in one last act, and we find out, boom, Darkseid has Kara. And as Clark declares, and as we close out,
pissed off Clark,
I'm going to Apocalypse and taking Kara back. So we are ready to go. And that is where we open up on this issue. What are we at now? This will be 12 or 11, 12, somewhere around there.
I think it's 11.
It is, I think it's 11. So From there, this is what we were hinting at. Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman need some help before they go to Apocalypse, so they go get Big Barda. There you go. There's 11 in the flesh. So they go to Big Barda's house, which is pretty great because
it's amazing because, and I will say this, in the Superman Batman Apocalypse animated adaptation,
this is a great,
of this.
Yeah,
they pull off this scene flawlessly. It's because
fantastic.
Barda goes to her door. She sees, she's in a freaking bath towel, and she's got another towel wrapped around her head.
And I also love this because she's like, oh, when you said you guys were coming right over, you meant right over. Like, she knew they were coming, but it's like, I was taking a shower. Okay, we're here now. We're doing this.
Yeah, this is what we're doing, right? Like, she sees Diana, she sees Clark, and then she lets them in. She's like, all right.
But also remember,
you guys were serious.
That's the best part about Diana and Clark is like they're in uniform. So this is just a suburban neighborhood. Boom. Yeah. Wonder Woman and Superman are just standing, like they're knocking on your door, which is like
they're just chilling.
The neighbor down there in the last panel, even Barda's just like, lovely day, and the neighbor's like,
yeah, like, hi, bye.
What the hell?
Yeah. But then she turns around and then she notices the Batman's already in there,
right? Already in the house.
That's that amazing like Batman moment. I like that that's not something that's overplayed in this series, but you always kind of want to have one of those moments, right? Where it's like Batman did a Batman.
Well, he keeps doing a Batman in the scene. I actually didn't notice this until this reading. I'm sure you've seen it, but so Batman's in here. Clark and Barda start arguing, which I actually love because Barda is like 9 feet tall canonically, so Clark actually has to like float up to like
she's
get in her face.
Than all of them.
It's
by 2
like
feet.
Significantly, yeah. So like Clark's like floating to get on her level, but if you notice behind them, like Batman, there's panel 3, you see Batman like looking at the TV. Panel 4, he clicks something. Panel 5, it's opening Scott's like secret war room, and he's just like, I need to borrow this. And I never noticed before that he was in the background doing like the click, got it. Like was not waiting for permission.
No, he was just trying to work it out and figure it out. It's like, I know that there's something.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
So I'm figuring out while y'all are chit chatting, like I'm down to business.
I know there's got to be hidden stuff. Where would I keep it if I was Scott? Yes, I probably kept it right here. Boom, and I found it.
There are a lot of layers to that too, because yes, it's Batman being world's greatest detective, and he's sorting things out. He's working things out in his head. But at the same time, if you think about it on a deeper level than that, if you go underneath the surface, he is acting with a kind of sense of urgency here.
Yes.
And it's to save and go bring back this girl whom 2 issues ago he didn't trust, right? But he knows she means a lot to Clark, right? A close friend of his. And so he's like, all right, like, this is what we're doing. I know I'm going to need something that does this, this, and this. And we're here at Big Barda and Scott Free's house. So they probably have something that does this, this, and this. So I'm going to find it and I'm going to use it. So,
and he, again, it's Batman. So he nails it. He knows exactly where he's going, even though he doesn't know where he's going. But
yeah.
So from there, they go, Barda's like, give me 1 second. Like, I got to go get ready. And from there, all 3 of them start, sort of arguing. Clark's like, we got to go get her. And Diana's like, hey, we got to remember she might like what happened if she's dead. And then, she's not dead. And they're all just sort of like yelling at each other. And Barda comes out and she's armored up. She goes, all right, let's do this. And it's just like the tensest room in the world. And she's go team, which
yeah,
I just like Big Barda. I don't know. She's such a
Big
simple
Barda's
character, but she's great.
She's that's a perfect description of her. She actually is a pretty simple character. There aren't that actual many layers to her. She's not Diana, right? There are a lot of layers.
She's not even Scott, like her husband.
There are a lot of layers and complexities to a character like Diana, and to a character like Supergirl and a number of other female DC heroes. However, Big Barda is actually pretty straightforward. What you see is what you get, and I have an appreciation for that. because she's a badass, is what she is. She's
well,
a
like,
freaking monster.
She's like, I'm big, I'm strong, I love Scott. Boom. Like, all right.
That's
like,
all you need to know about her.
Cool. Like I'm in.
Well, I'm big, I'm strong, I love Scott, and I'm free. She values
that's
her
the
freedom.
big part of it.
And that's something here where she does hone in on that in a couple of lines where she emphasizes like, hey, I escaped from there. I'm free from that life. I am choosing to help you, and helping you means going back there.
Yes. When someone brings hope to another person, it's a gift. And growing up in this hellhole, and then she gets interrupted by the Furies. But she's like thanking Wonder Woman for like, if it weren't for you guys, I would have never like known to fight, to be free, to be where I am now. And
you get an amazing team up with her and Diana.
Oh yeah, so everybody they as you guys saw, they boom tube into Apocalypse. They decide, all right, we're gonna split up. Batman's gonna go look for this thing. Diana and Barda are gonna go this way, and Clark's gonna go look for Kara. First up is the girls get stopped by the Furies, and they just launch into a battle, which is particularly great because, yes, remember, these are the Furies. Like, they're the most violent, savage things in the universe. And
they're elite fighters. These aren't slouches.
And Diana, yes, is a superhero, but she, of the three of them, is the one who is going to be willing to, boot somebody, like drive a spear through somebody or take a sword to them. Thank you. I was just about to say that.
It's not like...
It is not that stupid Infinite Crisis panel.
I was about to say, yeah, it's not the stupid Infinite Crisis panel where, like, Dan DiDio decided to insert his stupid view on the world.
You know why I don't have a rogues gallery? Because when my villains are stopped, they're stopped. Like, oh, shut up. You also don't have a rogues gallery because you only have like 2 villains. Let's talk about that more. Cheetah and Cersei. That's all you've got.
That panel makes me so genuinely angry because it's not Diana.
And I hate it even more because it's such a good moment otherwise.
Right. Like that moment should exemplify the level of desperation and point that she was driven to there.
Right.
And there should be a lot of impact and weight and gravity to that moment. But instead, she makes it sound like, no, I just kill all of my villains, and that's why I don't have a rogues gallery, right? Which isn't true.
Which is not true.
You just don't have as iconic a rogues gallery as Batman or Clark, right? And it's super frustrating because the most beautiful thing about Diana, and this is something you and I touch on a lot when we talk about Absolute Wonder Woman, is that it still captures her heart.
Yes.
Which is the most important thing about her. Despite the fact that she's a nigh peerless warrior, she's an incredibly powerful character. The most important facet of Wonder Woman is her heart. If you don't have her heart, you don't have Wonder Woman. And this book actually manages to balance that. It manages to balance that peerless warrior with that heart of compassion.
And that is exactly, that's what inspired Barda to fight, to free, and that's what inspires them to win here, because Diana almost straight up kills Lashina because she's got her.
She could have.
Like shield too, like again, not even a blade, like blunt, like, oh, that's gonna be so brutal. But the
would have had a freaking oh gosh, why am I blanking right
John
now?
Walker?
John Walker moment there, right there was like
cling,
and you couldn't even be mad.
No,
right? But
these are the Furies.
At the same time, it's that, like, I wouldn't be mad, and that person deserves it. But Diana's heart would have stopped her.
Well, it stops her right here because the Furies get Barda, and Barda, being the hardened warrior, she goes, do not listen to them. Don't surrender. Let me die, and you win. And Wonder Woman refuses. I mean, we don't see it, obviously, because we cut to Batman, but it's Wonder Woman. She doesn't go through with it. Meanwhile, we go over to Batman. He's sort of just getting the lay of the land of Apocalypse, and he encounters some of their demon dogs, dodges past them, we learn that he's looking for the what are they called?
Hellspores.
The Hellspores, which, if you guys don't know, that's what Apocalypse uses to terraform all of its planets. I hate to say this, but really the best thing that has explored this lore in recent years was actually the Zack Snyder Justice League, because he actually talks about it, where they go to a planet, they invade, they drop one of these into its core. That's what sort of blows it out on both sides and turns it into like an apocalypse place. Like that's sort of their terraforming. And so he goes,
kill myself live on air.
I know, I don't like to say it, but it's what happened.
It's across the street, not up the road, right?
I mean, God, that probably won't take you out quick enough. You'll still be having the thought of like Zack Snyder's Justice League in your brain as you go. So
dang it.
We'll what do you call it? We'll brainstorm. We'll strategize. So
all right, thanks. Appreciate that.
Off of this, we get so Batman he finds the Hellspores. He gets ambushed by some of the Hell Dogs, the guards, and he goes, Clark, he goes, you know what? I hope you have a miracle for me, Scott. And that's all we see of him in this last moment. We then check in on Clark, who is just he's just going straight missile through Apocalypse. If you guys remember in Final Crisis when he discovers Batman's dead and he just lets his eye beams out and he flies across Metropolis, it's almost on, or maybe even past that level. But Clark is pissed. Clark is here. I love this red shot of him from Turner. Just this like, oh, we're
pissed off. Like you pushed Clark this far.
like he's moving.
That is not easy to do.
There's no color here except for the red from his eyes, which means all that there is a genuine. He's kicked up so much dust that it's blocking light. Like it's scary. Like this is not Clark just showing up for a visit.
No, this isn't the Boy Scout. You don't want to mess with this boy.
No,
now you don't want to be anywhere near wherever this is.
This is the Man of Steel that you're about to see right here. And so
about to be a man kicking your ass.
So he says, Darkseid, I'm here. And Darkseid said, he's there. We see Kara finally for the first time in her
spread is so good.
What would you call this? Like an apocalypse armor? Apocalypse costume?
It's like it's her apocalypse outfit for sure.
So essentially Darkseid has taken in Kara, brainwashed her into his service, and basically doing the slave Leia thing almost, right? Like a Jabba style.
Yeah.
But making it even worse because, as he says, she's free to leave whenever she wants, but the brainwashing is here. So the brainwashing is not.
He's a liar.
Evil. Like that is. Remember, the DC universe can't exist without him. That's what we learned with All In. Like he is kind of an essential piece, like a screw for this universe or for all of DC. So yes, Clark has found Kara. Kara is in the service of Darkseid. And that is where I thought we flipped the page there. I'm so dumb. But yeah, so we basically get the kind of classic, Kara, come with me. And she's like, you know what? You didn't so she goes, come with me, come home, come on. And Darkseid says she's free to leave whenever she wants. And she goes, Clark, you weren't listening to him, to Darkseid. And she just starts beating him up, being like, you never listen, you're not respecting me. And she's just going whole hog. And of course, Clark's not really fighting back. Like, I won't fight you.
Hurt her.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And I think this is where we actually end with Kara, full herald of Darkseid, if you will, standing above Clark, Darkseid giving the order to kill him, blah, 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 to be continued, which we do because we are in the future. Obviously,
and that cover's great.
Another great Turner cover. I've really, really liked this cover. Like the dark side of it all, the draping. It's just, I love it. Like it's just so good, Turner. So, what do you want to take over? When do you want to take over? Do you want to start talking about the apocalypse stuff? Because this is where we finally start going. Yeah.
Yeah. Things are heating up. I'll take over for the rest of this. So in this moment now, so Kara has obviously revealed herself to be now in league with Darkseid. We do. Obviously, anybody who's actually reading understands that this is because of Darkseid's mental and emotional manipulation. But he is in control of Kara at this moment. And Kara starts laying into Clark. But we start getting flashes to all the other subplots or parts of this plot that we have going on. So whether it's, Batman, he got ambushed by those big demon dogs, right? And the other not parademons, but kind of the ones that don't fly. Darkseid's lackeys, for lack of a better word, I guess.
Whatever they are.
Yeah, they're the ones that don't fly, right? Like, but they still work
fly
for
now?
Darkseid. They're not parademons, but they don't fly. And you got, obviously Diana and Barda, who are kind of held at sword point by the Furies. And we get a really cool sequence in both cases.
Yeah.
And I love this type of storytelling. It's layered storytelling, and it's something that honestly only comic books can do. Only comics and manga, which are just Japanese comics in a longer form.
Art, yeah.
Only sequential art mediums can do this, where they layer different scenes, different places, things that are happening simultaneously. They're happening in tandem, right? So you have all of a sudden stuff starts happening where we thought, well, anybody who understands comics didn't think that Bruce was actually dead, right? But like he had been eaten, and we're like, oh, well, how's he going to get out of it? It wasn't like, oh my gosh, Bruce is dead. And it's like, how's he going to get out of this one, right?
Especially because it's like, I got the solicits for Batman 400 that's coming out like in 6 months. Like, I know he's coming.
Right? It's like, he's not dead. I know he's not dead, right? We haven't gotten to Final Crisis yet where we think he's dead for 5
Oh my God. Yeah, we think he's dead again. Goodness.
Yeah, because that's never happened before. And so we have this cool layered sequence where we have all three of the Trinity having something happening simultaneously, right? So you've got Kara is tossing Clark's butt out of a window, right? You've got all this gaseous stuff coming out where Bruce had been kind of gobbled up by the Hell Dog, or whatever the heck they're called. I can't remember what they're called.
Big doggy.
For some reason. Yeah, big puppy. And then you got all of a sudden Diana is the first to act here, and she's smart. She's a strategist.
Dude, I love
She's
this.
An Amazon. You would not be doing Diana justice if you didn't give her this level of agency and this level of strategy. And so she lassos Granny Goodness's neck, right, with the lasso of truth. And we keep moving through here, and again, it continues this layered storytelling where they do this like 3-panel split, and each panel is each one of the Trinity having another part of that sequence happening. And Diana, the only one that we really see something, well, actually that's not true. So we see from the it's not a, what the heck is it called? Something pit. Fire pit? Is it just called a fire pit?
It is just called a fire pit, yeah.
Okay, it's just called a fire pit. Yeah, so we see the fire pit erupt, which is where Clark had been tossed into by the Darkseid possessed Kara, or manipulated Kara. We see Batman kind of prying his way out of the jaws, the belly.
Take off your armor now, right? Like, I love that.
Which is, oh man, that's so G. That is so Batman. I love it.
It's like the more conscious version of Arnold's, like, your clothes, give them to me, right? Like, same level of like, oh, we're so fucked. Like, oh man, like, what do I do? Yes, here you go.
I need your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle.
And your motorcycle.
Right. That's kind of what it was, right? And then you have Diana roping in Granny Goodness, and she's not playing around anymore. But as we go through the sequence, that 1-page splash of Kara
going through the fire pit,
Darkseid controlled Kara is pretty epic.
It's pretty great.
But as we go through, each one of these sequences continues to move forward, and Clark, he's prepared. Here's the thing. There was an argument happening at the time when this comic book was coming out, and it kind of continued through the first arc of the Supergirl book that followed this, when her book was rebooted.
Who was on that?
Where, why do you ask me questions that involve names, man?
If it was just, I'll look it up.
It was Loeb.
It was Loeb.
Loeb
Interesting.
Loeb was writing. It was Loeb, Joe Kelly, and Ian Churchill. And I actually really love Ian Churchill's work. Yeah, Joe Kelly. Yeah. No, Joe Kelly was freaking drawing Supergirl. A lot of people would rather associate him with other characters, but yeah, he drew some Supergirl.
That's awesome. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
or like I didn't put the 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, he's so good. But where people were like, "Oh, is Supergirl actually more powerful than Superman?" No, she's not. What it is that
he's not fighting.
Supergirl is not afraid to showcase and leverage far higher percentage of her capabilities and her powers and utilize those to win. Clark holds back deliberately, right? It's kind of like with Peter, where he's constantly pulling his punches at the last second.
Otherwise he would,
because he knows he would kill people.
It's the world of cardboard speech from Justice League, right? Like everything around me, I have to be so careful because everything is cardboard.
He has to be so intentional. He has to be so deliberate and careful with everything and everyone around him. And he applies that even towards Supergirl, which should tell you something about how strong Clark is, right? Like he knows, like if he's not trying, he's just letting Supergirl hit him. Yeah, she's going to kind of kick the crap out of him for a little bit. But the second Clark tries,
it's over. Like
it's no longer a contest. And that's not, look, I like Supergirl as a character more than I like Superman. And I love Superman.
Yeah.
But Supergirl is my second favorite DC hero and second or third favorite comic book hero overall. Right? It's like, Peter is probably
Wally.
Just above, right? Yeah, Peter and Wally are the one that vie for number 1 and 2. But like
depends on who's writing them that week.
Really, seriously. Right now it's clearly Hickman and Peter. Because Wally's getting no love whatsoever. But
I like how you had to go to Ultimate, not 616. Yeah.
Why would I go to 616 unless I want to shoot myself between the eyes? So Clark, he knows he's more powerful. Clark knows his own strength. He actually does. He deliberately holds back. But we see moments in this book where he realizes he has to exert a little bit more because Supergirl is extremely powerful. She's no slouch. He does actually have to try and pull out some tricks out of his pocket. He has to pull out the kryptonite ring.
He does,
right? Which hurts him,
which is
not
great.
Just emotionally, because there's this there are layers to this moment when he clocks Kara while he has the kryptonite ring wielded, right? Where it's like, this is going to hurt you a lot more than it hurts me type of a thing, or this is going to hurt me a lot more than it hurts you. Like, I don't want to do this, right? Because he knows that this is one of the few things that can actually hurt his kind.
And brutally so. Like, it's not just like...
It's a genuinely dangerous thing, right? He knows he's playing with fire here. And at the same time, he knows, unless I'm going for a kill, there's no other way to do this.
Right.
Because she is genuinely that powerful.
And that's the thing. So I remember that debate that you were talking about, and I know a lot of it was fueled by, on this last page, I'm way too zoomed in, but in this page, Clark has 2 bubbles where he goes, she's powerful. She may be even more powerful than me. And that was kind of the big basis for it, ignoring everything Andrew said. The way I always viewed it is sort of like Gohan Goku. Yes, maybe Kara has the better upper limit and she is genuinely just more raw power, but she doesn't have the character, the she's just not Superman. She's never going to be
controlled
that.
Power is far different from
exactly. And she's definitely the wildfire.
Controlled power, no matter how people may feel about him, Jordan Peterson has a line where he says, and this can be applied to other people as well, but it doesn't make you more virtuous to be powerless and a wimp and say, oh, well, I've never hurt anyone. Well, yeah, you're not capable of it. So that doesn't make you special, right? If you are genuinely capable of being a monster and you actively choose morality instead, if you actively choose, no, yes, I am capable physically of harming others, and instead my active intention is to not do harm to others, is to instead push peace and push unity.
The true strength.
That is far more of a position of strength and a position of character, because you're not coming from a place of morality if you're not capable of hurting someone and saying, "Oh, I didn't hurt anybody." Well, yeah, you can't.
You couldn't. Yeah. So
right?
Like you didn't have the option, so saying you didn't take it doesn't count.
Yeah. If I weigh 85 pounds soaking wet and I say, "Well, I've never hurt somebody in my life." Okay, congratulations. Do you want a cookie and a bouquet?
Right? Like that's kind of just, we knew, yeah. That's not special.
But if you're somebody that can figuratively punch through a concrete wall, right? Or people look at you and think you can.
Yeah.
Right? But instead you are gentle. You are someone who promotes love and compassion. That is strength. Because you are capable of harm.
But you're choosing not to.
Correct.
I mean,
it's not a matter of I didn't. I chose not to.
Yes. Clark
I actively chose not to.
There's a line in Public Enemies in the earlier arc where Batman, I think it's in that first section that I was gushing about, where Batman says something about does he know what the people think of him? Does he know what he could easily do? And I fear the day that he ever realizes that. And it's yeah, that's exactly, I mean, that's probably not it, because it's realizing it is different than the holding it back or whatever, but it's something along that lines of Clark knows what he can do. He knows he's Superman, but he doesn't. I mean, here's a better one. There's a moment when he's fighting Lex, right, at the very end, and he's like, I stayed out of this because I know I would have had too much influence on the election. I can't be the one to just tell them everything to do. And then he's like, but maybe I should have done everything I could to not get Lex in office, which, okay, yeah, you stop Lex and we all know he's bad, but then now everybody's going to look to you for your political endurance, and it's just going to be bad, blah, 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 blah. So
there are a lot of layers to that.
Yes. And yeah, that's what we're seeing here with Clark, with his, it is not, Kara would not win this fight if it was an actual 1-to-1. If Poison Ivy was doing this, Hush style, yeah, you're done.
Yeah. If it was an all-out 1-to-1, Clark wins this fight every single time. Let's not make any two bones about it. And that's me loving Kara. Absolutely, to my core. But Clark wins this fight every single time if it's no holds barred. There's no question about it. It's not disputable. Honestly, anybody who thinks it does not understand these characters.
It's like we always say, right? You can like what character you like or what story arc, but you have to also be able to admit reality. So it's I love Ben. I love the Scarlet Spider. I also admit that other Spider people is kind of an overdone concept, and the Clone Saga sucks. I know all that stuff. I'm not going to sit here and go it's the best. Andrew, shut up. Why do you want to erase them all?
That's being able to say the two things can be true at once.
Exactly.
And being intellectually honest and separating, I like this thing, from everyone else must accept this thing.
Yes. Oh, that's a perfect delineation. Yes.
Two very different things. You can people who love the garbage Zack Snyder DC stuff, if you enjoy those, I want people to enjoy movies. I want people to enjoy their entertainment.
Yeah.
However, the second you tell me that is the only and one definitive version of these characters, well, okay, one, you've never read a comic book in your life. Shut the hell up. Get out of my face. And two, that's not how things should work. Right? You should be able to understand, because I have friends. In fact, I'll say right now, Dylan, wonderful guy. Love him to pieces. He's Mary's bestie. He's a good friend of mine. He admits fully, without any shame whatsoever, he likes how Superman is in the Zack Snyder films. He also is willing to say, I've never liked Superman in the comics. I'm not a Superman fan.
And that's perfect.
I like these movies. I'm not going to pretend to be some knowledgeable Superman comic book fan.
Which is that's all anybody needs to do. I mean,
that's it. That's where so you like those movies. Like those movies. That's fine.
Half of where we gotten in our not even, I don't want to say the culture wars, but the nerd wars is because of that inability to say like, I like
the inability
this
to
is
separate
bad.
I like from everyone else must like, and if everybody else doesn't like, that somehow invalidates
like,
me liking
it's a
it.
personal reflection on myself or whatever.
Like,
and it's like,
when has it ever been a thing where you've needed everyone else to like the same thing that you like in order for you liking it to be valid? That's ridiculous.
That's just where we are now.
I guess that's where we are. It's 2025, folks. But yeah, Clark smacks Kara here with the kryptonite ring. And it's a heck of a shot.
Love it.
And you can see the beautiful thing here is you can see the pain in Clark's face. He doesn't, it's twofold here, right? Because he's feeling the pain because he's got kryptonite on his hand, and two, he's feeling the pain because he's hitting someone who's family, and he knows this is physically hurting them as well.
And also just not just family, again, like the only other survivor besides him and Crypto. Like,
yeah, this is it. And that's, gosh, this beautiful visual storytelling.
So good.
Yeah, he clocks her, and we keep going, and we get this. Honestly, this is
I love this one
Batman's
too.
Movie. This is one of the coolest Batman moments in history.
I fucking love this.
Where Bruce, he's geared up with this, not parademon armor, but like dark side apocalypse,
whatever they were,
soldier armor.
Remember a second ago, take off your armor now.
Like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I need your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle.
And your big dog.
Like, yeah, and your big dog, even better. So he's all geared out, right? And he goes to Darkseid, and he says, I want you to disavow Kara Zor-El. And he starts playing a really hard gambit with Darkseid, who is a strategist, by the way. This is like out of the new gods of like the fourth world, Jack Kirby's fourth world in DC. He's the Batman. He's the strategist. So he understands things from a completely different perspective from all the other guys, so your Orion and whatnot, right?
Which is like, just side note, that's what made Final Crisis so deep or like compelling or stakey, because it was Batman trying to solve a mystery that was being actively like manipulated by Darkseid's plan. So it was it's crazy. It's crazy. Keep going.
Yeah, Final Crisis is kind of more of a Batman story than anything, even though it has massive moments with Superman, has big moments with Wonder Woman. It
just
has
the gun moment is one of my favorite. Like, boom, and then like just throwing the gun away because he's like, I did it. And the beam is coming, and he's like, yep.
It has one of the coolest Flash moments too.
In Final
Crisis, dude, Return to Sender. It's got Barry and Wally running side by side.
That's right.
And that's where we get Wally coming back to continuity.
That's right. The one I went to was just in the first issue where it's Barry like, run, like get the bullet, and I'm like, that was, I mean, if you like Barry, I guess, but that's a really weird pick, Andrew. You're not the biggest Barry fan, but no, now I remember what you're talking about. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, no, it's that tandem Return to Sender moment. And so he starts playing this gambit, and it's a dangerous one with Darkseid of all people. And he goes back and forth and says, hey, I recoded your health spores, which are effectively, think of each health spore as like a high yield nuke.
Yes.
Right? And he talks to Darkseid as though he's in a position of authority, as though he's in a position of like being able to gamble here. And Darkseid doesn't believe him. He thinks he's bluffing. And then he recites off the activation key for the health spores. And then that's the moment where Darkseid gets pissed.
And
he starts laying into Bruce. And guys, remember, Bruce is just a man.
And that armor isn't providing him any defense. Like, it's just the claws.
Yeah. Bruce, Batman, is just a peak physical condition human male. That's it. He has no there's no magic. There's no superpowers to him. He takes this incredible beating from Darkseid.
And like he does know like Barda's mother box will protect me for only so long. But even you can see, even with his protection, look at that panel 6. Bruce is already like coughing blood out of his cowl. Like he's getting hurt. It's not
stopping
anything.
Kicked out of him here. and he's still willing to play this gambit. I want to emphasize again. I mentioned this earlier, but I want to emphasize it once again. And I think this is a matter of how much he respects Clark and how much he values Clark. He's doing this all for Clark.
Yeah,
he's doing this all
Bruce's
to save Kara, right? He's doing this all to save Kara, someone who he doesn't even trust.
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
He doesn't even trust, but he does trust Clark.
Which is like, I love that in life, in stories, just like, I don't trust them, but I trust you. So I'm going to trust them. Like, that is, to me, that's like one of the biggest signings of like, I do actually trust you of all time. Like, that's crazy. Especially when it's a Kryptonian. Yeah.
And it's a beautiful moment, and he winds up checkmating Darkseid, and Darkseid has an incredible moment, and I always manage to forget the voice actor's name, but he has a great delivery of it in the animated version of this.
It's either Keith David, right? Is that who it was? Or Michael Clark? It was one of those big black guys who have like the booming voices. I know it is. I can hear it. I'm going to look it up. I'm going to look it up.
Please double check.
Well, you let them know. I'll look it up.
Please double check. He has this great moment where Darkseid says, "Well played." When
Michael Ironside that's who it was.
That's what it was. Michael Ironside. And Darkseid says, "Well played. Had the Kryptonian or the Amazon played this gambit, they would have lost. But you, a human,
he says it right here. Yeah,
kill your own to win wars. It's an admirable quality."
Wow.
Right. And
you said you screwed. That was actually, that is almost word for word what he says here. Had the Kryptonian or the Amazon taken the gamble, they would have lost. They do not have the strength of character it would take to destroy an entire planet to achieve success. But you, a human, you kill your own kind to win battles. It is an admirable quality. Take the girl. I will make no move against her.
Yeah, that tells you there's such great character work there.
Yes.
Like that's not exposition. That's not dialogue for the sake of dialogue. You are actually learning something about the character through the words that they're saying. And that's like, what he's saying there is he values the fact that humans kill their own species in order to win battles.
He sees that's Darkseid, baby. Yeah.
He's seeing that as something admirable. He sees that as something of quality. He sees that as an accolade, right? And so he again, as you just said, he tells Batman, "Fine, take her. I will make no move against her." And you have Clark saying, "I'll hold you to that," right? And then they F off, right? They get out of there. And that was just such a powerful moment, and it was one of the very few moments in an animated adaptation that's like nailed.
Yes, it's like perfectly. From the page. Yeah, like just literally come to life.
Practically panel for panel, right? And you have this follow-up sequence where Clark and Diana and Bruce are kind of like recollecting themselves after the events on Apocalypse. And Kara is like worried about how things went and all of this. And I want to jump forward to when we get to the Kent farm.
Well,
so we do
it's
see
like
that
2
amazing
pages.
double.
So
we do see
Kara
that
gets
beautiful
a costume,
double page. Yeah,
double
we see that double page,
and then they go to
the double page splash that were beautiful
to the Kent farm.
And the Kent farm sequence is amazing, and it's done. This is another instance where like it's animated so well in the film,
and it's actually different in the film.
A little bit, yeah.
Because Kara fights, and as you guys can see in our intro, Kara actually in the animated one, Kara actually fights. In the comics here, Darkseid shows up, shoots his Omega beams at Soups, and she dives in the way.
She dashes in front, and she, as we or at least are led to believe, she gets dusted. Essentially, all we are is dust in the wind, or at least Kara is. And we see this incredible what a cliffhanger that is,
dude.
Too.
It's a
Can you imagine being somebody who is like so invested in the return of Supergirl after how many years, and like this specific issue, this is issue 12, ends with like Clark. You see that 1-page spread of Clark just like holding the dust of Kara there
with Darkseid in the background,
with Darkseid just cold. He's absolutely cold and deadly behind him.
Pity.
And you got to be like, Is she actually dead?
What did we actually do? You know what? I'm totally speculating because I was not in this mindset at the time when reading this, but how many fans, Andrew, were like, are we about to fucking energy matrix this shit again? Are you really gonna do that? Like, no, you didn't do like.
Oh man, I hadn't thought about that before this, but
like it
would
have been us. Yeah,
probably, we probably would have been like, oh, you better freaking not.
Like, do not. If I hear Kryptonian energy matrix, I'm going to like drive to Burbank or New York at the time.
I will flip a table so fast you won't.
I'll do the Superman Lex thing from the James Gunn movie. Just
right. Exactly. But yeah, so what a cliffhanger that is to end it on. But this last issue, honestly, not a lot happens. The important thing that happens is that Superman goes off. This is when we see it's not a completely unlocked Clark, because he's not lethal here still. And that's honestly the level of restraint he's showing here is even more impressive than any other time, because you can understand, like, imagine thinking or wanting to have others believe that you think the last person that you could potentially be related to in the world or in the universe was just murdered in cold blood.
Like right in front of you.
What would you want to do to that person who did that? Right. And so Diana, you get this awesome
especially
shot.
too, Andrew, don't forget, like, in terms of Superman and Darkseid, this is like, I could have stopped him years ago. Like, maybe not like stopped him because he's he's Darkseid, but he's like, I could have stopped, like, tempered this threat to Earth at least years ago.
Yeah.
And like the fact that like we were saying, the fact that he chose not to use that power so violently and so like authoritarianly, yes, that's the good thing to do, but it also leads to the potential for that person to backstab you or do whatever, which, there we go. That's what Darkseid's doing. Yeah.
No, absolutely.
Because remember, he said, I will make no move against her. Like, but then he said, I didn't say anything about on Earth. This is, so here I am. Let's go.
Yeah. And the thing here is Darkseid isn't making a move against Kara specifically. He's actually making a move against Clark. Right. That's the delineating line. And you get that cool shot of Diana using her classic, bracers to reflect Darkseid's Omega beams. And that's a really cool, like, that's kind of a puff piece moment.
I was going to say,
because like Darkseid's Omega beams, that's kind of a big deal. And Diana's just like, bam. Right. Like,
they're not like regular bullets. Like they touch you. Yeah. It's like a mind disease. Like, it's a thing for like it's a what do you call it, like an aura moment, a hype moment. Yeah. But for comic nerds like us, I definitely had
reality,
that's an Omega
in reality
beam.
We kind of like have to suspend disbelief for a moment there and be like, but that's an Omega beam though, right? Like
by this logic,
how many prayers did you send up first, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, seriously. Like, by this logic, Kara in her like Kryptonian material suit should have survived a beam. Like, that's the equivalent here. And it's like,
basically that.
Okay, whatever. She's here to help.
Yeah,
cool, Turner.
I feel
we're in the moment.
As cool as this moment is, as aura as this moment is, as the kids might say, that was really just to showcase a cool moment for Diana.
100%.
Because this isn't a Diana-focused arc at all. Like, she has a couple of really cool moments, especially in that tag team with Barda against the Furies. But this is by no means a Diana-focused
arc. This is, if
arc.
anything, like a Superman, even for the Superman-Batman title, like, it is a more Superman arc.
It is.
Like, Batman's there and he's doing a lot, but it is about Clark and Kara.
Yeah. This moment, I think, was meant to just be like, hey, like, we know Diana's part of the Trinity as well, and we don't want her to look like she didn't have any moments at all, type of a thing.
I think it was less like, we don't want her to look like she didn't have any moments, and more just like, this is what we're doing. Like, we've got the Trinity, let's go ham, right? Like, we've got Darkseid on the planet, we might as well deliver on, like, that epic finale.
And I'll say that is maybe removing disbelief as that moment might have been. I think the way that it's followed up on makes it work really well, because Clark's like, get the hell out of the way.
Well, stay out of this. That's what he says.
Like, this is not your business. Like, I'm not playing right now, right? And so you start to see Clark open up a complete can of whoop ass on Darkseid. And this is one of the most, this is a rare moment where you see post-crisis Clark like really open up against somebody again. Not
he's about to go
lethal.
like eat planets at this point. Like that's how Silver Agey we're getting.
Yeah, like he's still maintaining that I'm not going to kill somebody, but he's bringing it as close as he possibly can, and he whoops the absolute piss out of Darkseid in one of the probably most awesome beatdowns in any moment. Like, and the thing is, here, I think it gets lost in the sauce because you're just focused on the fact that Clark is beating the crap out of Darkseid and Darkseid's trying to fight back. But the storytelling here visually makes sense because as you're seeing here, like Clark is pushing Darkseid closer and closer to the Earth's sun.
And also they're just caught in its gravity at that point, right? Like they're going to fall towards it.
That too, but Clark is he's getting stronger and stronger as he's pushing Darkseid closer to Sol, closer to our galaxy's sun, right? And then he hits that moment where it's like, all right, I'm done with you. I'm ending this. And he blasts him all the way to the source wall. And for those of you who are not well versed in DC's lore, the source wall is at the very edge of the multiverse.
This is the thing that like technically what's on the other side of the source wall is us. Like our world is on the other side of the source wall. Mm-hmm. So it's literally like the barrier between fiction and reality. In the DCU.
Essentially, yes. Yeah. And he just absolutely studs on Darkseid here. And he kicks his butt all the way to the source wall, and then he drops him there. Well, and he says, you can stay here with all the other failures in the universe. And for him to drop a line that cold.
This is like when he Phantom Zone projected Zod. Right? Like, and like, he didn't want to do it, but how do you stop this threat?
Yeah.
Zoom. And yes.
It's like, all right, you're done. Fine.
And I also just like wanted to highlight real quick. I love that panel one right here. The Superman, like, eyes ready. Turner didn't really get to draw a lot of this, like, go moment Superman. And it works for his style really well. But I wanted to highlight, like, Clark isn't necessarily maybe not going for a kill, like you said, but right here,
he's going for ending it.
To the point where he actually makes Darkseid bleed, and not like a little, like he's ripped open the very essence of the cosmic role that Darkseid is. Like that is how pissed Superman is, right? Like, and I love this bit because right there in that top, I don't know if you guys can read it, but Darkseid is like, he's whimpering like, I am Darkseid, which is like his like that's his thing, and Clark is just no more, and then just rushes into the source wall, and just
it's beautiful.
It's so
absolutely
good.
Beautiful. It's honestly kind of a Superman puff piece here, where it's like if Superman's actually taking this seriously, like you're gonna be hard pressed to find somebody that's actually gonna stop him.
I mean, that's why Superman 1 million just lives in the sun.
Exactly. And so he puts Darkseid down. He pins him to the source wall. He says, you can stick here with all the other losers.
It's so
right.
Good.
Like I'm done with you. And it's such a badass Superman moment. It's a moment where it's like people who think that Superman is just rescuing cats out of trees, like type of a thing. Like that's those types of moments, not literally that, but like those types of moments speak to his character.
Yeah.
A lot because he values even the smallest.
Yes.
Right?
You nailed it.
That's the thing about Clark. Like you can fight off Zod. Do you value the least? Do you value the weakest? Do you value the smallest of us?
Was that great moment.
Despite you being practically a god among us.
That was that great moment from Superman Unlimited, right? When he was just like going around the city and he's like, oh, I hear your songs all the time. Like you should be like writing more. Like that was perfect. Like it was Slott, but Slott knew what he was writing. Like you got him. That's Clark.
He understood that moment. He understood the character there. To his credit, he's written a lot of crap over the years, but like to his credit, like he did get that moment and he got it very well.
Dude, I am Darkseid, yes, but your defeat is in Supergirl's name. Like hell yeah.
Oh,
like, that's so sick.
Yeah, and then we circle back and we find out, which is to anybody that reads comics not entirely surprising, that
I also just really
Supergirl is
like this
actually
shot
not dead.
of
I
John
like
like
the
nailing
shot.
the yeah.
But yeah, I just like the idea. Yeah, John's,
Yeah, like
Martian Manhunter, incredible member of the Justice League. But just in general, I like the idea of the Justice League showing up to help out, like at the Kent farm.
and like
They're like,
restore
hey,
everything.
we understand. This is kind of like a pseudo sacred place. Like, this is an important spot. Like, we need to let's help out, right?
And
Type of a
if not
thing.
and if not even that, it's sort of like, oh, we went over to Andrew's house and we had a party, but his parents are coming home. Like, well, let's go help out Andrew. Like, we like Andrew.
Let's clean
like,
up, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, exactly.
Exactly, yeah.
Like, Darkseid had a party.
It's a fun moment. It's a very humanizing moment, actually, for a lot of these characters who are far more than human. And that's an important thing to have in comic books, especially when you're dealing with powered beings such as the DC universe has.
The DC ones especially, though, like, again, the gods pretending to be men pretending to be gods, DC, Marvel.
Exactly.
With the DC ones, it would be very easy to let everybody have slipped into Wonder Woman 1 million, Batman 1 million territory, like, at this point. But they don't.
Exactly. But they don't. No, Jeff Lubb does a great job here of still humanizing all of these characters. And then we cut to Superman and, he's monologuing. We see that Supergirl's actually still alive. Kara's still alive. And that this was kind of a ruse to bait Darkseid. Because, look.
I like the explanation, too,
If you write Clark as completely naive, then you don't understand the character.
Well, there's Clark that line he makes. There's that line in Public Enemies where Bruce is like, he's doing like he's looking up the Metallo stuff, and then Clark is like, well, did you think about this and that and this danger? And he's like, what? And he's like, investigative journalist, hello, like, I'm still that. And it's like, not only, you've got this.
Clark isn't naive. He's not an idiot. He just is hopeful and wants to believe in the best in others, but he is still intelligent. And so this is an instance where he knew Darkseid was not somebody who could be trusted. And so he planned ahead. And so he set up this kind of elaborate ruse where Darkseid was led to believe that Clark had been led to believe that Supergirl was dead. And so it was a multi-layered ruse.
I love the bit where Clark says, like, the reason I gave you your suit at the fortress and we flew to Smallville is like, I had a boom tube, but I wanted to flaunt you. Like, that'll get his attention. You think he's just going to ignore that? And sure enough, there he goes.
He's going to see that as something that's flying and flaunting in his face.
He's not going to be
able to ignore that.
And sure enough, they were right.
They baited him. They trolled him. That was clickbait mentality is what that was. And so they pulled him in on it, and it worked. And at the end of the day,
it is a sort of like MacGuffin-y. I will admit, it is sort of like a MacGuffin-y resolution. Because a little bit, yeah. They go, oh, right when Kara got hit by the beams, Wonder Woman teleported her out to, with the Justice League Watchtower and teleported in her ashes. Which, like, yeah, we've seen that a lot. It is a valid, completely fine resolution, but it's also sort of like, this is the DCU. Like, we could have done maybe something. I don't have anything off the top of my head, but something that maybe relies a little bit better than like timing and like GPS positioning. I don't know. It was timing
with the part about it that makes it the hard sell is the fact that we're dealing with the Omega beams.
That's exactly.
And
what
the
I was
Omega
thinking.
beams, those aren't slow moving eye blasts, guys. Those are fast.
And
those
also,
are really
like,
fast to the point of, if you flash forward to Final Crisis, Barry and Wally are like pushing themselves to outrun the Omega beams.
Yes. Yeah, right? That was the whole thing. Yeah.
So that should tell you how fast those move. So Wonder Woman, like, timing that well enough is a bit of a hard sell. We let it slide because literally everything else about this story is so fantastic. So we're just like, all right, so you had a MacGuffin. It's comic books. It happens. Okay.
And we also, I
feel
also
like
admit
there probably could have been something else, though, that you maybe had, you would have had to work for sure.
That's the problem.
There's probably something else there that you could have made work that didn't feel as MacGuffin-y.
And this is probably, you know, a testament to Loeb's writing. He probably was like, I could over-explain it and start getting into the nitty-gritty, but then is that just going to, you know, take people out of this story?
Is that going to detract away from the overall story? Like, and that was probably a gamble he took, and he was like, I think people are going to put more value on the overall story than the minutia.
Absolutely,
that one moment.
Absolutely,
right?
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially because, like you said, we could have, you know, Mr. Terrific made all these calculations, and then they ran it by Barry and the Atom, and it was all, we could do it. It just, do we care that much? Like, just kind of knowing in the back of my head, like, they could have a reasonable way to do it in this moment, like in this sort of like story, I'm cool with it. Like, I'm cool to just keep on.
It's the balance of, does how this moment pans out matter as much as the fact that the moment panned out?
Yes, that's actually a really good way to put it. Dang.
I don't value as much the how as the fact that it did.
Unless the how is very, very egregious.
Sure. No, absolutely. I'm specifically regarding this story, right? There are absolutely moments where it's like, maybe not. Maybe not quite.
Like, maybe not quite.
This is a moment where, and you have to build that good faith with your audience, right? Where it's hey, like, you did everything else right up to this point, so where it's like you get one, you get
like
a pass,
you
right?
And to you know, just make it concrete for what we're talking about, Loeb knocks it out of the park with Public Enemies. There is really no continuity or canon. Like, we didn't even go like, oh, let's be pedantic. Like, it's pretty solid and straight through. So we know that they're good, right? Like, we know he knows what he's doing. And then we're already like 3 or 4 issues into this arc at that point, or 5 when the beams happen. So it's like, all right, like, we already trust you. Just take us home at this point, right? Like, maybe the ride will be a little bumpy, but
we're at
let's
5
get home.
out of 6 for this for the Return of Supergirl arc when she gets hit by the Omega beams.
By the beams,
and then it's in issue 6 of the arc, so issue 13 of the series overall, where we get the explanation. We're like, kind of like, all right.
Oh my God. I just realized, I was going to say, it's like in Justice League Unlimited when that one hero said, Barry, how did we get here and not go through the Phantom Zone? And he just went, we did, right?
Yeah.
That was Kara. I just realized that was Kara who says that. Yeah. It's Kara talking to Barry. So bring it all full circle.
It just kind of happened, right? Like, it's, I don't know. It's just the like, comics. I don't know.
Yeah,
like, here's the thing. Like,
don't look behind the curtain. Yeah.
It's a very difficult balance. But when you're dealing with things as fantastical as superheroes and the powers that they have, you do get a few, all right. Like, you get a few of those.
Yes.
But you have to earn them.
Yes. Oh,
right.
That's the good qualifier. Yeah, dude.
You have to earn them with everything that led up to it. Right? If everything else that you did, when you get to that, all right, like, if everything else that you did leading up to that is
you'll get a
rock
pass.
solid, then this is my approach to writing, especially when it comes to the fantastical superhero stuff. Readers, at the end of the day, want to be entertained. They want to have fun. They want to have a good time. Yes, they want it to be believable to some degree, for sure. That's important. Otherwise, you don't have somebody's investment, right, as a reader. But at the end of the day, they do want to be more entertained. The desire to be entertained and to have a good time with a story exceeds their desire or potential need for it to be realistic. And so the way that I approach this is through the kind of D&D rule of cool.
Yes.
Where if your audience is entertained, they're convinced. If they're not entertained and you do some like iffy or flubby science stuff, and they look at it like, huh? They're not convinced, and they're not going to have a good time. But if they're having a great time up to that moment where maybe you get a little iffy with the science, they're going to kind of just like skirt right over it and just continue to have a good time. Because at the end of the day, it's escapism, and they want to have a good time. And if that requires me suspending my disbelief for a moment, for a panel, even a page, if your storytelling earned that up to that point, I'm good. I'm okay with it. Like, you can have something where it's like, yes, in retrospect, I could look at it and be like, that is something. That is something else.
Yeah.
Like, that was a choice that you made. But in the moment, while I was reading through it and I was invested in the story, I was invested in the characters, I cared about what was going on. There were actual stakes that were happening. And then you had that moment where it was like, science was a little iffy, right? But everything else was right. And the story just kind of continued moving and everything was good. I'm gonna just keep having a good time. I'm not going to let one moment of scientific iffiness,
Right.
detract
Again, unless it's like that overtly
from
egregious thing that just like breaks
has
all
to
of
be,
our immersion, like
absolutely.
immediately.
Like if you have something where like Catwoman starts beating the crap out of Wally and
God.
Barry, then like, okay, yeah, you know what? Maybe my suspension of disbelief has been, it's reached its limit. But otherwise, you can earn that moment.
Yes.
Just don't abuse that moment.
Don't abuse that moment, and then don't abuse like the goodwill after that, right? Because like Loeb will get away with this. He didn't do this, but just like theoretically, if he went after this and we went, oh, the XYZ is bad, and he went, but do you not remember what I did with that like story, like with Supergirl? We would go, yeah, and you earned it, but this is like a new game, right? Like this is
it's not the same thing.
Yeah, like
this is a case-by-case basis, buddy.
Yes.
Like, you earned it with that story. That doesn't mean you get a hall pass for every story thereafter.
Yes.
This is not a perennial or evergreen get out of jail free card for doing weird crap in comics. No, this is like if you earned a moment where it's like, I will suspend my disbelief here because you did everything else right leading up to this. Cool. I am totally able to do that. I'm willing to do that, and I will do that for no other reason than to just continue to have a good time. But if you think you are entitled to that moment, that is a different story altogether.
Think again, Tom King.
I will rip you to shreds all day and twice on Sundays.
But luckily, that's why we're not ripping Turner to shreds or Loeb to shreds, because they've pulled it off. And honestly, like we're here at the end. I kind of love this closing moment, and I think it really only works for Supergirl because Supergirl says, I've made my decision. I know what I want to be here. Do I want to be a teenage girl? Do I want to be a superhero? Do I want to be a superhero, or do I want to be my own superhero? Like, do I want to be in the super family or on my own? And she says, I've made my decision. And we get this amazing, just giant, like, like an unveiling ceremony almost?
It's kind of an unveiling ceremony, a coronation of sorts. Coronation might be a little too much. But
induction.
It's a moment where like
into the
getting,
DCU.
Like, kind of introduced into the DCU, into the greater DC universe. You've got the Titans here, you've got the Justice League here, you got the JSA, you've got the Outsiders.
You have the Outsiders,
right. So you've got even little quips here like,
I love this.
If such and such happened, then Plastic Man would be the most powerful man.
If a nuke went off right now, Plastic Man would be the most powerful guy on Earth. Shut up, Grace. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Like that's a beautiful moment. That's an understanding of character dynamics and things like that. And
God,
it
leaves
off.
I forgot that was Arsenal too, with the soul patch. Oh, I forgot about that.
And it leaves off on just a picturesque moment with beautiful coloring, with a sunset behind her, of Kara there, thanking everybody for welcoming her and accepting her into this kind of fold of heroes. And
we've got that
of heroes.
the what do you call it? The inscription that was on her pod about this vessel carries my daughter Kara Zor-El.
She will be a treasure.
Treasure to your planet, and that's what they were like debating over the entire time. Like, did we
Will she be a
mistranslate
treasure
it?
or a
like
tragedy
a threat?
or
Yeah. And then I don't. Maybe did Christopher Reeve like pass around this time, because it does also end with a dedication to Reeve. I can't remember when he like passed.
I can't either. I know. See. I remember the
2004
Smallville. So okay, so he did pass the year before.
Right before this. Yeah. So this was definitely them being like,
because so Smallville started in, was it 2000 or 2001, and they did the dedication to him because he's had a few episodes that he was in season. It was either season 3 or 4 that he was in, and they do dedicate the episode and the credits to him because he did pass not long after.
But yeah, I mean, as heartbreaking as that is, obviously, like, I still think this is a good tribute here. Like, again, like Andrew said, this is sort of the perfect bow to put on everything. It's a perfect pinup of your new hero. It's got 2 like good closeout not monologues, but thoughts from Bruce and Clark. This amazing dedication to like the guy who popularized Superman, or I don't even know if that's accurate, but you guys know what I mean. Like, brought him to the populars. I mean, I don't even know if that's true, but you know what I mean.
When most people who are Gen X and whatnot think of Superman, they think of Christopher Reeve, right?
For good reason.
For really good reason. It's one of the reasons why we, a lot of people are like, hey, true justice in the American way is, Superman's catchphrase. And yes, but no. It's inconsistent is what it is.
It is, yeah.
And there have been instances where that has been the phrase, and there have been instances where it's been different than that. Christopher Reeve is the reason why people who think that is his phrase, it's because of him. It's because of the wonderful presentation that he gave to the character and the scripting that was done in the Donner film, right?
Yeah,
that's why that exists. It's not for a not good reason, right?
No,
it exists for a reason.
100%.
You can't fault people for the Christopher Reeve and Richard Donner films being their Superman they grew up with for believing that. You can't genuinely fault them for that, because
no, not at all.
Those movies were so impactful. They
influenced the comics.
They influenced the comics. We wouldn't have, but beyond DC, we wouldn't have had the Spider-Man films from Raimi.
It's true,
right? In the 2000s, without the impact that the Donner and Reeve films for Superman had, right? So
I feel like
those are so impactful.
Even without, like, just not even thinking of like other things like films, like without those films, we're still like really far behind, unfortunately. But like comics wouldn't have this level of respect of what they can do without those movies showing like, oh, these stories can, like, they're not just like weird nerd shit, right? Like those stories can apply to a
lot of people. Those introduced a lot of people to comic books, whether it was Superman or beyond that, right? Maybe people were just like, hey, I really love this movie, so I'm gonna buy Superman comics. Cool, that's amazing. But I'm sure there were people also that were like, hey, I really love this movie, so I'm going to not only get into Superman comics, but maybe I'm going to check out Batman. I'm going to check out The Flash. I'm going to check out Green Lantern and Wonder Woman and all of that, right? So it's a snowball effect. And all that, I guess, is to say that there was beautiful storytelling done by Jeff Lubb and Michael Turner in this arc, as well as Jeff Lubb and Ed McGuinness.
Ed McGuinness, yes.
In the Public Enemies arc. And guys, if you can spare $10 out of your monthly budget on the 17th of this month in July for the DC Compact, they're about this big, right?
They're worth it.
You can toss them in a bag. You can toss them in a backpack.
You can leave them on a beach. That's the point. Forget all your Dean Koontz novels. Like, leave the Court of Owls around. Let a kid pick that up.
Oh my gosh, my dad has a bunch of Dean Koontz novels. That's hilarious. I'm literally right now seeing my dad's like armoire that has all of his his novels where he's got his Clancy, he's got his Dean
Yup,
Koontz,
yup.
he's
That's
got
my dad too.
we got Dan Brown, we got who is it that does the Jack Reacher? Something
Lee Child.
right?
Lee Childs? Is
Lee
that
Child,
what is it? I think that's what it
maybe
is.
that's it. Maybe that's it. But he's
got
got
Lee.
all of those. Yeah, he loves all those types of books. He's got a freaking whole armoire filled with them. God bless
so
him.
Awesome. Yeah.
And I mean, he's the one that got me into Mission Impossible, which is my all-time favorite movie franchise, right? And so like check those out. It's only $10 for the DC compacts. And if you enjoy the Public Enemies / Return of Supergirl DC compact, considering checking out some of the other ones.
Please, yes.
Batman, this is the one you sent me. Yeah, this is Court of Owls.
Court of Owls.
This is almost about as good a jumping on point for Batman stories as any. The other one, unironically, I have it right here.
Yes,
is Hush.
Yes, it is. It is a good jumping on point. Yes,
these are fantastic jumping on points for Batman. If you are not super well versed in comic books and you're like, I'm a little intimidated, and fair enough,
which completely understandable.
There's a lot to wade through in comics. Even DC, who has made multiple jumping on points, but for Batman specifically, both of these are very good jumping on points. Check those out. $10 isn't, everybody's budget is different, right?
We know money is tight, but that's absolutely. Sort of like one of the big reasons you and I love the compacts so much is because they are so cheap and you get so much out of it, right? Like this
exactly.
You're going to be getting
they are for
13 issues.
They're for a compacted budget, right? Where it's
I like that, yeah.
Right, where like I want to try and get the most bang for my buck possible. The DC Compacts is where it's at. And so check this out, please. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Absolutely.
And listen to us chat and rave about some of our absolute favorite Batman and Superman stories in Public Enemies and Return of Supergirl. These are wonderful stories. I know we gave you guys a brief run through of them here. They're absolutely worth reading on your own, independently, with full context. It's not the same thing.
Oh, it is not.
It's really not the same thing.
You and I dove into some stuff, but no way.
Yeah, we could give you the most detailed breakdown possible, and it still would pale in comparison to you picking up the book on your own and reading through it and enjoying it. I hope you guys do take that to heart. This specific DC compact will be dropping on the 17th of this month in July. And it will contain both of these arcs that we talked about tonight. So please consider checking those out. These are stories. I love Public Enemies, but Return of Supergirl especially is very near and dear to my heart. So please consider checking these out and enjoy them. They're very heartwarming. They're wonderful in both the storytelling and the art. And thanks for letting us spread the good news about comic books, guys. We appreciate you for hanging out with us.
Yeah, that's really all we've got. Like Andrew said, check it out. These mean a lot to us. If you want to get an insight into where he and I come from regarding comics, this is where to do it. I would also recommend it if you are somebody who thinks Superman is sort of like, not like he's outdated, he's lame, he's a Boy Scout, and you want to see the movie, but you don't really know anything. Pick this up. You will go, I know Superman rules. Go Big Blue, go. But really, I think that's all we have for tonight. I know we went super long. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. We've been wanting to do this for a while.
We went through 13 issues in about twice what we do for going through three or four issues.
And it was, 13 issues of a book that you and I love, that we had so much to talk about.
There was some restraint involved.
There definitely was some restraint involved here.
But thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. These books are absolutely worth reading. Even if you're someone like you tune into us just to hear us chat about what's going on in modern comics, but you have zero interest in modern comics, that's totally understandable and cool.
Definitely.
Because there's a lot of met and bleh to wade through. We try to give you guys the gems.
And even then, sometimes we hit weeks like this where it's like, meh.
Yeah, sometimes there are weeks where there's not much there to work with. So check out this book if you haven't already. Thank you guys. Thank you everybody who's supporting everything over at the Rippaverse, whether it's Saints and Sinners, whether it's Zine 4, which closes on the 11th, whether it's Norfolk A Glorious Death and supporting either the single track on that, which charted at number 7 on Billboard.
Ridiculous.
Which is actually ridiculous because this is something that was done through nothing more than just 2 guys collabing.
Yeah.
There's no studio backing, there's no marketing backing beyond whatever's tweeted on their social media, and managed to make it to number 7 on Billboard for metal and hard rock. It's incredible, and it's only because of the fans. Thank you for everybody who supports everything over at the Rippaverse. Thank you for everybody that supports and reads all of the articles that Mav puts out that are intellectually honest over on Bounding into Comics. Hope you guys check out. Are you doing Good Mav Ugly tomorrow, or are you taking the day off?
Tomorrow I'm probably gonna take it off for the 4th.
That's fair.
But if it weren't for the 4th, we'd have our show. But I'll be back, what is it? 4th, 11th, I guess. We'll be back. It'll be fine. But yeah, next week or tomorrow, I'm going to sleep my butt in.
That's a great idea. I might do the same thing.
What are you talking about? You got video games to play.
I was up super late last night because I went and saw a late night showing of Jurassic. Okay, so like I'm tired.
Yeah, I think, you know what? Like even on my end, I can hear it in your voice. That's why we're getting out of here. One last thing, quick review. Good? Jurassic Park? Good? Yes? Nope?
I had a great time with it.
Perfect.
I had a really great time with it. They could have played it safe and just did what Jurassic World, which to be fair is my favorite one. They could have done what that was, which was be kind of like the
soft
Force
reboot.
Awakens.
Yeah.
It was the Force Awakens of the Jurassic movies, which was like they kind of did just a re-scripted version of the first one, but they went in a completely different direction, which was really dangerous. And I think they did it really well.
Fantastic. I'm glad you loved it because yes, as you mentioned earlier, you're our big Jurassic World guy, Jurassic Park guy, all of that fun stuff. Go check out the movie if you're up for some cool dinosaurs. Again, before we get out of here, go check out the compact edition of Superman Batman that drops next week. Go check out Rippaverse stuff. Go check out Bounding. And it is time for us to get out of here. We've taken up enough of your night. Take it easy, everyone. And nice to see you again, Supergirl.
God bless and Godspeed.
Never before have we had greater face a complex, rapidly changing world. Think of it a moment.
It is a world in which supersonic speeds are commonplace. It is a world that has seen the coming of the atomic bomb. It has seen the rise of the total state, the dictator, and the mass man. It is a world of new sensations, new excitements, new distractions.
So much to be learned by so many in so little time.
And I suppose you're here with no agenda, as per usual?
On the contrary, I'm here for comics.
How's your comic book collection, Brody?
Oh, it's going good, but